Chapter 291. Agency still remembered the red-haired young man, always with a cheerful smile, who was the class monitor's roommate. Suddenly, upon hearing the news, her vision cleared up. "My condolences." Zalen's voice choked. "The day before he died, we agreed to get drunk together. In the end, he drank enough for 2 people. The young man who brought the news patted him on the shoulder. "Class monitor, cheer up. Claude saved an entire floor of pregnant women and newborns in the hospital. That guy was incredible." Zalen tried to say something, but a smile was too stiff. He finally covered his face shattered. "Yeah." The day after the class reunion, everyone attended Claude's memorial service. His deeds were reported in the news, and many people spontaneously lit white candles in his honor. White chrysanthemums surrounded the portrait of the deceased, who bore a bright smile. Led by Zalen, the classmates went to comfort his mother. Surprisingly, despite her red eyes, this woman remained remarkably strong. "Thank you. My Claude is a hero. He saved the children who represent hope. He must be smiling brightly in heaven now." Agency, a white chrysanthemum adorned her chest, leaned quietly against the wall. Amid such sorrow and solemnity, her heart beat as calmly as ever. Cece. Rinchinka, her eyes red, squatted beside her. "I feel like we're like a brick." A brick building the federal wall. If the wall collapses, it will shatter with a snap. But I have no regrets. She cupped her face in her hands, looking at Claude's portrait. "One day, I become like that." Chin-Anchin never cried since she was born. After delivery, the nurse spanked her, but until it's swollen, and then she cried a little. But when that day comes, she definitely cried miserably. She'd rather her daughter cry than not see the bright sunshine the next day. Agency looked at the portrait. "Perhaps." She stood up straight. "But I won't allow myself to become like that. Once dead, there's nothing you can do." After saying goodbye to Claude's family, they went outside, feeling the strong sunlight streaming through the star shield. The warmth on their skin reminded them that Claude was truly dead. Everyone looked at their familiar classmates, remembering their comrades, who had died on the battlefield, and suddenly burst into tears. Amidst the sobs, Agency stood out with apathy. A hovercraft stopped in front of her, the window rolled down, revealing a dark-haired young man. "Sister, I'm here to pick you up." Agency nodded, and everyone else nodded. "See you later." But no one knew who would be missing from their next meeting. "Jinsi, she's always so calm." Someone sighed. At the funeral, she showed no expression at all. Rinchinka watched the hovercraft depart. "She's just more lucid than everyone else." For the next week, Agency was busy with the Legion. She first submitted the name and specifications for the Legion, and once the procedures were complete, she posted the recruitment notice on the military's official website. A major general can command up to 100,000 troops, with 3 adjutants, clerks, and several secretaries. Zalen had originally followed her to monitor Bayushan, but now that she had formed her own independent regiment, he remained with the Glory Legion, preparing to take over. Because Baikuan resolutely formed his own regiment. She gave the vacant adjutant position to Xiangyi, while Granville remained as adjutant. Meanwhile, there was another parachuted officer. Manny became her secretary, but compared to the previous 2, her combat effectiveness was still not comparable. The news of Agency forming her own regiment was a hot topic, arguably the most discussed event besides the war. Major General Xie has finally posted a recruitment notice. "I've been preparing for this for a long time. I absolutely must join her regiment. By the way, what's the name of her regiment?" The eager crowd clicked on the military's official website, entered the commander's name on the recruitment page, and quickly popped up, the Eternal Day Legion. But soon, the recruitment requirements sent shockwaves through the Federation. Requirements: Level 3 superpowers, age 50 or younger, mental power 3000 or higher, mecha piloting experience. Interested individuals should line up at drill ground number 3, outside the Imperial Capital Star Central City Military Headquarters on September 13, 2027. These few requirements immediately eliminated 90% of the applicants. Those who met the superpower requirements were over the age limit. Those who met the age limit were under the superpower requirement. And the mental power requirement alone was enough to eliminate half the applicants. What the hell? Even the Glory Legion isn't recruiting with such stringent requirements. Perhaps Agency isn't recruiting soldiers, but cadets. Or maybe she was in the special forces, and assumed everyone's abilities were that high. You have to remember that the percentage of people who awaken superpowers in the Federation is only 30%. This also eliminates 50% of those who will never reach level 2 in their lifetime. Of the remaining 15%, most were abilities unsuitable for battlefield use. As the internet had suggested, her admission requirements were comparable to those of the Federation's prestigious military academies. For a time, criticism of her high standards spread online. Xiang Yi and Midi, who had just completed their resignation, were the first to report and were busy recruiting in the office. Seeing these comments, Xiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. These days, there are still people rushing to their deaths. Midi sighed, our garrison is on the first border planet. If you're not strong enough, going there is just suicide. But the news hasn't been released yet, so there's nothing we can do about it if everyone doesn't understand. Sister, you've got good intentions behind this, said a young man browsing the comments. Xiang Yi looked at him and bared his teeth. Flatterer. Hilfus chuckled. I'm telling the truth. This smile revealed a dazzling starry eye, red lips, and white teeth. His black eyes, white skin, and pink lips resembled a meticulously crafted ink painting, a handsomeness bordering on the uncanny. Manny and Mighty were dazzled by the sight. Xiang Yi gritted his teeth. How could the sticky, shrewd person, who had once followed Xie Jinxi so closely become such a monster in just a few years? Regardless of praise or criticism, Xie Jinxi remained unwavering in his demands. The military headquarters allocated her an area to serve as the headquarters for the Eternal Day Legion. On the day registration began, the turnout was far less than the crowd seen at other legions. After all, other legions only required candidates with a level 1 psychic ability suitable for battlefield adaptation, an age of under 70, and a mental power of over 1,500. But the people lining up here were all incredibly impressive. They all possessed considerable psychic talent and strength, and appeared incredibly confident. But when Xie Jinxi arrived, accompanied by his adjutant and clerk, they immediately felt the threat. The fierce aura they passed by sent a chill through everyone, who immediately raised their heads and popped out their chests, their pride subsiding. Xie Jinxi sat down at the front of the line and gestured to Manny. Let's begin. Manny nodded, stepped forward one by one. Everyone was curious. Without resumes and online registration, how would the Eternal Day Legion screen candidates? They stepped forward one by one. Xie Jinxi took a quick look and told them to go to the left or right. After the morning registration session ended, about 1/10 of the people went to the right. Manny quickly announced the results. Those on the right passed, those on the left were eliminated. For a moment, a strong sense of dissatisfaction rose from the crowd on the left. Chapter 292. You're going too far. Not only did you not even look at my resume, you've already decided my stay or departure without even asking a single question. That's right, we all meet the requirements. You've got to give us an explanation. Compared to the discontent on the left, the people on the right all displayed a smug look. At this moment, Xie Jinxi pointed at a young man on the right. At first, the man was confused, but then he quickly came up to her and saluted awkwardly. Major General. He has a level 3 fire ability. His ability stats are 3,560. His mental power is 3,209, and he's 49 years old. As she listed the stats one by one, the young man she pointed at was stunned. After just one glance, he was thoroughly understood. These stats were exactly the same as his test results from yesterday. Xie Jinxi then added, and he has the worst stats among the qualified candidates, even among those with level 5 abilities. At these words, everyone on the right immediately raised their heads and popped out their chests. Then Xie Jinxi turned to the people who had asked the question, do you want me to tell you your data again? Everyone was speechless, because the young woman's expression only meant one thing. She knew everyone's data, so her judgment was naturally correct. No one objected. After the morning registration closed, a heated online discussion erupted again about the Eternal Day Legion's recruitment methods. My goodness, how did Major General Xie determine the data? He couldn't have surveyed everyone, could he? Is it possible there's a special testing machine in secret? You're so naive. Do you know how high Major General Xie's mental strength is? A staff member of the Special Ability Management Bureau has appeared. According to gossip, Major General Xie underwent testing after being promoted to level 9 3 years ago, and his mental power was the highest among publicly available data for special abilities. So, does high mental power really allow one to do whatever they want? However, the official announcement released by the Eternal Day Legion confirmed to everyone, high mental power truly allows one to do whatever they want. Regarding the online discussion regarding the Eternal Day Legion's recruitment methods, the Eternal Day Legion would like to clarify that the recruitment method is determined by Major General Xie Jinxi, and there are no issues. They didn't even mention the issue of machine testing deviation, demonstrating their confidence. Over the next few days, after some were eliminated from the interviews, They secretly tested them using different machines, and found that the deviation in the values was no more than 10. After the 3-day registration period, those who passed the first round began to submit their information online. The Information Registration Office at headquarters would then begin reviewing these individuals' backgrounds. Any inconsistencies would be excluded. Finally, they would undergo physical examinations, and any serious medical conditions would still be excluded. After 3 rounds of this, the Eternal Day Legion, which could have had 100,000 soldiers, was reduced to just over 20,000. These were all recruits from the public and military academies. In addition, many had jumped ship from other regiments. Gong Yin, Kuluan, and others who had worked together in school had all come. I've thought about it for a long time, and feel that the Eternal Day Regiment is more suitable for young people like us. Gong Yin remained her usual quick and decisive self. She believed that under Xie leadership, the Eternal Day Regiment would be free of unwritten rules and chaotic affairs. She had heard that she had been harassed by her superiors in her previous regiment because they had repeatedly failed to get what they wanted, and so they ignored her. Originally, she couldn't leave, but Xie had to resort to some trickery to get her here. What surprised Xie the most was Raybert's arrival. When they started at the office, Granville was the first to express his sarcasm. "Oh, I thought you had a great future in the Legion of Glory, but you're just sitting on the bench?" He had been assassinated in the Klein family, and had worked as a spy for Bayuanon, but ultimately, he never made a name for himself. Raybert didn't care for his sarcasm. Birds choose good trees to roost in. The Legion of Glory isn't suitable for you, so just move on. Gulanes, following behind him, was slightly dissatisfied, but he had learned a lot over the years, and was no longer as rude as he was in his student days. Su Xuan nodded. When we saw the recruitment criteria for the Legion of Eternal Day, we knew it was a good fit for us. Being under 50 meant they were all young people. They were more adventurous and driven, unlike other established legions, where even young people were suffocated by the old guard above them. Besides, Raybert's status as a test subject made him ill-suited to the established legion. He was always looked down upon and marginalized. Change location? Granville smiled sinisterly. I see you're up to your old tricks again, replacing Bayuanon to monitor. Granville. Xie interrupted him calmly. They've already completed their induction, and are now members of the Eternal Day Legion. Since we're all family, there's no need to argue. Granville realized he made a mistake. I understand. Standing in the office were all familiar faces. Manny, the secretary, Xiang Yi, the adjutant, Granville, Philsis, Raybert and his 3 companions, Gong Yin, Mighty, and Colin. Xie glanced at them one by one, her lips curled. Let's go meet the new recruits. At the Everyday Corps base, among the over 20,000 new recruits, there were ordinary people with no military experience, exotic beast hunters, and doctors. But these professions were only in the past. Perhaps they had once achieved some success in their respective professions, but now in the Everyday Corps, they were just ordinary members. Lebert and the others didn't seek special treatment and stood at the front of the line. When Xie arrived, they immediately stopped chatting and looked at her with piercing eyes. Welcome to the Everyday Corps. Xie couldn't offer a long speech. You still have 6 months to adjust before you're dispatched to the garrison. During the 6 months, you have instructors to train you, and in the next 6 months, we conduct assessments, and then we be divided into regiments and barracks. We've already selected the adjutants, and the remaining positions will be filled based on merit. The lowest ranked individuals will enter the civilian sector. A heated discussion erupted below. At this moment, Robert, standing in the front, said, Is the adjutant position up for grabs? Xie glanced at the 3 people on his left and right. Xiang Yi feared nothing more than a fight. Come on. Since he had spoken, Granville and Philsis were no less intimidated. Of course. Everyone below was immediately excited. Manny stood behind Xie, holding her schedule and smiling slightly. That was her style. I want to compete for the secretary position. I want one too. That way, I can see the goddess every day. Manny stiffened slightly. Secretary position, no open competition. Xie words reassured her. And just like that, the newly formed Eternal Day Legion began to take shape. Boss, I have a question. Xiang Yi raised his hand and asked, Where's our instructor? You little brat, I'm right here. Xiang Yi looked over, his face cracking. Chapter 293. Looking at the man who had hooked Xiang Yi's neck and tucked him under his armpits, the others were still confused, but Gong Yin and the others were horrified. Instructor Tikov? Although Granville and the others weren't from the Nagano Military Academy, They had participated in so many military academy tournaments that the instructors from the 3 academies looked very familiar. Is this the instructor from your Nagano Military Academy? Wasn't he expelled for a misdemeanor? He killed civilians on Dragon Scar Star, and was punished by the military. How? After her surprise subsided, Gongyan said to Colin, I heard Instructor Tikoff got a job as a security guard. It seems he's working for the Major General's company. Someone else said they saw him sunbathing at the gate of Mingxi Group. He sounded very calm, but after sensing the scale of the supernatural particles surrounding him, everyone's expression changed. Xiangyi rubbed his neck, which had been pinched by his grip. Damn it! How did you get promoted to level 8? Level 8. The other recruits watching the show were immediately shocked. Other Major General Corps training new recruits would be lucky to have a level 5 instructor, but these were level 8. Tikoff smiled but said nothing. Most university instructors retired due to injury. His level rank was stagnant due to a brain injury. After Xie was promoted to level 9, he healed his injuries. The superpowers he had accumulated over the years, combined with the alien plants, allowed him to advance directly to level 8. That day, Xie had arranged everything for him when he recruited him into Mingxi Group. Although his position had changed from company security to corps instructor, it was essentially a retirement arrangement. Xie had no intention of interfering with Tikoff's work. Leave it to you. Don't worry, I don't take such a high salary for nothing. Tikoff waved his hand. After Xie and Manny left, Xiangyi folded his arms and asked him, by the way, how much does it cost to be an instructor per day? You don't need to know that. His salary was based on the average salary of an 8th level instructor in the military, but Xie also said that after the 6-month evaluation, the more people scored in the 80-point range, the more commission he get per person. Tikoff smiled at the 26,000 people crammed together on the drill ground, as if looking at a giant golden ingot. You just need to know that in the next 6 months, your strength will experience a qualitative leap. Instantly, the old acquaintances at the Nagano Military Academy understood the meaning of this money-loving instructor, and their faces contorted. The training was painful, and Xie only visited once a week or even a month. How many people dropped out? Tikoff flipped through the records. Over 3,000 fewer compared to the first day. Most of them couldn't stand the training, while others were unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Because the Eternal Day Corps' recruits were so highly qualified, they absorbed many talented and even geniuses from among the common people. But here, they all became ordinary people. He shrugged jokingly. By the end, 20,000 would be good. Quality is more important than quantity. True. After all, it was you who set the training content and intensity. 6 months passed quickly. On the day the assessment began, Xie arrived at the drill grounds. Compared to the initial scene of groups of 3 or 4 chatting and standing in various postures, the moment one entered, one could sense the solemn and imposing aura of the military. They were like javelins, neatly bunched up on the drill field. Tikoff called out a salute, and everyone responded in unison, the sound of raised hands audible. Greetings, Major General. Xie returned the salute, standing with his hands behind his back. I'm looking forward to your performance. Then he gestured to Tikoff, begin. As Tikoff had predicted, only 20,000 remained. Their thinking was simple. With their abilities, they could have become mid-level officers in other legions, but in the Eternal Day Legion, they were just ordinary soldiers. To put it bluntly, they preferred to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. This was the smallest legion currently registered in the Federation, and with Xie star power, the number would have been even smaller. But no one dared to underestimate them. Their aura and average combat effectiveness were comparable to those of the Special Forces. After each group was tested, scores and rankings were quickly released, and positions were assigned accordingly. For accuracy, the scores were rounded to the last 5 digits. Even so, most of the scores were relatively close. The higher the ranking, the wider the gap. In the top 20, almost all had impressive scores, especially Robert, who took first place with a near-perfect score. Following closely behind were Xiangyi, Hilfus, Granville, and Gongyan. Xie examined the results and displayed a large screen, revealing the Eternal Day Legion's formations. Since the force numbered just over 20,000, she omitted many unnecessary formation levels. Under the adjutant, the corps was directly established, and then the battalion. She wrote down the names of the adjutant, regiment commander, deputy regiment commander, and battalion commander on the screen, according to their rankings. That's the current arrangement. Next. She glanced at everyone present. Anyone with dissenting opinions may challenge the person above. each person has 2 chances. Everyone's spirits soared, and they immediately eagerly began to fight. I go first. Granville glanced at Raybert. With that fellow's arrival, his position as adjutant had been lost. I choose Hilfus. He had been imprisoned in the royal family for 2 years, and his strength had declined significantly. He only improved after joining the Legion of Glory, and he hadn't even reached level 7 yet. As much as he hated to admit it, Raybert was level 8, and he was no match for him. And Xiangya, though also level 6, was a dual-element powerhouse, and he was no match for him either. No matter how you looked at it, Hilfus, the youngest and with unknown abilities, was the most likely to be defeated. Treated as a weakling, Hilfus merely smiled, but a certain coldness lingered in his eyes. Let's begin, Captain Granville. Standing on the stage, he glanced at his sister. Look at him. He couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement, determined to perform well. When Granville's blue light-like tentacles pierced him, he raised his hand to block them, and all the supernatural particles instantly dissipated. Here it comes again. Under Granville's stern gaze, he vanished into a shadow, aiming only for his face. Watching from the audience, Xiang Yi tooted, what the hell is this kid's supernatural power? Probably something that negates supernatural powers. Mitty closely watched his movements. And his fighting skills are incredible, almost on par with Robert. Robert was probably the strongest person in the Eternal Day Legion, second only to Siegency. And yet, Philsis was 10 years his junior. About 20 minutes later, Philsis had Granville pinned to the ground. That's it, Tykov declared loudly. The winner is Philsis. Siegency sat in a chair, resting his chin leisurely. If Philsis's ability hadn't been lethal, Granville would have lost even faster. However, having such a special ability was enough. After a fierce competition, with no one objecting, Siegency announced the result. Then, the 3 adjutants will be Robert, Xiang Yi, and Philsis, and the captains will be Granville, Gong Yin, and Kaluan. The complete Eternal Day Legion was thus born. In a month at the latest, they would be dispatched to their garrison, Border Planet Number 1. But this wasn't something that could be rushed. Siegency gathered the 3 adjutants and several captains to discuss matters. Before then, we have other things to do. Chapter 294. Indeed. Is there anything else left to do before the garrison? Any other arrangements? Lebert and the others assumed it was a military matter, but when she uttered those 3 words, everyone was stunned. Become a pirate. Huh? Siegency pointed at the documents on the table, all of which were cases of failed garrisons on Border Planet Number 1 over the years. Here, only pirates can land safely. The others weren't stupid either. They immediately understood what he said, and smiled meaningfully. Siegency sent 3 lieutenants to select some men to scout the route to Border Planet Number 1. After the meeting was complete, he stood up and dismissed the meeting. Everyone left one after another. Granville, sitting in the corner, was lost in thought. Looking up, he met Siegency's calm gaze. Are you discouraged? She didn't notice until she was standing right in front of him. His sinister face twisted for a moment, then he wiped his face. A little. Before the Eternal Day Legion was formed, he had served as Siegency's adjutant for 3 years. Unexpectedly, after finally seeing her form an independent regiment, his adjutant position was taken by 3 parachuted-in guys. This was all based on strength, without any exaggeration, which left him even more speechless. Granville, I think you understand the importance of strength better than anyone. Siegency's expression was calm. I look forward to your performance. Granville's body trembled, and he immediately understood. Major General, I won't let you down. He stood up and saluted, squinting in the bright sunlight. That's right. How could someone who had been in hell be disappointed by a temporary position? He just needed to get stronger, just need to earn more military merits, and he would eventually achieve success. As he left the military compound, a high-level psychic appeared with several others, blocking his way. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invites you. He looked at the hovercraft bearing the royal emblem, his face darkening. The next morning, Granville was brought back by Zalen. When my uncle went to the palace, he saw him being attacked by the Crown Prince's guards and took him out. Zalen glanced at the unconscious young man. He used a healing device for his superficial injuries, but his internal injuries haven't healed yet. Xiang Yi, furious, cursed with frustration, can't this idiot just beat up Parker? He beat Parker back the same way the guards beat him. Gong Yin shook her head. He's probably afraid of causing us trouble. At that moment, Siegency arrived with Manny. He simply glanced at him, threw a ball of healing light, and said nothing. Just let it go. Xiang Yi raised his fist with a wicked grin. Or should I go to the palace and beat them up? Agency didn't answer, but looked outside the dormitory. No need, they've come to me. Because by Yuanon had taken them away, Parker was furious and used his identity to obtain a pass to escape to the base. Where's that loser? Tell Agency to hand him over to me. Parker, now the Crown Prince, swaggered in, his expression exceedingly arrogant. He was followed by a team of guards, flanked by 2 level 8 guards. However, as soon as the slender figure appeared before them, the group felt as if cement had been poured on their feet, unable to move. I didn't know you were coming, and I apologize for not welcoming you. Agency glanced at the patrol drone in the sky and gave Manny a look. The latter sent a message to Sujio, asking him to remotely remove the drone. Parker didn't notice the drone whirring away. Although he felt a little intimidated by Agency, he remembered that he was the Crown Prince, and even by Yuanon had to give him some respect. She probably wouldn't dare do anything to him, so he raised his chin and said, "Hand over that bastard." After saying that, he saw the people following Agency with a look of sarcasm on their faces. The Crown Prince was swearing, "What a disgrace to the Federation." Parker frowned. "What are you looking at?" Xiangyi grinned. "Don't mind, Your Highness. We always look like this when we welcome distinguished guests. Do you think I'm stupid?" At this point, Parker remembered, "You haven't saluted me yet." He crossed his arms, indicating that they could salute. Xiangyi and the others exchanged glances. "Ha ha, I still have training to do. I'm leaving now." "Me too. I'm going to check on Grandil." In the blink of an eye, they were gone. The Crown Prince was stunned and tried to stop them. "Stop!" But no one paid any attention. Manny, standing behind Agency, looked at him as if he were an idiot. Parker drooped his finger and ordered the guards, "Arrest them all." But neither dared to move, feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from the woman, and cold sweat dripped down their sides. Agency, but they were rude first. Parker glared at her, his teeth gnashing. "Well, so what?" The casual remark made the young man's eyes pop out. "Bold. A little," she admitted readily, but without any hint of apology. Parker's rage nearly ignited him, and he ordered his guards, almost sharply, "Capture her." The guards, hesitant as if they were about to die, said, "Your Highness, she's a major general in the military. We have no right to arrest her." He had been meaning to say that. "Besides, we can't defeat her." Those 3 quiet words calmed Parker down. With his status as Crown Prince ineffective, he had no way to deal with Agency. "Agency, are you really going to go against me for such a loser?" Agency, still thinking about the garrison, waved his hand. "This is a strategically important military location. This general won't escort you." Parker was about to say something when the woman in front of him frowned. With a wave of her hand, they were bound by green light and thrown outside. They landed on their butts, stunning everyone. The numerous officers passing through the military district were surprised by this scene, but when they saw it was the Eternal Day Legion's territory, they all expressed a subtle mockery. What's wrong with this idiotic prince? He actually provoked that killer. Emperor St. Clamp also wanted to ask this question. Looking at his son complaining indignantly, he retorted with a look of frustration. "Then what do you want me to do? Arrest Agency? That bitch humiliated me like that. Of course she should be arrested." The young man, still unaware of his mistake, hurled a barrage of curse words, only to be struck on the head by a cup. St. Clamp was so angry he laughed, pointing outside the hall, "These are difficult times with the Empire's invasion. You better not provoke the military, or I immediately draft a law to depose you. Once the Federation is conquered, the Klein family will be theirs." Parker hid behind the Queen, clutching his forehead wound with a look of resentment. He knew this old man was still protecting that bastard. Agency didn't care about the royal family's grudges. She was preparing for her trip to Border Planet No. 1. The day before their departure, Granville left the military compound early in the morning and returned just after curfew. "Where have you been?" Agency was inspecting the troops on the parade grounds. He saluted, reporting, "I've gone to see the marshal to thank him for his assistance." Then he returned to his regiment and took his place. Agency glanced at him, gave him a few more instructions, and then dismissed them. Chapter 295. On Border Planet No. 1, the Pajuan Interstellar pirates discovered a new village. This pirate group, numbering over 30, carried advanced weapons, and went door to door, gathering everyone in the village to the central fountain square. "Our boss's demands are simple. Give us 20% of your annual grain harvest, and a monthly protection fee of 100,000 Lianqing coins, and we leave you alone." The square was mostly occupied by the elderly, children, and women, and the few men present were mostly frail. Their cheeks were sunken, their expressions were forlorn, and their clothes were tattered, sometimes patched. The village chief shakily stepped forward. Hey, young man, our village still has to pay tribute to Boss Mark and Boss Joming, and we really don't have enough food to spare. Haha, you're lucky. The leading team leader clapped his hands at this. You've been noticed by 3 major pirate groups at the same time. Old Mark and their boss were both promoted to level 9, and the Joming pirates were originally the largest pirate group on border planet number 1. The old village chief was so overwhelmed by his laughter that the corners of his mouth gradually fell, turning fierce. Who do you care who you're paying tribute to? It's 20%, so it's 20%. Aren't you starving to death yet? The adults immediately turned pale. All 3 groups wanted 20%, which meant 60% was gone. They still had to pay, and if they didn't have enough, they have to sell their food. There was no hope. The old village chief knelt down. Please, we really... Ah! Before he could finish his words, the leading pirate slashed at his head with his sword. Blood splattered into the dried-up fountain, and the adults quickly covered their children's eyes and burst into tears. Village chief. They could do nothing but wail. The squad leader glanced at the weeping crowd and sneered, "Move everything." The villagers, held at gunpoint, could only watch helplessly as they took away the food from the warehouse. Bags large and small, all their rations until harvest, even the uneaten black bread from their lunch on the table had been taken. Oh my God! How can we survive this? A woman burst into tears, clutching her child, and the next moment, she was held at gunpoint. Scream again, and I kill the girl in your arms. All the cries turned to tears, streaming down. The squad leader finally said, I give you 1 night to collect this month's protection fee. Then he swaggered onto the transport truck and left. The villagers looked at each other, then collected the village chief's body. Then he hurried back to his house, only to see the utter chaos of his ransacked home, the broken basement, and even the hidden caverns. He could no longer contain himself. The entire village was filled with cries of despair. In outer space on the number 1 border planet, a tattered spaceship, bombarded by military warships behind it, barely made it through the atmosphere before tumbling and crashing near the village. A teenager collecting firewood saw this, dropped the wood, and ran back to the village. Dad! Mom! More pirates! Only the children were still terrified. The adults were numb. A white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, walked to the village entrance. How do you know it's pirates? What if it's the military? The young man immediately retorted, Grandpa Foodie, stop dreaming. The Federation has abandoned us long ago. Everyone knew that the Federation's troops were slaughtered every time they came, and they never came again. We're just descendants of those scavengers. The Federation doesn't care. The natives of border planet number 1 were all descendants of those who made their living by recycling garbage. These scavengers lived on the garbage planet for a long time, refining scrap metal for sale. When the pirates arrived and closed off external traffic, they were completely forgotten. They had no special skills, no fighting ability, and their offspring had no outstanding supernatural talents. Generation after generation, completely left with no future. The child's angry voice was like a hammer, falling on the adults' heads. Foodie's hand, resting on his cane, trembled slightly, and he finally sighed, dig the hole a little bigger. Some of the elderly raised their heads, then quickly wiped away tears. It was in this silent atmosphere that the pirates arrived. The woman in the lead wore a pair of red-pointed high heels, and a fitted red dress with a thigh-high slit. She wore a black coat with a fox fur collar. Her hip-length silver hair was gathered in front of her right side. Her eyes were phoenix-like, her lips red, and her figure slender. She shone like the blazing sun, yet as cool as the bright moon. She looked radiant and dazzling, yet possessed an air of pride that made it difficult to look directly at her. The men and women following her were all imposing. Fu Di, the oldest person in the village, stepped forward tremblingly. May I ask what brings you to our little village? The leading woman entered the wooden and stone wall that protected her from wild animals, glanced at the dilapidated village, and said, to stay the night. We leave tomorrow. Fu Di and the others exchanged glances. Is this so polite? The grinning young man standing behind the woman rolled his eyes, took a few steps forward, kicked down a nearby wooden stake, and shouted gruffly, Do you know who we are? The infamous goddess Interstellar pirates. This? I've never heard of them. Fu Di thought to himself. Didn't you hear our boss say he needed to rest? Hurry and prepare a spare room. If you keep him from resting, I eat you alive. The young men crushed the fallen stake with one kick, observing their terrified expressions with satisfaction. Another, younger-looking young man followed, looking menacing. Prepare some more food, I'm starving. Mitty and Gongyan watched Xiangyi and Grimes' performance from behind, speechless. No wonder they were the ones to bring them along. Acting as interstellar pirates felt effortless. By the way, what the hell is the name of the goddess interstellar pirates? The villagers, still a little stunned, reacted and quickly hugged their loved ones, trembling with fear. Oh my god, what luck they had, being visited by 2 pirate groups in one day. Fu Di said with a bitter face, bosses, we have a farewell ceremony tonight. Please don't be bothered. As he spoke, he glanced at the broadsword tucked at Xiangyi's waist. He recalled the tragic death of the old village chief, and fear welled up in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and turned aside. Please go to the old man's house to rest. Another elderly couple stepped forward and said, our house is also available. Bosses, please don't harm the young people and children, or there be no one to harvest the food. This was the unwritten rule of the pirates on Borderland Planet No. 1. They wouldn't massacre young people or children unless absolutely necessary. Because the ordinary people on Borderland Planet No. 1 were few to begin with, if they were wiped out, there would be no one to grow food. To prevent them from having other plans, they would take some children hostage. Xiangyi sneered, you're wise. After arriving at the resting place, Xiangyi fully entered into his role. He glanced around at the villagers' panicked eyes, then kicked over a bench with a look of deep dissatisfaction. What a lousy place. Boss, I don't think they're really going to treat us well. Glanes quickly chimed in, that's right, let's just kill them all. Fu Di was so frightened that he nearly fainted. The villagers who had been following him also hid their children behind their backs. They were terrified. Xie glanced at the 2 people who were so engrossed in the performance, twisted their waists, sat down on a stool, and crossed their long, white legs. We finally escaped, let's keep a low profile. Hilfis, who had been following her to her left, smiled. Her sister acted well too. Chapter 296. Everyone was still speculating about who would be sent off at the village's evening farewell ceremony, but when they arrived in the square, they saw it was the body of the old village chief. Beside the body sat several elderly men in white robes, sitting cross-legged. Grandpa Fu Di, whom they had met that afternoon, was among them. The villagers gathered around them, their hands clasped together devoutly, seemingly in prayer. The scene was filled with mystery. Even the feared pirates, who sat down nearby, showed no reaction. Xiangyi grabbed the boy who had called them to dinner and pointed toward the fountain. What are you doing? The boy, still hot-tempered, couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. He sullenly shook his hand, but it wouldn't move. He angrily said, you're blind? We're saying goodbye to the old village chief and Grandpa Fu Di and the others. After he finished speaking, he realized his tone was harsh and glanced anxiously at their reactions. Thankfully, they didn't take notice. Mitty asked curiously, why are we saying goodbye to Fu Di too? Where are they going? They're going to be buried in the pit with the old village chief. Why? The boy glared at them. If they don't die now, they starve to death soon. It's better to die early and leave food for the children. Xiangyi and the others were horrified. Coming from a society where order and law reigned, they were all stunned. The boy clenched his fists. If you hadn't forced us to pay tribute. Vichy. His parents interrupted him with utter horror, forcing them to break away from the prayer group and run over to grab him. Nodding and apologizing to the pirates, he pushed Vichy, hurry up and apologize to the bosses. The 13 or 14-year-old boy stiffened his neck, so angry his father slapped him hard in the face. Hurry! What if they angered these pirates and they went on a rampage and massacred the village? What if the other children were implicated? Vichy, stunned, looked up at his father, only to see the honest man's eyes reddened with grief and sorrow. His gaze fell on the silver-haired woman in the lead, and her icy gaze stung him. I'm sorry. This was a huge blow to the boy's dignity. He wiped away his tears and ran out of the square. His parents trembled in apology, and when they saw the pirates didn't make any further moves, they fearfully returned to the prayers. From a distance, they looked like a group of ducks huddled for warmth in the bitter cold, dull and numb, unable to resist even when placed on a fire. Xie glanced at the group of defenseless humans and stood up, walking towards Vichy's retreating direction. Seeing this, the others followed. Vichy's parents caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of their eyes, their hearts clenching with fear. Just as they were about to give chase, Fu Di called out to them. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. Don't go and get yourself killed, or you bring trouble upon the others. Faced with the villagers' pleading gazes, they sat down on the ground with trembling lips. Everyone tacitly agreed that Vichy, having angered the interstellar pirates, was doomed. From a distance, Xie and the others could see the young man kicking the wall. I must join the pirate group and become the best. That way, no one will dare bully our villagers. This made them feel quite uncomfortable. They had never imagined that the path to success for children here was to become interstellar pirates. Look at you, with your limited talents, and you actually want to be an interstellar pirate. Vichy spun around, only to see those striking pirates standing behind him. They, centered around the radiant woman, looked dazzling. This was the first time he had ever seen such interstellar pirates. With red eyes, he roared, "What do you care?" Xiang Yi tooted, "That brat's quite arrogant. Stop talking to him. Let me eat him." Ghislaine, overcome with mischief, instantly transformed into a beast. The ferocious demonic form frightened Vichy's face pale. But knowing he was going to die anyway, he dared to say anything. "Eat. I be a brave man again in 18 years. Like a hedgehog, he closed his eyes and shouted in denial, "If it weren't for you pirates, our ancestors wouldn't have been imprisoned here. We could go to school and eat white bread like children on other planets. They wouldn't have to worry about being killed by pirates from birth, nor would they have to rely on oral traditions passed down from their elders to learn how to read and write." But by the time they reached their place, knowledge had already begun to disappear. This means that human civilization on border planet number 1 has begun to degenerate. After her rant, Wei Shi's voice gradually faded, and she opened her eyes in confusion. "Why haven't you killed him yet? Oh, you've got quite the temper." Ghislaine was about to continue his role-playing when Xiagency gave him a cold look. He rubbed his nose and stepped aside. "I have a few questions for you." Xiagency crossed her arms. Wei Shi had a feeling this woman was a tough one, and swallowed hard. "I have nothing to say to you. Not to mention killing everyone in this village." Grimes waved his sharp claws, successfully causing Vichy to step back in fear. But he didn't give in immediately. Instead, he bravely looked at Xiagency. "I asked if I could join your pirate group?" After saying that, he didn't know why everyone laughed. The leading woman glanced at him. "You're not qualified. I heard anyone with superpowers can join a pirate group." He hurriedly explained, "I'm really awesome." Xiang Yi threw his arms around his neck. "Haha, why do you want to join us?" Vichy blushed, "Because you're different from other pirate groups." "Where? I provoke you so much, and you didn't kill me." Xiang Yi was about to tease him, but sighed and ran away. He patted his cheek. "You've got good taste. Just by not killing him, you've earned his favor. How about this? You don't have to join. I know you're powerful. Can you help me protect the village?" Wei Shi said cautiously, "Someone's coming to collect protection money tomorrow. If we can't raise the money, they definitely capture women and children to pay it back. I hope you can protect them." He didn't feel the cruelty of what he said, for he was used to it. Faced with their silence, he took it as a rejection and couldn't help but look disappointed. They all looked at Xiagency. "Okay." The woman's words startled Wei Shi for a moment, then his eyes widened in surprise. "What do you want to ask?" The boy's eyes sparkled, as if he was afraid they wouldn't ask and would regret it. When they returned to the fountain square, all the villagers stared at them in shock. "Wei Shi." The boy's mother rushed over and hugged him. "Oh my God, you're still alive? Mom and Dad, the bosses said they could help protect us." After she finished speaking, the villagers' faces changed. Chapter 297. "Bosses, we're really out of food. Yes, we haven't had time to harvest this year yet. We're all relying on gathering and hunting. We really can't deliver anything. Please don't sell our children. Our village will be wiped out." What Vichy meant by help was, in their view, a disguised form of protection money. "No, you misunderstood." Vichy was about to explain, but was interrupted by the leading woman. "When will we eat?" She slid gracefully down to the table. Xiang Yi followed suit with a shout. "Exactly. Do you want to starve us to death?" The villagers exchanged bitter glances, then brought out the beasts they fought so hard that afternoon, gutted them, and prepared dinner. Compared to the villagers in their shabby clothes, these interstellar pirates seemed like ancestors. After dinner, the village chief's body was carried to a large pit dug outside the village. Moths swarmed around the oil lamp, making the already dim light seem like ghosts. Several other elderly people also supported each other as they descended the pit. Despite their resolute attitude, as those above began shoveling dirt, they inevitably wept in fear of their impending death. The old woman sobbed as the dirt poured down, and the men above also wept as they shoveled. Just then, a strong wind blew over, sweeping everyone to the ground. "It's so noisy late at night." Gong Yin, playing the villain for the first time, maintained a stern expression throughout. "Why bury him? It's so cold, the stench of the body will kill you. Disperse immediately." As she spoke, she threatened everyone with the blowing dirt, intentionally or unintentionally covering the village chief's body. The villagers had no choice but to pack up their tools, help Fu Di and the other elderly people up, and return home. A small drone in the sky transmitted the footage back, drawing sneers from the watchers. What kind of scoundrels dare to cause trouble on my territory? But the middle-aged woman flicked the ash from her cigarette. These men are quite good-looking. In front of her were two anthropomorphic figures of light. The old man, with a coxcomb haircut, held two iron balls and spat. Pajuan, are you paralyzed by the sight of a good-looking man? Throw away the woman in your arms first, then talk to me. Hee. Mark stroked the woman's face. Those two women look pretty good too, especially the one leading them. TSK. Another drunken man opened his eyes. If you want to make a move, you should see if you can afford it. Take a look first. He flicked out an image of outer space. Pajuan and Mark exchanged a few glances, their expressions immediately changing. Did they escape from the Eternal Day Legion? Indeed. So, the news about Sea Agency stationing troops on border planet number 1 is true. Mark's rubbing of the iron ball quickened. Jioming burped. The spaceship is parked outside. Mark's rubbing of the iron ball became louder. Then why don't we strike first? Jioming strongly disagreed with this suggestion. Idiot, do you know how many level 9s have died at the hands of Sea Agency? Pajuan rubbed his chest with a sullen expression. I have a grudge against that little bitch. I need to find a way to deal with her. Same. Mark said those two words with a fierce expression. Jioming's red eyes swept over the two men, finally settling on the drone feed. We have to deal with this. The goddess pirates first. Tomorrow I have my men test the waters first. Pajuan waved his hand nonchalantly. The other two didn't know if it was okay. If it weren't for the news that Sea Agency was stationing troops on border planet number 1, and the fear that they were an advance party gathering information, they wouldn't even bother with these men. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for the villagers, as the sharp-eyed and shrewd ones kept hearing these words. Not enough. What should we do? No money. The next morning, the Pajuan pirates arrived as promised to collect protection money. Grandpa Fu Di held a wooden frame containing the money the entire village had pulled together. There were very few large denomination banknotes, and small denomination coins filled up half the frame. The paper money circulating on border planet number 1 still comes from interstellar pirates under the guise of acquisitions, ultimately flowing to larger pirate groups in this manner. The squad leader knew without even needing to count that there wasn't enough money. The wicked man swept his gaze over the villagers and snorted, "Brothers, we've got some stock." This was jargon used by interstellar pirates for human trafficking, meaning they were capturing people. For a moment, women and children recoiled in fear. At that moment, a shrill voice rang out, "Boss, several outsiders have arrived in our village. They're incredibly beautiful and are definitely worth more than us." The woman with disheveled hair had a frenzied glint in her eyes. Really? They're worth at least 50,000, no, 100,000. They're all space pirates anyway, so let them fight each other. This thought crossed the minds of all the villagers. The captain's eyes flickered with joy at this. This was his chance. If he performed well this time, he might even earn the approval of Boss Pajuan. He adjusted the miniature camera on his chest. "Where is it? If you dare to lie to your grandfather, I kill you." The woman shrank back and pointed in a certain direction. "At Fu Di's house." Weishi wanted to say something, but her father covered her mouth. She could only watch as the captain led the group to Fu Di's house. From a distance, they could see men and women emerging from the yard. "Everyone inside, tell me your names." He kicked open the small wooden door, and the silver-haired woman in a black coat looked over. Suddenly meeting a pair of unfathomable eyes, the captain quickly stopped. His instincts told him this woman was dangerous. His eyes rolled, and he tucked his gun back on his waist. "Excuse me, boss, where are you from?" The silver-haired woman glanced at him briefly, saying nothing. Xiang Yi, the representative, carrying a small electromagnetic cannon, squatted on a wooden stake in the yard, digging his ear with his little finger, looking downright saucy. "We were originally wandering around the distant stars, and wanted to settle on the first desolate planet. Sorry for disturbing you." He blew on his finger, looking completely unfazed. The team leader spontaneously added, "Intending to settle on the first desolate planet, only to run into the Eternal Day Legion. What bad luck." Behind the camera, Pajuan stroked his chin and gave an order into the microphone. In the village, the team leader chuckled. "Our boss invites you to visit the Pajuan pirates' base." Everyone hesitated, but the leading woman flirted with her long hair. "Since your boss invites you, it's no problem to go." "Then go ahead." The captain's eyes flickered. Was he arrogant? Or was he just being overconfident? The villagers quickly made way, breathing a sigh of relief. Who knew a ferocious-looking interstellar pirate would grab a child in each hand with his massive hands? Haha, you haven't collected the money yet, and you're still trying to shirk your responsibility? Dream on. Chapter 298. The large man was about to throw the children into the cage he had prepared when his hand was grabbed. His eyes glared fiercely, and he activated his supernatural powers, his muscles bulging like iron lumps. Humph. Xiang Yi, without even a wink, crushed his supernatural powers. The large man's muscles deflated like balls, shrinking back. Xiang Yi also picked up the two children and threw them back into the arms of their sobbing parents. The captain's back tingled. How could this guy, who looked like a mere henchman, be so powerful? He looked at the other leader. Boss, what do you mean? The bright woman flicked her hair, her eyes gleaming with a compelling allure. This village is under my protection from now on. Your behavior doesn't seem to be in line with the rules of the underworld. After he finished speaking, she stared at him intently, and the overwhelming aura at that moment made his face pale. Who are you to argue with me? She raised her chin slightly. Didn't we say we were going to your base? Lead the way. With that, she was the first to launch her hoverboard from the space link. The team leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered inwardly, I might not be qualified, but their boss certainly is. The woman with silver hair and a red dress quickly flew away with her men. Her long hair and sleeves swept through the air, like a god. Vichy looked up until her neck ached, then remembered, I want to join them. She was about to chase after the Pajuan pirate's base. As soon as she took a step, her father grabbed her by the collar. Vichy, don't do anything stupid. The middle-aged man continued, go find the dean and ask him to take Jella away. Jella was the old village chief's granddaughter, only 5 years old. Vichy was a little reluctant. Can't we adopt Jella? The adults in the village were silent. They couldn't even feed their own children, so how could they possibly feed another? The middle-aged man patted the boy's head and said, at least Jella can have enough food in an orphanage, and the director will protect her, so she won't be taken away and sold. Manny and the others hiding in the shadows were surprised to hear this. This Vichy hadn't been telling the truth. Who exactly was this director? Just as he was thinking about this, several arrogant laughs rang out. Just a few of those guys have the guts to steal from our Pajuan pirates. Guys, since that bitch wants to take over this village, let's leave her with an empty shell. Another group, their arms tied with the Pajuan pirates' insignia, rushed in. The fat man in the lead spit out his cigarette, and swept his wolf-like gaze over the villagers. Kill the old ones, take the young ones back as slaves, and cage the young ones. Ha ha ha, Captain, I see some pretty women and girls. The fat man smiled knowingly. Then let's have some fun. The villagers screamed and fled. But they were inherently defenseless. At that moment, a ball of fire hurtled towards the fat man. The fat man's eyes grew cold, and he slapped the fireball to the ground. Who did this? In the crowd, Vichy's face paled, and he puffed out his chest, ready to leave. Me. Vichy stared at his father in confusion. Dad. The next second, the fat man hurled a dagger, piercing Vichy's father's chest. The man fell straight down. Dad. Looking for death. The fat man sneered and grabbed the crying Jella. Hurry up. In the shadows, Manny frowned and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, a figure was quicker and grabbed the fat man's hand. Another. He was halfway through cursing, but after taking a closer look at the newcomer's appearance, he immediately put on a smile. Isn't this the dean? What brings you here? The young man took the child from him and said expressionlessly, I heard the Pajuan pirate group has set their sights on a village, so I'm here to pick up the orphans. Every time these pirate groups visited a village, some people died. He usually went there and took away the surviving orphans. Glancing at the pleading villagers, the man finally relented. Could you please give me a favor and let them go? In the dark, Manny's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was he here? The fat man feigned embarrassment. This? Dean, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but there's a pirate group that escaped from outer space that's breaking the rules and stealing our boss's food. Our boss definitely won't tolerate that. He unsheathed his arm unnoticed. Isn't your rule to only take orphans and not interfere with our pirate group's operations? How about this? I take those over 15, and you can do whatever you want with those under 15. Is that okay? This guy has extraordinary abilities. As long as he doesn't go too far, the boss and the other two level 9s won't bother targeting him. The man pursed his lips, feeling incredibly reluctant. That's all right. Fu Di and the other elders, their heads held at gunpoint, burst into tears. Thank you, Dean. The young man knew he couldn't save everyone from Pajun. He simply turned away. The fat man understood what he meant and gave his men a look. Gunshots rang out, but the bullets all sank into the ground. A fierce wind blew up. Who? Amidst the flying sand and rocks, a petite blonde woman emerged from the alley, smiling as she retracted her supernatural powers. Behind her were nearly 20 of her men. Another young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a three-piece suit, leaped from the rooftop, his gaze cold and sharp. Every movement was measured, restrained and elegant. Our boss said we own this place. The goddess pirates? That bastard, what a terrible name. Is he afraid others won't know he's the Major General's bootlicker? The dean stared at the 20 men and women approaching, his brow furrowing. They were all at least level 3 supernaturals. In all his time on Borderland Planet No. 1, he had never heard of such a powerful pirate group. Furthermore, this young man with glasses struck him as familiar. But the most urgent task was to stay away from the pirates' conflict. He spread his arms, shielding the villagers as they retreated. The fat man couldn't care less now, staring at the approaching team. Don't you know the rules of Border Planet No. 1? His hands fumbled behind his back. Each eats his own meat, no stealing. Otherwise, before the internal conflict could even come to a conclusion, the military would take advantage. The petite blonde woman smiled and said, "Sorry, we like to eat alone." With a wave of her hand, she said, "Go." The 18 people behind him moved swiftly, attacking the Pajuan pirates as close as they could. With a few swift strikes, they quickly dispatched them. The fat man tried to resist, but the blonde woman's wind blade severed his head. The dean watched their movements, a wave of fear welling in his heart. Military personnel. There was no mistake, this was a standard military martial art. He squinted at the group of pirates, then lowered his eyes when the bespectacled young man glanced at him. Chapter 299. After dispatching all the pirates, Manny and Su Shuyan exchanged glances. Finally, the young man sighed and proudly approached the villagers. From today on, you will pay tribute to our goddess pirates. You are not allowed to give anything to anyone else. If he hadn't just killed someone without blinking, he would have looked like a lawyer reading a document. Manny's face twitched beneath her mask. There was nothing she could do. The guy who looked most like a pirate had followed him to the thieves' den. Between her and Captain Su, she had to choose the more intimidating one. The villagers weren't afraid. Instead, they looked delighted. Paying tribute to only one pirate group was better than being plundered by 3 or 4. Finally, the dean led Jella away. Before leaving, he had a complicated expression on his face as he tried to say something, but in the end, he kept his mouth shut. Manny frowned slightly, looking at the soldiers pretending to be pirates with an uneasy look. It seems he's figured out our identities, though he hasn't revealed them yet. He's changed a lot over the years. In the past, he would have been the first to kill these pirates. That's right. Manny smiled. I report to the Major General immediately. Su Shuyan nodded, and the girl asked, "By the way, why did you jump off the roof just now?" He adjusted his glasses and said, "No comment." Over here, Siegency was flying through the air on a hoverboard, the bone conduction headphones hidden in her ears flashing. "Stand by there." The wind carried her voice away. The captain turned to look, but he was so stunned by her beauty that he couldn't hear what she said. Our base is just ahead. A massive interstellar battleship, perched on a brick-red landscape, sat perched in the valley, a statue of the Pajuan standing at its head. The statue clutched the flag of the Pajuan pirates. On the flat ground outside the valley, rows of red brick houses stood, housing bars, restaurants, and cloth shops. If it weren't for the menacing expressions of the residents, this place would have been no different from a small human settlement. However, when they arrived, a star shield had been raised over the town. It was a level 7 star shield. The team leader was momentarily stunned. Just then, the leading woman lightly tapped her slender fingers. Instantly, the moisture in the sky condensed into cones of ice, which plummeted towards the star shield. The hexagonal light blocks of the star shield were quickly shattered. Points of light mixed with ice crystals scattered over the town, a chilling winter. The interstellar pirates, each engaged in their own pursuits, shuddered, as if facing a formidable enemy, and immediately seized their weapons. Black cannon muzzles protruded from several bunkers, ready to fire. Pajun's voice rang out over the radio, "Men, be quiet. A distinguished guest has arrived." On the hillside behind the town, a tall building opened its doors. Pajun arrived on the terrace in front of the villa, where tables and chairs had been set for afternoon tea. "Please come in." The next second, hexagonal snowflakes formed a staircase in the air. The snowflake closest to Pajun exuded a biting chill, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Ninth level. The tall woman stepped down, her well-proportioned, sharply defined left leg faintly visible, like a jade carving. The crisp sound of her high heels rustled against the snowflakes. The coat fluttered in the wind, yet it held steady, giving her a look of both sharpness and elegance. The people on the ground looked up, dizzy from her powerful mental power, their minds etched only with this breathtaking image, oblivious to everything else. She arrived at the table and, without waiting for the host to greet her, sat down, legs crossed. "Hello, I'm Maureen." The 3 men and 2 women accompanying her stood behind her, each imposing and impressive. In a short time, the guest had become the host. Pajun, though he considered himself attracted to attractive men, was captivated by this woman when he saw her. "I'm Pajun, leader of one of the 3 major pirate groups on Border Star Number 1. Pajun sat down neatly, his eyes lingering over her fair, youthful skin and beautiful features. Ah, these were all things this old woman lacked. The handsome waiter beside him lit his cigarette, then stood behind him, and gave her a shoulder massage. She exhaled a puff of smoke and sneered, "I say, what you did is a bit dishonest." The young woman brought the tea, sniffed it elegantly, and then set it aside with a look of disdain. "Why isn't it dishonest? Can't you just rob the thieves?" Seeing this, Philsis, who was following behind her, immediately produced a set of tea-making utensils, and smoothly brewed her a cup of fruit tea. Xiangyi gritted his teeth. What a lackey. Just as he was thinking, he felt Pajun's gaze sweep across his face, and a chill immediately ran down his spine. Robbing the thieves? Ha, that depends on your ability. Pajun's shoulder feathers moved without a breeze, suddenly shooting towards her. Unexpectedly, they stopped midair and landed hard on the table. Xiegency picked it up and examined it, and his understanding of her special ability became clear. "Since you invited me here, you probably aren't looking for a fight, are you?" The woman's voice was gentle and tender. "Honestly, aside from that Xiegency, I haven't met anyone at my level who could rival me." The rage on Pajun's face receded, knowing she was telling the truth. She had clearly attacked first, yet she had still been stopped by her supernatural powers, proving that Maureen's mental strength was far superior to hers. "What exactly is your purpose?" Pajun leaned back, and another, more burly male waiter quickly came over to lean against her. Pajun's hand slipped into his clothes, playing with his abs. "Don't forget, you only have these few remnants. Although they all looked formidable, they were all there. We simply wanted to settle down on the desolate planet number 1 and take revenge." Glancing at Pajun's surprised expression, she snorted, "Didn't you say Xiegency was going to station troops there? This time, I'm going to make sure she never returns." In the midst of the fruit tea, Maureen's face twisted slightly, as if vehemently sulking over what had happened in outer space. Pajun's mind fluttered. Miss Maureen's idea is quite bold. Because I don't like to be taken advantage of. Maureen crossed her hands under her chin. "Captain Pajun, I'd like to meet the other 2 leaders. Could you introduce me to them? What do I want to see them for? I'd like to carve out some territory to build a base. I'd like to discuss it with you all, and then we can start construction immediately," he said with a playful wink. Pajun's eyes darkened slightly. Carve out territory? Now, Border Planet number 1 is basically the territory of their 3 major pirate groups and other level 8 pirate groups. Newcomers, like the evil dragon, have to pay tribute to her before they can carve out territory. This woman said she was discussing, but in reality, she was trying to seize it. "I say you, a newcomer, are a bit too presumptuous." The supernatural particles around her fluctuated, as if ready to attack at any moment. Maureen looked relaxed, tucking a lock of hair between her fingers. "If I really wanted to rob, I wouldn't be sitting here. Let's talk it over politely, to avoid too many casualties." She then met Pajun's eyes. Then, the 2 vanished from the table. A fierce exchange ensued. Chapter 300. Pajun transformed into a giant white bird. Its long tail dragged along, its speed as fast as lightning. Countless white feathers floated from her body, looking like heavy snow from afar. The feathers redirected, all shooting towards the silver-haired woman. She raised her hand and gently waved it, and snowflake-shaped shields appeared around her, blocking the feathers. The attack missed, and Pajun vanished into thin air in a white shadow. He suddenly attacked from behind Xiegency, but his large wings scraped past nothing. Surprise flashed in those golden eyes. This Maureen had such quick reactions. Then, snow began to fall for 100 miles. The sky dimmed, dark clouds gathered, and a truly heavy snowfall fell. The buildings and trees, covered in snow, turned white. With a flick of the woman's finger, white snowflakes swirled wildly, swirling around the white bird. Countless ice crystals transformed into tiny knives cutting through flesh, causing the bird to let out a long wail of pain. It flapped its wings violently, stirring up a fierce wind that shook the snow away. The town below, under the influence of her power, was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. The members of the Pajuan pirates, seemingly accustomed to this, crawled out of the ruins. They stared at the battle in the sky, stunned. Pajuan attacked her repeatedly, but was always blocked. This woman could not only congeal an ice shield, but also attack Pajuan simultaneously. She even tried to freeze Pajuan's blood, but unfortunately, it avoided every attack of the supernatural particles. The woman in the red dress suddenly shook her hand, and the ice crystals she summoned bounded the flying bird's neck. The battle ended there. Pajuan lost. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. At this point, she had clearly sensed the power of this woman named Maureen. The handsome waiter brought back the table and chairs, and set out the refreshments. The two high-ranking women sat down as if nothing had happened, but this time, Pajuan's tone was much softer. You want to meet them? I send a message, and you can just go to their base. That's too much trouble. Can't the four of us sit together, and get this over with quickly? You're quite arrogant. Pajuan toyed with a waiter with a perky butt. But the three of us won't get together easily. We're afraid of being wiped out by the military. Besides, there's Siegency lurching towards us from outer space. Siegence's eyes flickered, and he rested his chin calmly. Well, what if I suggest we join forces to take out Siegency first? What do you think? In a soft and tender voice, he spoke with startling details. Pajuan raised an eyebrow. Do you know how many level 9 psychics have died at Siegency's hands? Quite a few have died at my hands, too. Her bright gaze made Pajuan serious. Okay, I convey your message. Looking forward to hearing good news from the Pajuan leader. Pajuan's gaze swept over the three men behind her, and he smiled. Since I've given you a favor, can you lend me some of your men for a bit? A chill ran down the three men's spines. None of them were online acquaintances like Siegency, and their disguises had only slightly diminished their features. They were still good-looking to begin with. To think that old witch Pajuan would take a fancy to them. The key point was, this opportunity to penetrate the enemy's inner circle was rare, and Siegency wouldn't let it go. As expected, her smile deepened. It's just a few men, pick whatever you want. If these aren't your cup of tea, there are better ones out there. Pajuan was very pleased with her answer, and pointed at Xiangyi. I like this one. It's exciting. He had clearly set his sights on her for a long time. Also, that one with glasses you left in the village is pretty good too. He'd definitely cry out in frustration after a few beatings. Pajuan licked his lips. Chief Mo-Lin is truly blessed. That's all. Siegency turned to look at Xiangyi, who was about to cry but couldn't. Sir, boss Pajuan well okay? I get it, boss. Siegency patted his cold face, and smiled at Pajuan. After all, he's my capable subordinate. Please, boss Pajuan, have some mercy on him. Pajuan waved his hand. I give it back to you after you're done. The others struggled to suppress their twitching lips. Siegency led the others away, leaving Xiangyi trembling under Pajuan's greedy gaze. As they walked away, Grimes finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Will he be drained tonight? Gong Yin agreed solemnly. It's okay, he's got enough energy. Mitty felt a little reluctant. Leaving Xiangyi like this, will it get him into trouble? He's not stupid. Hilfus disagreed. If he can figure out the size of the Pajuan pirates, we have a better idea, right, sister? Siegency glanced at him without saying anything. When they returned to the village, they were surprised to find that the villagers' expressions had changed. They were actually a little grateful. Later, they learned that Manny had rescued Weixi's father. This changed everyone's opinion of them, especially Weishi. Boss, please let me join you. The young man knelt sincerely before Siegency. I told you, you're not qualified. But that didn't stop him from following them. He continued to follow them. On the third day after arriving at Border Planet number 1, Siegency finally met with the three leaders. If they could kill these three, the garrison would be largely successful. Once again, on the terrace of Pajuan Villa. As soon as they arrived, a man, heavily anointed, wearing tight leather pants and a half-tight leather vest, rushed up. His neck and waist were covered in marks. Where did this tranny come from? Glanes roared and threw a punch, which was caught by the man. It's me. Xiangyi rudely wiped off his lipstick. The air was silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in laughter. Xiangyi was furious. You heartless man. I've worked so hard to keep my name clean, and you're laughing. Mitty, completely distraught, threw him a loose shirt. Xiangyi didn't care that it was women's clothing and quickly put it on. Little wild horse, don't you like the suit I gave you? From a distance, Pajun approached, each arm around a male lover. Xiangyi, like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly hid behind Xie. He didn't care that his teammates were laughing so hard at Pajun's nickname. What a pity! If I hadn't promised you not to cripple him, I could have given him some medicine last night. Pajun looked at the man with a hunched neck. He looks wild, but no matter how hard I squeeze him, he won't get up. Xiangyi rolled his eyes inwardly. There was no way he could get up from this old woman. Xie ignored her lewdness. Where are the other two? Here they are. A helicopter buzzed in the sky, and a 50-year-old man with a coxcomb haircut jumped out. At the same time, the aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, and a ball of liquor descended from the sky, transforming into a slightly tipsy young man. Xie unclenched his fists, his brow furrowed. What do you mean, Boss Jiuming? This man is just an avatar, a product of supernatural powers. Oh, his avatar is just like the real him. Mark and I haven't even seen him in person yet. Pajun explained calmly. Really? Xie sat down relaxedly. This meant we had to change our plan. Chapter 301. On border planet number 1, 3 pirate groups, led by level 9 psychics, are united in their fight against the military. Even the slightest leak of one would cause considerable trouble. This Jiuming was the first major pirate group to establish themselves on border planet number 1, and his powers remain a mystery. He must not be allowed to escape. Since he refused to reveal himself, Xie had no choice but to proceed with Plan B. Since you're all here, I get straight to the point. She rested her elbows on the armrest, leaning back with a slender air. I'm going to build a base on border planet number 1. I hope you make room for me. Pajun had seen enough of this woman's impolite nature. She tilted her head and took the pipe offered by the waiter. According to the rules, I'm fine with losing. We're all interstellar pirates. Whoever has the strongest fighting power has the final say. Mark glanced at the silver-haired woman with a lustful look, rubbing the iron ball with a whirring sound. Then follow the rules. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and his smile deepened. A brief second later, they both stood up simultaneously. At that moment, all the metal objects in the town trembled and suddenly flew into the sky. Mark mobilized his supernatural powers and transformed into a giant lion, his mane visible in every detail, tumbling and roaring in the air with his mouth wide open. Such a formidable force terrified the interstellar pirates in the town below. Xie pointed again, and a streak of ice crystal shot out, quickly transforming into a ferocious tiger in the air. The cold air rolled in, freezing all the water within a 10-mile radius. Pajun immediately ordered the servants to light a small stove. The crowd looked at the icy flowers climbing up the windowpanes, wanting to cry but unable to. When gods fight, mortals suffer. A lion and a tiger faced each other in midair for a moment before suddenly lunging. Bite, roar, the lion swung its claws high, but the tiger dodged nimbly, and bit the lion's neck, shredding its mane. Mark's brows twitched slightly, and he shouted, increasing his supernatural power output. The lion pushed the tiger away and struck with a claw, but it didn't even scrape off the tiger's icy shards. Instead, it was whipped away by its tail. Mark was shocked, veins bulging on his face, and his supernatural particles surged again. All nearby metal was controlled. Even the helicopter he had arrived in wasn't spared, transformed into a giant snake. The lion and the snake, each the size of 2 tall buildings, formed a pincer attack on the icy tiger from either side. Mark glanced triumphantly at the woman beside him, wondering what other tricks you had in store. A scornful smile curved at the corner of her mouth, and with another tap of her finger, the chill intensified. Several ice crystals shot out, transforming into 10 fierce tigers. This time, Mark didn't wait for the first move. With a flick of her finger, the tigers launched an attack on the lion and the snake. A crackling sound echoed, and the metal lion and snake were quickly torn apart by the tigers. Mark was horrified, his eyes darting rapidly, as he suddenly hurled 2 iron balls. Xie dodged, and the old man vanished. She stood still. The moment he appeared, dagger in hand, she lifted the hem of her skirt and spun with her kick, sending him flying. He smashed through the wall and landed in the room behind the terrace. As Xie turned, she grabbed the dagger that had been launched from behind and gently hurled it, piercing Mark's head. 3-point penetration. Looking at the dagger swinging, Mark dared no longer resist. I lose. He climbed to his feet, supporting his old waist, and walked out of the hole in the wall. The silver-haired woman gently lowered the hem of her skirt and smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. Her black-haired subordinate lifted a chair, and she sat down, crossing her legs casually. Okay, I talked to Jiu Ming and let you know where the plot will be. Pajun's waiter brought back the table. Mark bared his teeth. Don't blame me for not warning you. Jiu Ming is more formidable than either of us. He glanced at his smiling clone, who replied, No need to bother looking for me, Miss Maureen. Just go ahead and strike. Mark had taken a beating, but couldn't bear to see him so casually surrender. He began to stir up trouble. Jiu Ming, you're already backing down before the fight even begins? Trouble. Jiu Ming yawned. Adding another level 9 to border planet number 1 would make the military even more wary. Besides, I'm more interested in Miss Maureen's plan to encircle and suppress Xie Jinxi than in fighting. At his words, the other three's eyes lit up. Maureen spoke first, then let's go to outer space now. They only have an army of 20,000. If we join forces, we easily defeat them. But I heard the soldiers in the Eternal Day Legion are at least level 3. Mark said, then exchanged a glance with Pajun. After so many years as neighbors, they understood each other. 3 pirate groups plus Maureen would definitely be able to defeat the Eternal Day Legion, but the losses would also be significant. So-called cooperation wouldn't be enough at this point. Whoever suffered the most would feel the pain. Instead, they were afraid to go all out. Jiu Ming knew them all too well. It would be best if we waited for her to arrive at border planet number 1. She's not stupid. Why would she rush over here so rashly? Maureen curled her lips. But Jiu Ming was startling. According to information I've received, the military has ordered Xie Jinxi to station troops before the end of this month. She'd definitely come. At this, Xie Jinxi's grip on her cup tightened. Although the news of her stationing had leaked, the timing was kept secret to prevent a potential siege. So, are there not only traitors within the Empire, but also interstellar pirates within the military? Or is someone targeting her again? Then we just wait and see. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she put down her cup. The commanders of the garrison always bring a lot of money and weapons. How will we divide them up? Building a base will definitely require a lot of money. The three of them paused. Haha, you're already thinking about dividing things before you've even captured them. Pajun smiled dangerously. She flashed a somewhat arrogant smile. I'm just worried you forget about me. Her soft tone sent a chill down the spine of the men behind her. This isn't going to work. She'd go crazy if she keeps acting like this for a few more days. After this discussion, Xie Jinxi led her men away. After watching her leave, the other three didn't rush to leave. Jiu Ming, what do you think? Very impressive. You're just pretending. Pajun half closed his eyes, his tone irritated. I'm asking you, is she Xie Jinxi? The sudden arrival of a level 9 woman during the garrison period was suspicious in every way. At least I haven't heard of any goddess pirates. Jiu Ming added, drowsy, but according to surveillance from outer space, Xie Jinxi is currently leading his men outside of border planet number 1, seemingly searching for an opportunity to break through. Also, I observed her. Her hands and skin are very delicate, unlike someone who has trained in physical techniques for a long time like Xie Jinxi. So he leaned towards coincidence. Is that so? Pajun was still uneasy. Remembering something, he pulled up a video from his computer. These are the men she left behind in the village. Take a look. Jiu Ming glanced lazily to the side, his expression changing slightly. Chapter 302. Xie Jinxi returned to the village. After being ridiculed, Xiang Yi stood before her with his head held high and chest puffed out, reporting, according to my subordinates, after a brief investigation, the Pajun pirates have over 133,000 members and over 100 high-energy cannons. In addition to Pajun, a level 9 psychic, there's also another level 8 psychic and 3 level 7 psychics. He was quite willing to go all out to get so much information in such a short period of time. Xie Jinxi nodded. I give you credit for the first achievement. The people who were about to laugh at him immediately became jealous. Su Shuyan adjusted his glasses. I heard Pajun had a crush on him, but one look at Xiang Yi's small leather vest suppressed the thought. One more thing, our plan has changed. Xie Jinxi said calmly, notify Robert in outer space to hold a voice conference. When Weishi heard his boss had returned and couldn't find him anywhere, he quietly ran to the house where they were staying. He suddenly noticed a transparent, bubble-like barrier outside the house. He reached out to touch it, but passed through it. What? He held his breath and entered, but nothing happened. He poked his head out of the window, only to be met with a pair of icy eyes. He immediately retracted his head. Major General? Su Shuyan, who was speaking, looked at her in confusion. Xie Jinxi gestured outside, and Grimes rushed out, seeing Weishi standing at the window, stunned. He was utterly surprised. Why are you here? He picked him up and threw him back into the house. It's over, it's over. It seems our sound jammer is broken. Everyone was startled. Could they have been discovered? Su Xuan quickly checked no. Everyone turned to look at the young man. Wei Shi was completely stunned. What was going on? Why did they all seem like different people, especially the eldest brother? Although his appearance remained the same, he felt so unattainable, so difficult to approach. Dual element? Xie stood up, causing his eyes to widen like a stressed cat. Just now. They called you Major General, and you're a general. When the silver-haired woman raised a finger to her lips, he quickly covered his mouth, the excitement in his eyes betraying his feelings. Spiritual Power 2008, B-level Fire Ability, A-level Special Ability, probably something like electromagnetic interference, capable of disabling electronic devices. Xie eyes, like the most precise measuring instrument, examined him, then said, not bad. Wei Shi's eyes sparkled, and he whispered, then can I join you? Military personnel, they're really here. Not qualified. Before his eyes dimmed, Xie added, underage. Then I sign up again when I grow up. After receiving her nod, Wei Shi was so excited that he was at a loss for words. Xiang Yi then warned him, just pretend you didn't see anything, okay? After he nodded, he picked him up and threw him out. Chiu received it, and the villagers began to go out to collect grain. Seeing that the granaries were full, and they didn't have to pay tribute to the other three pirate groups, they couldn't help but smile. As the month drew to a close, Maureen went alone to the Pejuan base as promised, preparing to join the other three pirate groups in encircling the Eternal Day Legion. But when she arrived at the Pejuan base, she found it deserted. A drone whirred in the sky. She frowned slightly. Pejuan, what's going on? What's going on? Pejuan's sneer echoed from the drone. You're still pretending, Xie. Instantly, countless purple clouds erupted from the base, quickly dissipated by green streaks of light. Pejuan, facing the monitor, slammed the intercom upon seeing the familiar glow. It's that little bitch. Mark gave her a sullen look. Hurry up and do it. The two of them approached Xie. A green streak of light suddenly darted out, and the two men immediately displayed a screen of light, causing it to stop in midair. On the screen, the villagers of Vichy were tied up by space pirates. Manny and the others had their hands raised, held at gunpoint by the pirates. If you don't want these people to be wiped out, you better behave yourself. Xie eyes blazed with murderous intent, sending a chill down the spines of the two men across from her. When she was still Maureen, she hadn't been so oppressive, but now, she was overwhelming. I'm warning you, if even one of you dies, I make sure you're left without a burial. She didn't move, which relieved Pejuan, who then began to act with composure. I'm asking you, where's the money and weapons you brought? Jiuming traveled to outer space, only to discover that the Eternal Day Legion had long since deserted, leaving only an empty warship. Xie understood, release the people first. Give them the things first. Humph, I gave you the things, and they're still alive? Xie knew better than anyone the cruelty of these interstellar pirates. Pejuan, his intentions exposed, remained unperturbed. Haha, we're afraid you rebel, and you're worried about the lives of others. Let's do this, Mark suggested cheerfully. Give us the money first, and we release the villagers. But Xie didn't fall for his trap. Release my men first. The villagers won't be able to escape even if we release them. Mark and Pejuan exchanged a glance. This woman was indeed not easy to fool. Then, they conferred with Jiuming. Promise her. Jiuming sniffed at a jar of wine. So the pirates did as she was told. Xie watched Manny and the others leave the atmosphere in a small warship before telling them the money was in their ship's hidden hold. Haha, you're quite bold, actually leaving the money there. Jiuming's men did as she had instructed and found crates and crates of United Star coins. As Jiuming put the things away, Pejuan and Mark panicked. What if this guy didn't take them out? After loading the money onto his own spaceship, Jiuming turned back to look for Manny and the others who had been released, only to find that they had vanished, as if they had disappeared. When his men returned with their report, he frowned slightly, feeling something was amiss. But when he saw the villagers being held hostage, he calmed down. Forget it. Capture all the villagers and bring them back to base, he ordered. Have Pejuan and Mark bring them to our base. With hostages in hand, there was no need to worry if Xie dared to resist. The pirates flew through the sky, clutching the hostages. The young man standing in the amusement park tightened his grip slightly. Dean, come play. The girl sliding down the slide waved cheerfully. He smiled and turned away. Chapter 303. Pejuan and Mark had brought enough men with them to ensure they wouldn't be shortchanged in the upcoming division of the spoils. The Jiuming pirates, unlike other interstellar pirate groups, primarily dealt in alcohol. A must-have skill for pirate members was winemaking and tasting. While their wine wasn't certified by the Federation, it was privately renowned among pirates and the wealthy. Before entering the base, the rich, intoxicating aroma of wine filled the air. Pajun took a deep breath. Has this guy brewed some new wine? It smells like fresh. Mark licked his lips and gazed at Xie Jinxi beside him. His appetite turned to greed. But she kept her eyes downcast, seemingly oblivious to her imprisonment. The young man guarding the base's entrance hurried forward and said, "Boss, our boss invites you to the wine cellar." The wine cellar he was referring to was Jiuming's studio, where he researched new wines. Along the way, the base was dotted with taverns, the aroma of alcohol filling the air. The sounds of drinking and playing finger-guessing games filled the air, and groups of space pirates gathered in small groups to compete in drinking. "Of the three of us, he's the least like a space pirate," Mark muttered quietly to Pajun. "But when it comes to robbing, Jiuming is the best." Then both fell silent, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Xie Jinxi, his hands cupped, smiled faintly at the sight. The wine cellar they were talking about was a small hill, hollowed out to store the liquor. Outside the wine cellar was a flat land where the villagers had been brought in, over 100 people, thrown together, and pointed at with weapons. Upon seeing Xie Jinxi, they all revealed their excitement. The aroma of wine was already overwhelmingly intoxicating. With the release of their supernatural powers, even though they tried their best to stay awake, their cheeks were already flushed. "Jiuming, can you please be more restrained?" Pajun cursed angrily. A door opened from the ground, and a man in a white coat emerged. He had short, shaggy brown hair, wore clear goggles, and disposable gloves, and looked like a researcher. His cheeks flushed, a hint of tipsiness perpetually present. "Stop talking nonsense. Where are the people?" Pajun pointed behind him. "Here." His hazy gaze fell on Xie Jinxi, and when he met her icy gaze, he sobered up a bit, but when he saw the villagers his men had brought with them, he felt at ease again. "Major General Xie, where are the weapons?" Xie Jinxi sized him up. "Are they real people this time?" Jiuming chuckled. "Authentic." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman's sharp eyes swept over him, and he unconsciously tensed. Then he saw her frown. "Major General Xie, is there something wrong? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. You're quite afraid of death." Seen through, Jiuming didn't know why his special move hadn't worked on her, but at least he had used it. He still had a way out. He motioned for his men to bring an old man over, pointing a gun at him, and glared at Xie Jinxi provocatively. Weapons. The garrison legion must have been well equipped, something the space pirates were desperately in need of. He had to get it out of this woman. It would have taken some effort, but Xie Jinxi was surprisingly cooperative, removing the space button from her neck. "It's all inside." Without waiting for the 3 to react, she tossed it high into the air. The small space button gleamed with a strange brilliance in the sunlight. The 3 pirate leaders present had a fighting instinct ingrained in their bones. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already wielded their skills, each moving towards the space button. From midair, they saw Xie Jinxi below, her head raised, a cold glint in her eyes. Her hands were still cuffed, but dazzling spikes of light emanated from her feet. From the air, she resembled a vibrant flower. Puff! 3 sharp piercing sounds echoed, pitting the 3 level 9 psychics to the ground. A truly sinister smile spread across her face, and with a single exertion of force, she tore the handcuffs apart. The interstellar pirates, having reacted, immediately raised their weapons and opened fire. But with a single, gentle step, the frost instantly spread across 100 miles, freezing the entire base. Countless ice sculptures stood tall on the icy plain, their eyes frozen with fear. A massive green ball of light rose from the sky, dispersing before shooting down arrows of green light. Instantly, countless ice sculptures were shattered. The flying ice fragments melted upon the ground, transforming into fragments of limbs and flesh. High in the sky, Jiuming and the other 2 paled. After exchanging a glance, their power surged. If they didn't fight now, they were doomed. No one had expected Xie Jinxi to be so terrifying. With a single strike, she completely dominated the situation. They all lunged forward simultaneously. She moved with ease, her fingertips waving, and streams of light as dense as a seaweed forest. They were caught in a dangerous situation, unable to approach, and had to retreat slightly. Unfortunately, their best men were all frozen, so they couldn't just leave them there. They agreed to threaten Xie Jinxi with hostages, but instead, she'd taken over. Jiuming threw a large amount of liquor, and Pajun then threw a cigar, igniting the liquor. The flames slowly melted the ice and snow. The space pirates, who had escaped death, were freed. "Kill a few of those villagers immediately," Mark shouted furiously. But before the pirates could pounce on the villagers, they suddenly rose up and slaughtered the freed space pirates in a flash. They removed their disguises, revealing Manny and the others. After Jioming revealed the duration of their deployment, Xie Jinxi anticipated the possibility of his identity being exposed. So, he used Vichy's special ability to mask the surveillance cameras, allowing his men to switch identities with the villagers, facilitating the implementation of his second plan. A complete countermeasure, executed without anyone noticing. These people thought they had brought back prey that threatened Xie Jinxi, but they didn't realize they were actually hunters. So the boss's ice ability has also reached level 9, right? Glaine's transformed into a beast, skillfully taking out the pirates, exclaiming, "What an insane rate of advancement. Hurry!" Unfortunately, no matter how fast they moved, there were nearly 200,000 pirates in this base, and they simply couldn't kill them all. After thawing, they quickly surrounded them. Before they could move, they were frozen again. The three pirate leaders' eyelids jumped, and before they could come up with a plan, Xie Jinxi drew his tang sword. Jioming felt a visceral fear, and remembering the rumors about her, he turned and was about to run. But before he knew it, Xie Jinxi blocked his path, swinging his sword. He frantically mobilized his power, his entire body becoming as transparent as wine, and the sword pierced through him. Before I could feel relieved, the cold air hit me and I was frozen. Chapter 304. After dispatching one, Xie Jinxi rushed towards Pijuan. The latter had already transformed into a beast and flapped his wings, but in the blink of an eye, he was cut off by a barrage of green arrows. The arrows pursued her, as if they had a sense of their own. There was no way back, no way to survive. On the ground, Xie Jinxi had already approached Mark, swinging her sword like lightning. No matter how much metal he conjured up, whether lions, tigers, or giant snakes, they couldn't stop her. He was quickly kicked away. As he soared into the air, Xie Jinxi slammed the ground to reach her side, and pinned him to the ground with a single blow. Pijuan in the sky took the opportunity to escape, but she spun around and threw her tang sword, which transformed into two daggers in midair and pierced the base of her wings. The large white bird plummeted down and transformed into a human form. The two daggers transformed into metal rings, encircling her. Using her mental power, Xinghe dragged her back and threw her with Mark. The two men lay face to face on the ground, completely surrendering their resistance. Xie Jinxi went to look at Jioming again. As he approached, his expression changed slightly. After thawing, a pool of wine spilled onto the ground. Escaped, a dark glint flashed in his eyes, as bright as the night sky. Manny will take charge from now on. With that, she transformed the galaxy into a hoverboard and launched herself aloft. The metal, controlled by her mind, moved faster than the speed of sound, pursuing a specific direction. Glane shielded his eyes, as he watched her blinking figure shimmer. Wow! Boss is incredible. She single-handedly took down the entire group. Is she really only a level 9? Manny directed the others to detain the pirate leaders, taking a moment to glance at the few who were slacking off. Hurry up and get to work. We need to rendezvous with Granville and the others. While they were busy here, Robert and his men weren't idle either. As they took action, they immediately raided the bases of Pijuan and Mark. In the orphanage. This place was at the intersection of the three major pirate groups. Because the director was incredibly powerful, he paid a considerable amount of Union Star coins to the three groups annually, and didn't interfere with their operations. Therefore, this place felt like a paradise, safe and peaceful. But this day, he was destined to be unable to stay out of the action. Wei Shi picked up dinner from the kitchen, and went to the dining room, spooning it onto plates one by one. When everything was ready, he ran to the courtyard to call everyone to eat. Andy Sana's cooking is delicious. 100 times, no, 1,000 times, better than the Dean's. Last time, the Dean hunted a bison, and the cooked food was so hard to chew that Peek's baby teeth were all gone by the time he finished eating it. The young man who followed in couldn't help but laugh. You little brats, I won't cook for you anymore. Looking at the young man, who exuded a gentle aura, Vichy laughed heartily. Dean, the children are telling the truth. The other villagers also laughed kindly. Since hiding here, they have felt a peace they've never known. If only this life could continue forever. Amid the symphony of chopsticks, forks, and plates clashing, the Dean's smile suddenly froze. He stood up quickly. Run! A feeling of terror washed over his face. Everyone panicked, but years of instinct made them run out the back door. Wei Shi felt the supernatural particles surging through him and shuddered. It was terrifying. However, an even more terrifying aura was approaching. If the Dean were a lake, the oncoming force was like a raging tsunami, suffocating them. Here it is! A gnashing sound echoed, and a pool of liquid fell into the courtyard, transforming into a man. The Dean threw the thunderball he had prepared long ago, but the incoming force blocked it with a barrier. The Dean frowned, then rushed forward in a few quick steps, unleashing a powerful punch. His movements were swift and ferocious, leaving Wei Shi stunned. In terms of punches and kicks, Jiao Ming was not as good as him, but his abilities were far superior. As he dodged, he couldn't help but sneer, "You're from the military." That was in the past. The Dean pressed his hands down, and the thunder that had been brewing in the sky for so long roared down. Jiao Ming raised his hands, and the liquid transformed into a barrier, a rich aroma emanating from him. The Dean's decisive movements began to slow, and gradually, a blush crept onto his face, and his body began to stagger. Jiao Ming snorted coldly, stepping past him and heading for the house. He had to capture a few hostages, then kill everyone and dampen Xie Jinxi's spirit. "Dean!" The children's terrified cries made him pause for a moment. He bit his tongue hard and dropped a lightning net, enveloping the house. Jiao Ming paused slightly, lacing 3 words between his teeth, "You're courting death." The sky darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A strong wind blew up the aroma of wine, causing it to explode. As his superpowers dissipated, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The charred Dean gently collapsed. He raised his hand weakly, watching the figure entering the restaurant. Jiao Ming approached. Wei Shi, the person with the highest superpowers present, stood between the villagers and the children. "Don't come over here!" He screamed and flung a fireball, but it silently dissipated before Jiao Ming. The children's terrified cries filled his ears. The young man lying in the yard dug his fingers into the scorched earth, and saw the little bear rolling on the slide beside him. I failed again. Beams of sunlight pierced his battered body. The pale golden light gradually took on a green hue, and tiny specks of green light fell. Amidst the radiant glow, the woman in a red dress soared towards him. She leaped powerfully from the hoverboard, the galaxy transforming into wings to slow her descent. Jiao Ming grabbed the child, but before he could block her, she pressed her hand against his face, sending him flying through the wall and slamming him to the ground. A large crater was created in the ground, and his limbs bounced up and down again, with the sound of bones cracking. His body had become transparent, but it had not yet sunk into the earth. The excruciating pain caused him to transform into a human form. "Damn it, what did you do to me?" Xie Jinxi's eyes were devoid of any emotion. His mental power flickered slightly, and strands of green light lingered within Jiao Ming's body. His body alternately expanded and shrank, resembling a deformed monster. Jiao Ming's white lab coat turned earthy brown. He knelt before Xie Jinxi, clutching her feet. "I surrender. Please let me go!" Major General Xie. This scene was deeply etched in the minds of the villagers and children in the house. It was eventually painted in oil, circulated throughout Border Planet No. 1 and even the Federation, becoming an essential illustration for introducing Xie Jinxi. The young man in the yard was healed by the green light. By the time he rose, Xie Jinxi had already carried Jiao Ming away. From beginning to end, he never once glanced at him. "Dean, who's that big sister? She's so powerful. She beat the bad guys to a pulp." The little girl asked excitedly, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "I wish I had a sister as powerful as her." The young man's lips trembled slightly. "I have a sister like her, but I didn't cherish her enough." And so they became strangers. The wet handkerchief wiped across his face. "Dean, are you in pain? Why are you crying?" Chapter 305. The 3 major interstellar pirate groups on Border Planet No. 1 were wiped out in a single day. The 3 ninth-level leaders were taken prisoner, the top brass was nearly wiped out, and the smaller captains and ordinary members were mostly killed or injured. When Xie Jinxi returned with the wine cellar, Granville and Robert's 2 groups had already reunited. They each escorted a shipload of captives, creating a spectacular spectacle. Most of the interstellar pirates were at the wine cellar base, but the survivors were the fewest, barely 1 in 100. With the wine cellar at its center, corpses piled up like a mountain. She landed on the pile of corpses, and the soldiers in white uniforms below saluted. A green light band enveloped her. When the light faded, she had shed her long dress and donned her military uniform. Her long hair flowed, swaying in the wind. If anything could rival Xie Jinxi's brilliance at this moment, it would only be the stars. After returning the gift, he gazed at the thousands of captives prostrating themselves at his feet. a hint of thaw appearing on his icy face. Well done, my soldiers. A sense of pride rose within everyone. One day, they had annihilated 3 interstellar pirate groups that had troubled the military for decades. Once their merits were recognized, they would surely have a glorious moment. Jiao Ming and the other 2 were left together, staring at the regal woman, their eyes aching with fear. After imprisoning all the captives aboard the spaceship, the Eternal Day Legion began a thorough cleanup of Border Planet Number 1. The other interstellar pirate groups, terrified, fled without a struggle. That day, the residents of Border Planet Number 1 witnessed a strange scene. All the interstellar pirates left the planet as if their backs were on fire. In the sky, the pirates' starships and fighter planes, like flocks of migrating birds, broke through the clouds and fled into space. The civilians, uninformed, believed a war was about to break out, and were in a state of panic. Until the satellite launched and the signal connected to the federal network. Hundreds of drones, 24/7, broadcast announcements over Border Planet Number 1. From today, Border Planet Number 1 officially comes under federal jurisdiction. All residents are requested to relocate to the newly established settlement and register their identities. The new settlement is located at 39 degrees north latitude and 29 degrees west longitude. For those with limited transportation or lacking a map, please request assistance from the drones. The drones have intelligent recognition capabilities. When they spot humans, they automatically land and provide a map and a help page. During their flight, they also record the geographical environment of Border Planet Number 1, compiling it into a 3-dimensional map through the Intelligent Hub. This includes information on exotic beasts, water bodies, continental distribution, and other aspects of the environment. For the next month, everyone was busy. Unlike the development of Dragon Star, which involved participation from various parties, the Eternal Day Legion was solely responsible for the development of Border Star Number 1. They had to build a base and conduct a census of all residents. Thankfully, Sea Agency's caravan was there for the first task, bringing with them a large amount of specialized machinery, making it incredibly fast. Of course, this abuse of public power for personal gain drew criticism from some, but she didn't care. Rather than letting other caravans cut corners, it was better to earn the profit herself. The second task was due to the small population of Border Star Number 1. Most people, counting back 6 or 7 generations, might even share a common ancestor. Take the village of Weishi, for example. With just over 130 people, it was considered a medium-sized village. A month later, the total number of residents was less than 100,000. The shanties they had prepared weren't even fully occupied. Sea Agency issued a notice offering them the opportunity to participate in the construction of a new settlement, with participants receiving free apartments in the residential complex. The moment the news broke, all the residents were excited. A long line formed at the registration point from the moment it opened, with some even sleeping on the floor in the waiting area, just to get in first and get a better chance at choosing an apartment. On the surface, everyone seemed united, but there were always some bad apples. Major General Xiang Yi has captured 2 more interstellar pirates. Manny entered the office to report. Although the 3 major interstellar pirate groups had been destroyed, many escaped along the way, always waiting for an opportunity to rescue their leader. How naive. They thought they could make a comeback by rescuing their leader. Little did they know that Jiao Ming and the other 2 had already expressed their willingness to surrender. It was just that Sea Agency wanted to trade them for merit, so he refused. This isn't a solution. Filthy's also brought over the report. I've caught a few, but there are surely many more left unexposed. Yes, I have an idea. Compared to him, Sea Agency was as calm as a gentle drizzle. The others were immediately relieved. The development of Border Planet Number 1 was proceeding at full speed. The first thing to be built was a school, providing a place for the idle children in the shantytowns. On the day of the school upgrade, Sea Agency gathered all the civilian staff and asked, who's willing to take charge? Being the principal of Border Planet Number 1's first school sounded very meaningful. But no one had the courage to take on such a responsibility. The head of the logistics department scratched his head. Major General, although we're civilians, we joined our legion for the fighting, not for teaching. Their civilian personnel also participated in the pirate extermination. The Eternal Day Legion civilian positions are separated from the military positions, which is unique. You're good at fighting, but you struggle with a pen, and even less so at teaching. Sea Agency looked at Su Xuyan again. I think you're a good fit. The young man adjusted his glasses. Although I wear glasses, I'm a true combat command professional. Manny frowned. This isn't the right time to recruit externally. Who knows if this person is a spy, an interstellar pirate, or a Federation informant. At this point, the silent Robert spoke. I'd like to recommend someone. He's in a shanty. With just the Major General's order, I think he'd be happy to come. Siegency's eyes flickered as he began to consider. Philsis's hand tightened on his knees. I think this kind of work is best left to professionals. I can act as a substitute until the public recruitment is open. The other group leaders had guessed who Robert was referring to, and seeing Philsis's reaction, they couldn't help but reveal a subtle expression. Xiangyi, who had always been at odds with him, quickly said, I think he's quite professional after all these years of training. He have no problem taking care of so many children. After saying that, Philsis glared at him. Hey, just because the boss was unhappy, he was satisfied. Everyone looked at Siegency. Considering all factors, she nodded. Immediately draft a letter inviting Dean Xinghao to serve as the principal of the official school. Personal feelings aside, Xinghao had a well-known reputation on Border Planet number 1 over the years, and was well-liked by the children. He also had a high level of education, and a knack for handling matters, making him perfectly qualified for the job. When Xinghao saw Siegency's signature on the invitation, his hands trembled. Sister, she's forgiven me. Filthy had always been hostile to him, fearing he might be overly sentimental. You're overthinking it. Sister is just using you as a tool. Manny, who was traveling with him, couldn't help but wipe her sweat. Although Filthy was already capable of handling things independently, she was still very immature in this regard. Looking at Xinghao, who had a complicated expression, she said, Anyway, come with me to complete the onboarding process. Your position is only listed in the official system. Okay, I understand. Xinghao had also been part of the system, so he naturally understood the procedures. He had spent years working with children, and after taking on the position, he felt comfortable with it. Everything was proceeding smoothly and orderly. Chapter 306. On the way home from school, the children happily sang nursery rhymes. When the long day arrives, pirates panic. Build bases, build houses. Cultivate the land, harvest crops quickly. Siegency stood by the window of the office at the military base, squinting slightly at the setting sun. The high-rise buildings under construction formed one of the silhouettes on the skyline, and everything was vibrant. Filthies knocked on the door. Sister, dinner is ready. Because of the staff shortage, he, the adjutant, took on the part-time job of personal assistant, personally cooking for her every day. Although others might think he was busy, he enjoyed it. Today's soup is sweet water lily soup. I heard your voice was a little hoarse during the meeting today, so drink more. Siegency nodded, sat down, and after taking 2 sips, her eyebrows raised slightly. This soup will be my midnight snack. She was very straightforward when expressing satisfaction and enjoyment. If it was delicious, she ordered another serving. If it wasn't, forget it. Philsis's cooking skills were praised, and he narrowed his eyes in delight. Okay. When Xiangyi arrived, he was sure he saw his tail sticking up. I guess I've arrived just in time, boss. Give me something to eat. He grabbed a piece of bread and nibbled on it, giving Philsis a thumbs up. Good cooking. The black-haired young man said with a forced smile, Adjutant Xiang, if you're hungry, you can go to the cafeteria. He didn't need this jerk's praise of his cooking. Nothing in the cafeteria is as delicious as your cooking. I didn't cook for you. Boss, I gave it to you. You? Siegency put down her spoon, her voice low, and they both fell silent. What's up? Xiangyi, holding the bread in his mouth, took out the document and handed it to her. Official letter from Imperial Capital Star. Siegency pulled it out and glanced at it, frowning. Notify all regimental commanders to convene in the small conference room in half an hour. Her expression rarely changed, and everyone immediately realized something important was going on. Half an hour later, everyone was in the small conference room. Siegency placed the official letter on the table, glanced around, and said, The military council has ordered a return to the Imperial Capital Star within a month to report on work progress. Everyone will also be rewarded for their contributions. Everyone reacted for a moment, but instead of feeling happy, they sensed something amiss. Su Xuan, quick-witted, immediately said, Returning to report at this time seems fishy. That's right. If it were sooner, we should have been allowed back after Jiuming and the others were eliminated. If it were later, we should have waited until the base and the central city were completed and the officials arrived to formally establish order. Xiangyi added, a hint of sarcasm on his face, I'm afraid the higher-ups have other motives. It wasn't too early, and it wasn't too late, but it happened just as the military base was being built, the residential areas were rising, and other areas were beginning to take shape. This is the busiest time, the one where you need people most. Granville sneered, It's obvious you have bad intentions. Any other news? Everyone looked at Agency. Not yet. Even if there was, it wouldn't be made public until she returned. Agency lowered her eyes and nodded at the table, then looked at everyone. Xiangyi and Granville will stay at the base to oversee the construction progress. The rest of you, prepare and return to Imperial Capital Star. What about Pejuan and the others? Agency snorted. We haven't been ordered to bring the prisoners back. After the meeting, Agency sat alone for a while, then went to the base dungeon. 2 barrels. Buzzed. Pejuan kicked Mark. Hurry up, get your chicken legs. Damn, old witch, you've already won 3 of my chicken legs. Mark tossed the chicken legs from his plate at her. When Agency arrived, the high-ranking inmates in white prison uniforms were playing mahjong. Because they were so bored, they staked their daily meat. This place didn't even feel like a prison cell. The spacious space housed several beds, a shared wardrobe, a bathroom, and even a TV, a laptop, and other electronics. There were no superpower suppressors or high-energy weapons, and the high-ranking inmates, including the 3 level 9 superpowered individuals, weren't even handcuffed. But no one dared to escape. Agency was like a 5-finger mountain, crushing these hopping monkeys to the ground. Her arrival made the eyelids of the prisoners, who had been tortured for the past 6 months, jump. Something bad happened. Oh, there's no wind in this dungeon. How did Major General Xie get here? Jiao Ming lay languidly on the bed in the corner. Or were you so kind as to finally bring me a bottle of wine? In the past 6 months of abstinence, he'd gone from scratching his head at first, to raging in the middle, to now just letting himself go. Every day felt like a year. I'd be returning to Imperial Capital Star to report in a week. Instantly, the expressions of the 3 level 9s changed. The next second, a mental imprint penetrated their brows. The slightest thought that had arisen vanished instantly. He knew this woman wouldn't give them any chance to escape. Agency didn't need to wait for their reaction. There are some things I need your cooperation on. She dragged a chair over, sat down, and crossed her legs. After I get back. She tilted her head. How's this deal? The others reacted for a moment, and Jiao Ming was the first to clap his hands and laugh. How are you from the military? It's a shame you're not an interstellar pirate. Major General Xie is just more direct than the other assholes in the military. Pejuan was also very satisfied with the deal, and, not caring about the chicken leg, began to look forward to the days ahead. Soon, Agency led most of the Eternal Day Legion back to the Imperial Capital Star. When her interstellar battleship landed at the airport, she was instantly surrounded by reporters and media. Major General Xie recaptured Border Planet No. 1 in just 6 months. He returned triumphantly today and received a warm welcome from the people of Central City. It's said that Major General Xie has defeated Major General Bai and has become the most popular young general in the Federation. Galanes and the others surrounded her, repeatedly declining those who tried to interview them. After boarding the vehicle, Mei smiled and said to the media, "The military will hold a press conference tomorrow morning, and we explain all your doubts then." The Eternal Day Legion symbol is a star rising from the earth. In front, open-top hovercrafts led the regiment commanders, each one with their subordinates, on hoverboards, swiftly flying through the empty streets. Like a galaxy, or a mighty river with rolling waves, they rushed toward the military council. Chapter 307. Half a year ago, all the relevant reports for the officers and soldiers had been submitted. The sergeants who had returned this time, originally ordinary soldiers, had all been given military ranks. For example, Granville and Hilfus, although they held official positions, were not high-ranking regimental commanders and adjutants. Because of their significant contributions in the anti-pirate campaign and development operations, they were promoted 3 ranks. After the ceremony, everyone was jubilant. Agency was even summoned to the military council to receive commendations from the marshals and admirals. She stood with her hands behind her back, facing Jingen and Connors, who were present in person, as well as 3D images of the marshal and 4 other admirals. Aside from Rudolph and Jingen, who appeared younger, the others were veterans with 60, 70, or even 100 years of experience in the military. Bai Yuanan, after a few simple words of praise, said, "You will return to headquarters and await orders." It sounded quite normal. Agency raised her eyes and asked, "Marshal, may I ask when you will allow me to return to my garrison?" When the question was asked, everyone's expression, including Bai Yuanan's, changed for a moment. Looking at her face, which seemed to have anticipated something, Bai Yuanan calmly told her, "We have other arrangements regarding your garrison." Everyone was closely watching Agency's reaction. After a brief silence, a half smile, yet a cold expression crossed her face. "So, I spent 6 months conquering the first border planet, and I'm already halfway through building the base, only to end up making wedding dresses for others? I wonder who the shameless fruit skimmer is." Connors' smile fell at the sharpness of his response. "Major General Xie, watch your words." Rudolph, standing by, scratched his ear like a shrew, then said bluntly, "I think Major General Xie's description is quite apt. Indeed, you clearly don't have the skills, yet you're trying to steal someone else's porcelain job." Jing yawned and shot Admiral Connors a disgusted look. The old man wasn't very capable, but he was good at bribing the people in the council to stir up trouble. Wanli rarely retorted, but his folded arms nodded irritably, glancing at Bai Yuanan, who was lost in thought. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Honestly, this was a deeply unethical matter. As Xie Jinxi had said, she had worked so hard, sacrificing a large number of men, to capture the desolate planet number 1, a source of constant trouble for the Federation, only to have Connors instigate the Council to reap the lion's share. Border planet number 1 is larger than Dragon Scar planet. While it lacks resources, it's located on the Federation's borders, and will sooner or later develop due to the influx of humanity. The first garrison there can foster its own industries, and everyone knows the enormous benefits. Border planet number 1 is located on the border, in the midst of a major war, and requires the right people to guard it, Bai Yuanan reasoned. But this didn't convince Xie Jinxi. "I believe I'm fully capable of guarding border planet number 1. If she wanted to obey orders, she had to provide a compelling reason. She stood before the military brass, showing no reluctance to obey their orders. This offended all the superiors, like facing a sword that refused to yield to its scabbard, ready to be slashed with a single careless blow. Your attitude is your reason." Bai Yuanan sternly examined her. "You've already gained sufficient advantage on Dragon Scar planet. Border planet number 1 cannot be left to your own devices." The marshal's bluntness startled the others. Although they all shared the same sentiment, it was also true. Dragon Scar Star's construction was already largely complete. Despite the wartime situation, as long as there were people, there would be profit. Xie Jinxi's business arrangements there were already eye-catching. It was arguable that even a single move from her would cripple Dragon Scar Star's entire system. Add to that her rebellious nature and unfathomable strength, and there was no way the authorities would allow her to take over Border Star number 1. At that point, it would be unclear who was in charge of the Federation. To put it bluntly, it was her own overambitiousness, her desire for both money and power. Xie Jinxi stood facing everyone, all alone, yet she placed immense pressure on them. Her face showed no emotion as she simply said, "I understand." Without further words, she appeared to have given up gracefully. She stood there, allowing the others to stare at her. "You go out and wait." The discussion regarding her garrison resumed. After much discussion, nothing came of it. Since everyone's wary of her, and yet they need to utilize her abilities, why not just keep her on Imperial Star and move her wherever she's needed? Just think of her as a powerful brick. Jing yawned, his face almost etched with sarcasm. "We're in power anyway, so we don't need to consider the feelings of the young." Recalling his own experiences as a youth, his disgust intensified. Rudolph, his contemporary, also scowled. Instead of talking, he preferred a fight. Connors was annoyed by his opposition. "General Inoue, General Rudolph, do you have any objections to the Marshal and the Council's arrangements?" "Yes." Jing'an accepted this simple tactic of sowing discord. "Humph, I have one too, and it's quite large." Rudolph always shared his grudges. Bai Yuanan nodded at the table. "Tell me about it." The sleepiness on Jing'an's face vanished, and he sat upright for a rare moment. "Even without your humble servant telling me, the Marshal should understand that Xie Jinxi has ambitions, but she has the strength to match them. It's better to be lenient with people like this than to be strict. The Marshal had defended her in the beginning, but now he's pushing her away. If he had known this would happen, he would have strangled her in her infancy." Rudolph was even more blunt. "She wants power, so give it to her. She's barely 40 now. With her strength, she can easily ensure the stability of the Federation for 300 years. And 300 years from now, they might all have crumbled to dust, and their aftermath would have nothing to do with him." Both admirals spoke heartfelt words, but Bai Yuanan only said, "Her garrison will be on Imperial Capital Star." Jing'an found this marshal irritating for the first time. After a long conversation, he finally accepted his sarcastic remarks. Then Xie Jinxi entered, and was informed that her garrison had been chosen on the Wanchuan continent of Imperial Capital Star. "Your subordinate obeys your orders." Xie Jinxi seemed unobjectionable. "Your subordinate would like to take annual leave, and go to Nagano Star to handle some personal matters." Bai Yuanan's eyelids twitched. "What is it?" Is he planning to cause trouble on Dragon Scar Star? The special technical jobs on Dragon Scar Star require personal attention from this person, the person in charge. The development only had finishing touches left, and Wu Xian and the others would be back to where they came from. Remembering that this was his own garrison, Bai Yuanan agreed to her leave request. This was also one of the things that Xie Jinxi displeased his superiors about, her entanglement with the likes of Shang Laoda from Border Star. She had absolutely no principles as a military commander. Chapter 308. After the meeting, everyone's images vanished one by one, leaving only Connors and Jingyan, who were present in person. Connors, having benefited greatly, put on his usual cheerful expression. Haha, thank you for your hard work, Major General. Jingyan rolled his eyes. Although he had long known the old man was treacherous, his shamelessness still pushed him to the limit of his understanding. Xie Jinxi nodded. You're welcome. Not taking the bait? Connors continued provocatively. This general has a lot to thank you for. Not only did you capture border planet number 1 for me and capture those ferocious interstellar pirates, but you also led your caravan in diligently developing the area, allowing this general to reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, Xie Jinxi wasn't angry. Instead, he showed the utmost generosity and kindness. Interstellar pirates are indeed ferocious. I hope Admiral Connors can return alive. Puff. Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. When he met Connors' disapproving gaze, his smile deepened, but he said nothing. Connors didn't know what to say, so he waved his sleeves and left. Outside, he glanced at the conference room behind him. This time, Xie Jinxi was finally going to break away from Bai Yuanan, right? Jingyan and Xie Jinxi were the only ones left in the conference room. The young man's smile faded, and he sighed, looking at her. Your biggest problem is that your ambition is exposed too quickly. Those old guys won't let you continue like that. They won't tolerate anything that could threaten the stability of the Federation. What's wrong with being ambitious? Inoue has spent all these years cultivating his character, yet he's still stuck on the imperial capital, sleeping all day. She wouldn't give up either power or money. What's the point of living without ambition? The tone was calm yet piercing. Jingyan's face paled slightly, but he couldn't find a word to refute. In truth, during their ascendancy, he and Rudolph had endured considerable repression. In the end, he was forced to go to the front lines in critical moments, while Rudolph constantly patrolled the Federation's borders, always on the fringes of power. Oh, who says not? Jingyan lifted his hat from the table, examined it for a moment, then put it on his head. The Federation has lasted for thousands of years, and those old guys just can't stand young people coming to the fore. How many outstanding talents were there in their time? For example, Andre, who simply found an excuse to resign and became an instructor at the Nagano Military Academy. Jingyan was just casually complaining, but Xie Jinxi then added, so what are these useless old guys doing? Gazing at the young woman's back, even as she walked toward the light, Jingyan felt a piercing chill. Elsewhere, after Wanli cut off the communication, she contacted Bai Yuanan directly, her tone intensely agitated. I don't understand. When did you become so intolerant? I think Xie Jinxi is more suitable than Kuwin to take over the future of the Federation. Xie Jinxi's strength and talent were truly remarkable. It was only by chance that humanity could produce such a formidable talent. With her, there's no reason not to change the current state of the Federation. She might even change the current confrontation between the Federation and the Empire and unite humanity. Just now, she had almost burst into a rage. The screen magnified the details of Bai Yuanan's expression. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes twitched. Even you think I'm trying to suppress her? Wanli's hand shook with rage as she lit her cigarette. Then tell me why. After a long pause, Bai Yuanan simply said, she does have the means and the power, but she acts unscrupulously, and the consequences are disastrous. As a person, Xie Jinxi is admirable, but she is absolutely unfit to shoulder the responsibility of the Federation's future. Wanli paused for a moment, then took a deep drag on her cigarette. The nicotine calmed her mind, and she wiped her face wearily. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're wrong. Gazing at the disconnected communication, Bai Yuanan leaned back, pinching his swollen, aching nose. Bai Qian and Bai Zaylan had just arrived when they saw the marshal in this state, and for a moment, the pent-up anger in their hearts was muted. Are you here to speak up for Xie Jinxi too? Bai Yuanan gazed deeply at his son and nephew. Father, I don't understand. Furious, Bai Qian was bewildered. Why are you targeting her like this? Bai Yuanan, unsure how to explain, simply said, when you reach my level, you do the same. Bai Qian opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Bai Zaylan was even more speechless. Constrained by the fatigue on the middle-aged man's face, They both walked out and stared at each other. Glancing at his gloomy cousin, Zalen said helplessly, "Brother, let's work hard. When we reach our uncle's level, we see clearly. As for now..." He paused, "Just help Jinsey." Knowing that he preferred action over words, Baikuan patted him on the shoulder. "You're right. Only fools worry about themselves. Wise men take action first. Just like that woman, she never frets over anything, always presenting a cold, moving image. I believe she'd be no different this time." When Jinsey arrived outside the parliament building, Philsis greeted her with a smile. "Sister, almost everyone has been promoted this time. Let's head back to Border Planet number 1 soon. Granville and the others will surely be eager to see their new epaulets. After we return to the garrison, we need to prepare a lively celebration banquet. Boss, you have to treat us all to a good feast." However, Jinsey's next words poured cold water on everyone. "Pass my orders. Have Xiangyi and Granville lead the remaining soldiers, and return immediately to Imperial Star to reunite with the main force. We depart for our new garrison, Wanchuan Continent, in 2 weeks." "What do you mean? A new garrison? What about Border Planet number 1? Levert quickly realized the problem. "Who's taking over Border Planet number 1? "Connors." The previously cheerful group, like eggplants hit by frost, seemed listless even during the interview. Jinsey, completely disregarding the Federation's leadership, bluntly stated, "Due to changes in garrison location, this general will no longer accept interviews regarding Border Planet number 1. Any questions, please direct them to Admiral Connors." After dropping a bombshell on the media, he boarded the hovercraft. What? Major General Xia had finally reclaimed Border Planet number 1, and now Admiral Connors has become the garrison? Public opinion exploded. Connors, watching the live broadcast, had no time to avoid being bombarded with cameras. "Admiral Connors, may I ask why you are now garrisoning Border Planet number 1? Why are you trying to steal Major General Xia's achievements? Was it a decision made by the top brass of the military council? Or are you interfering?" All the media outlets had already prepared headlines for Jinsey's press releases, but the situation had turned out the way it did. It was big news, but it was infuriating. Especially since Jinsey has a large number of fans. After the news was broadcast, both the military and Connors were strongly criticized. Chapter 309. The opinions of the people of the Federation were like a drizzle, unable to dampen the condescending attitude of the military brass. Because they cared nothing for the public's opinions, only for the results they desired. The handover was a cumbersome undertaking. The Eternal Day Corps had to sort out the detailed and complex work related to Border Planet number 1. After handing this task over to Manny and the others, Jinsey headed for Nagano Planet. Just then, Wu Xian returned to the Mingxi Group branch with the 500 men. Next to the ship bound for Border Planet number 2, the 500 men stood in a neat row. "Boss, not one less." Knowing they were leaving, Wu Xian gave her a complicated look. The others did the same. The former Interstellar pirates, after a few years of operating excavators, had become experienced technicians. Even if they stopped robbing and murdering, they could still earn high incomes. "Come aboard." Jinsey had no more words to say. The men had been trained and could be returned. Everyone said their goodbyes, and boarded the spaceship one after another. Wu Xian was the last to arrive. As he stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly clenched his fists, turned around, and strode over to her. "Boss, I want to work with you." With a loud voice and bright eyes, Jinsey expressed his satisfaction. "Okay." Wu Xian was thrilled. On the spaceship, his men, who had been following him, saw this and said, "We want to work with you too." As they started to run down, they were met with a green light shield. "Mariana wouldn't give me so many people," Jinsey said, raising an eyebrow. The door closed, and a group of grown men wept and berated her for being heartless. After returning to the base, Jinsey contacted Mariana using his dedicated computer. "Everyone's been sent back. I keep Wu Xian though." The woman in the leather jacket had a deep cleavage, her long hair curled seductively, and a pout. "Since you said so, I definitely give it to you." She winked slyly. "As for our superiors, I even begged them to agree, even if it means giving myself to you. It's all for you." Wu Xian, hiding behind the boss, opened his mouth in surprise. Mariana actually had a big boss behind her? He glanced at Jinsey's furrowed brow. It seemed the boss hadn't anticipated this situation either. "You?" Jinsey didn't ask anything. "I owe you." The red-haired woman laughed happily, seeming to enjoy her reaction. "Little angel, I heard your Border Planet number 1 was stolen. How are you? Are you angry?" Why don't you come over here? Believe me, your mere presence here will shock the world. Not planning on it yet. That day will come. I'm waiting for you. Mariana gazed at her expression and smiled. I report back to the leader now. After saying that, she blew her a kiss across the screen. Wu Xian knew he was finally staying, and clenched his fists with joy. From now on, you go to Dragon Scar Planet and help Morian, Xie said, and sent him off. At that moment, Tang Beibei entered the room, her eyes filled with resentment. After all these years, she had finally stopped being so squeamish in front of her boss, and could express both emotions. But it is limited to some facial expressions, such as pouting the mouth so that a soy sauce bottle can be hung on it. Boss, am I still your lovely assistant? Tang Beibei leaped up, squatted at her feet, and began to cry. I've been busy taking care of Long Hangsing's work, and you let that kid Morian steal my business. How can you be so son-in-law? Woohoo! You had your garrison stolen, and you couldn't even let your subordinates feel the same way. Xie watched her performance calmly. It seemed like she had a lot of weird people under her. Are you done crying? The lovely assistant Tang blinked her eyes, unable to hold back tears. We see how you deal with me first. If she didn't give her an explanation, she just have to cry while she worked. All matters on the Imperial Capital Star will be handled entirely by you. Just like Morian, you receive a 5% stake. Oh! Assistant Tang, who was working part-time, stood up, placed the documents on the table, and reported in a very professional tone. Boss, this is the work report that Brother Morian asked me to bring back. Please review it. After that, she walked out in her high heels, holding the document signed by her boss. She pulled out her laptop and quickly made a call. Hello, is this Anshin Moving Company? I'm moving to the Imperial Capital Star. Please arrange for someone to come and pack my things immediately. Quick, price is negotiable. She casually brushed her receding hairline. I'm rich now too. In outer space, a huge fleet of starships floated quietly around a massive building, like bees around a hive. Mariana raised the corners of her mouth in pleasure, as she recalled the little angel's delicate face. With the brisk steps of a young girl in love, she arrived at the spaceship's command room. The atmosphere here was usually relaxed, but when the leader arrived, it was a different story. A towering figure, clad in armor, stood in the center. At first glance, he looked like an emotionless robot. Everyone trembled in fear as they faced this figure, their eyes filled with awe. Although her words were full of teasing in front of Xie, when she was actually in his presence, she became stern and serious. Leader, the group has returned. The tall figure in armor turned and nodded, his voice robotic, its gender indistinguishable. Very good. But one of them, Wu Xian, has been taken away by her. The leader simply hummed a sigh of relief. Speed up the base's construction. We're running out of time. Yes. The leader glanced at his subordinates, all of whom had been glancing at him, and returned to the lounge. The figure disappeared, and a collective sigh of relief echoed through the small command room. The man piloting the spaceship was one of Mariana's former subordinates. After peeking out, he whispered, Miss, why is the leader's aura becoming increasingly terrifying? After they escaped from Mingguang Star, they encountered this mysterious figure floating alone in space. The leader took them in, and led them to establish a space base. Over the years, their feelings have shifted significantly, from initial fear to current awe. Mariana didn't answer, but instead asked, who's stronger, the leader or Xie? The subordinate immediately understood. Are you saying the leader's lack of time is because Scalpel threatened him? So, who exactly is the leader? At the same time, the Empire had also begun to take notice of Mariana and the others. Marshal, we've discovered the Long Night Interstellar Pirates. They've been doing a lot of business at the border between the Federation and the Empire, and their reach has been extensive. The person reporting the incident hadn't finished when the silver-haired man's icy gaze locked on him. Marshal? Don't worry about it anymore. Chapter 310. The handover was completed quickly. That day, Xie personally went to Connor's office to submit the detailed information he had compiled. Thank you, Major General. The portly old man's face flushed. This general feels deeply guilty. I never expected the Marshal to arrange this for you. But rest assured, when you're needed, we always have you back on the front lines. Filthies, following behind Xie, clenched his fists. But without his sister's orders, he wouldn't do anything. It's my duty. Xie saluted. I wish Admiral Connors a successful garrison. Connor simply chuckled, taking it as a sarcastic remark. Perhaps because Admiral Min had been quiet recently, his hostility towards Xie began to become fully apparent. Compared to the former, this one perfectly embodies the saying the dog that bites doesn't bark. He quietly intercepted border planet number 1. However, Siegency didn't fly into a rage as outsiders had predicted. Instead, this made the military brass even more uneasy. On the day they set out for border planet number 1, Admiral Min specifically warned Connors to be wary of Siegency's backup plan. Don't worry, old friend. What backup plan could Siegency have? The order came from the military council. She was currently on the imperial capital, and according to regulations, generals were not allowed to leave their garrisons without permission. Even if she wanted to force her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Still, Connors remained cautious and purchased defensive equipment from the Mecha Association, just in case. Arriving at border planet number 1, Connors was stunned by the sight of the central city. Tall buildings stood in rows, thriving everywhere. Even the new leaves of the trees lining the streets hinted at a new lease of life. I hadn't expected Siegency to be so efficient. In just over 6 months, he transformed the desolate border planet number 1 into this state. Connors rubbed his chin with satisfaction. What a bargain. That wasn't enough. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Xiang Yi and Granville came to take over, handing him a crystal access card. This is the key to the dungeon. All the wanted criminals are held down there. Both men were serious, seemingly trying hard to conceal their anger. Connors observed this and made another request. Take your caravan with you. Since this is under my jurisdiction, I won't tolerate such abuse of power. After these people left, he would claim breach of contract as an excuse to recover the federal funding and then gather his supporters to take over. After all, the funding for developing a single planet is quite generous. Xiang Yi's eyes twitched. Admiral Connors, the Mingxi caravan took over the project on border planet number 1 following the proper procedures. The construction quality was even higher than the standards submitted by the other caravans. Haha, the general has the final say. Xiang Yi clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to punch this fat guy. Granville quickly grabbed him, his face gloomy. We get our men out right away. With that, he dragged Xiang Yi, who was extremely reluctant, out of the office. Before leaving, he saw Connors sweeping the office supplies that had belonged to Siegency off the desk into the trash can, his face pale with anger. Granville, don't pull me. Forget it, don't cause trouble for the Major General. The two walked a long way, their angry voices still lingering in his ears, and Connors smiled with satisfaction. The two men's expressions faltered as they left the office building. TSK, let this old man gloat a little longer. Granville glanced at the office building. Let's go! By the time he comes to his senses, we'd be in trouble. Xiang Yi scratched his ear and took out his intercom to announce, hurry, let's go. The patrolling Connors Legion noticed that the workers, who had been busy with construction, had swiftly packed up their equipment, boarded the transport vehicles, and headed for the airport. The Everyday Legion's men were even faster. They were already waiting on the spacecraft, as if they had been prepared all along. From the time Connors landed to take over the work, and to the time they evacuated, the Everyday Legion completed the task in under an hour. Gazing at the fleet sinking into the atmosphere, Connors' eyes flashed with sarcasm. They're quite well trained. For the rest of the day, he patrolled the unfinished central city based on the information they had submitted, and his satisfaction grew with each passing moment. His original garrison had become saturated in every way due to the constant influx of other legions, leaving absolutely no room for maneuver. Now there was a new planet, and crucially, it was right on the border. Thinking of a bright future, his narrow eyes sank deeper into his flesh with a smile. When they arrived at the school, Xie Xinghao stood alone at the gate to welcome the new garrison commander, his eyes cast down, afraid to betray his dislike. However, since he was Siegency's younger brother, Connors naturally wouldn't keep him. Admiral Connors, I find I'm still not quite acclimated to school duties. Please allow me to resign. Wow, Connors' eyes lit up, and he didn't even need to wait for him to speak, but he still said hypocritically, young people need to be energetic. You were appointed by Major General Xie. If you leave, what will others think of me? Xie Xinghao felt so sick, he nearly vomited. This guy was practically drowning in the spit of the Federation citizens, yet he still cared about what others thought. I go back and continue to be the director of the orphanage. That's fine too. I can contribute to the public welfare of border planet number 1. Don't worry, this general will support you. Thank you. I submit my resignation tomorrow. With that, he turned and headed out of the school. Wait! Connor stopped him, looking him up and down with a frown. Xie Xinghao took a deep breath and turned. What else can I do for you? Where are the children at school? You don't know, Today is a day off on border planet number 1. Everyone's off. He nodded slightly, unable to contain himself any longer, and hurried away. Now, there was no one else in Central City except the Legion. The wind blew, and the dust accumulated from the construction work on the ground swirled up, looking a little eerie. "General, something's not right," the adjutant whispered in his ear. It looked like a carefully planned move. Connors twirled the ring on his finger. "Let's go check out the dungeon." Could it be that girl let all the space pirates go? When he reached the cell, he sensed through his psychic sense that there were many people below, and he breathed a sigh of relief. When he reached the main door, he discovered it was equipped with a psychic suppressor. Strange. He pressed the switch on the door with his crystal card. The metal door slowly opened, revealing the prisoners huddled together inside. Jiao Ming and the other two led the way. When they saw them, they even raised their hands in a friendly greeting. "Hi, Admiral Connors." Looking at their empty wrists, everyone's faces paled. Almost instantly, Connors activated the defensive ring on his finger. When the defensive light shield lit up, he was the first to exit the main door. "Quick, close the door." The adjutant trembled as he swiped his crystal card through the door. The aroma of wine wafted out, and Jiao Ming's head emerged from the liquor. With a snap, he twisted the adjutant's head off. Chapter 311. Originally, everything on Border Planet 1 was brand new. Even the green leaves on the streets were so fresh they were a pleasant sight. A dripping sound echoed like rain, soaking the leaves with blood. New bricks bathed in blood, and terrified screams and violent cries echoed throughout the central city. Oh, there's still a group of them out there. I spotted them first." Space pirates in white prison uniforms were hunting down the soldiers in white military uniforms. Up high in the building, Jiao Ming, holding a bottle of wine, tossed an officer off the roof and guzzled the wine. Mark crouched nearby, scribbling on the naked female officer with a knife. A large white bird landed in the distance, transforming into a broken soldier. Its prison uniform was torn, and it picked up the female officer's clothes from the ground and wrapped them around them. "Where's that old bastard Connors?" Jiao Ming asked, wiping the wine from his lips. "I didn't see anything." But June shook his head. "I was guarding the airport for a long time. Everyone else had retreated, but I didn't see that old man." Markel examined the bloodstains on the female officer's body, unsatisfied, and simply broke her neck. He wiped his hands, a worried look on his face. "If we don't kill that fat guy, will that woman let us go? Even though she's not dead, she must have achieved her goal." His drunken eyes gazed at the hellish scene below. The leaders of the 3 major pirate groups were like wolves, chasing the military and reaping their lives. Dead bodies were everywhere, on the ground, in the trees. This brand new city, before anyone could even live in it, had already become a morgue. "That guy is truly heartless." Jiao Ming snorted coldly. "That's because the military has disgusted her." "So you know the nature of those old men in the military very well?" Jiao Ming took a deep gulp of his wine. "I know them all too well." After saying that, he pulled out the laptop left by the woman and dialed the only contact number. "Mission accomplished. Do you want to see it?" Without waiting for the person on the other end to reply, he clicked on the live broadcast. Siegency stared at the bright red screen. His cat's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where's Connors?" "I don't know. We chased that old man out, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. I guess he used some advanced space teleportation device." "He's not stupid. He must have come here prepared." Siegency tapped the table lightly. Connors' move to station troops on border planet number 1 seemed particularly urgent. It didn't quite fit the old man's style of hiding in the shadows and playing dirty tricks. Before she could say anything, Manny knocked on the door and entered. "Reporting to the Major General, the Military Council has issued an order requesting your presence." She was still in front of the same people as before. But unlike their superficial praise last time, this time everyone glared at her with a serious expression, including Connors' shadowy shadow. The old man had actually escaped back to the main ship. When he saw her, his rage nearly flared up, and he preemptively shouted, "Siegency, do you know your guilt?" "I don't understand the Admiral." Connors slammed the table, pointed at her, and demanded, "Why are you violating military law? Not using the psychic suppressor on important prisoners. They've escaped. Do you know how many Federation soldiers have died?" Thinking of the latest death toll, everyone's face darkened. Even Rudolph and Jingen, who had always been at odds with Connors, felt a deep sense of relief. "Who said I didn't use the psychic suppressor?" Siegency remained unmoved. "Isn't it on the main gate?" "Admiral, you clearly opened the door yourself." This light-hearted remark left Connors speechless. "Yes, Military regulations require the use of psychic suppressors on high-ranking criminals, but they don't specify where they should be installed. Who would have thought she installed the suppressor on the door? So, Admiral Connors bears primary responsibility for the escape of those high-ranking criminals. The agency exploited a loophole in the regulations. You did it on purpose. Connors panted. You didn't control the prisoner's abilities, creating hidden dangers, and you didn't even warn this general. Admiral Connors, you're too serious. I thought, she replied calmly, that you were so eager to take over Border Planet No. 1 because you were confident. After all, the reason I didn't control those prisoners was because they posed no threat to me. When a person is weak, he blames others for not feeding him. When you can't hold your own bowl, who can you blame? Enough. Bayuanan suddenly exploded, his sharp gaze piercing the agency. Tens of thousands of Federation soldiers' lives, Major General Xie. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Everyone present knew she had done it on purpose. Weren't they trying to seize her garrison? Didn't they think she had dealt with everyone's troubles? Then she'd just sit back and watch. Why should this humble servant feel guilty? Her face was cold, her voice even colder. Being able to suppress those interstellar pirates was my ability. The pirates' escape was the Admiral's incompetence. I was ordered to evacuate. Shouldn't the one who gave the order be the one feeling guilty? Everyone shuddered. Everyone present was affected. Wanli put out his cigarette and, looking at the young woman, who was now completely unafraid of her superiors, suddenly understood Bayuanan's concerns. At this moment, Luo Yin, a female Qin-level expert, who had remained silent until then, raised her eyes. The old woman, with deep crow's feet, had sparks in her red hair. Little girl, stop it. We old folks are not dead yet. It's not the place for a level 9 youth to speak so arrogantly. If it were anyone else, they might have been intimidated by this warning, but she was facing the agency. Back when Admiral Connors stationed his troops, he should have realized that even if these pirates didn't escape, those who escaped would return. Why blame me? As she spoke, news came back from Border Planet No. 1. The escaped pirates had returned and occupied the central city. They were proudly raising a large flag in a provocative gesture towards the surveillance satellite. This scene proved her words were true. It's just that they all assumed that since the agency had already pacified Border Planet No. 1, there would be no problem. But who knew those pirates would be so rampant? Conviction? She had tricked Connors, but there was no evidence. Besides, the order came from the military. Marshal, we can't let her get away with this. Connors tried to stir up the others' anger, but everyone just stared at the agency with complicated eyes. Reality had proven, no one but her could control Border Planet No. 1. At this moment, Luo Yin, ignored by the agency, volunteered, Marshal, I'm willing to go to Border Planet No. 1 and wipe out those interstellar pirates. She just couldn't believe she couldn't suppress this little girl's arrogance. Connor's eyes lit up. Yes, let Senior Luo Yin and I guard Border Planet No. 1 together. No. Bayuanan had regained his composure. Until the Imperial Qin class appears, Senior Luo Yin can't just settle on the border. If the enemy Qin class siege arrives, the destruction of Border Planet No. 1 would be a minor issue. Losing a single Qin class trooper would be a catastrophic loss. He stared intently at the expressionless young woman. Pass my order. Have the agency and Connors jointly garrison Border Planet No. 1. Chapter 312. The military brass had a good idea. They just wanted the agency to contribute more. But she wasn't so easy to talk to. There's only one central city. You can't possibly let me serve under Admiral Connors, right? Bayuanan guessed she wouldn't agree easily and said, Border Planet No. 1 is vast and sparsely populated, making it unsuitable for a second human settlement. Even if it were built, with too few people and no resources to attract merchants, it wouldn't thrive. The agency knew this too. But it's perfect for an outer space base. Everyone's expression changed at this suggestion, confused by her insistence on stationing troops alone. The Federation only had so many habitable planets, and naturally couldn't accommodate so many generals. Thus, numerous space bases were built between the planets. Firstly, they could protect the commercial and civilian ships passing through, and secondly, they could provide support to nearby planets, forming a tight defensive line. Without waiting for Bayuanan to say anything, Rudolph slapped his thigh. Right. Border Planet No. 1 is already weakly defended. Multiple outer space bases would be perfect. He's stationed at an outer space base on the border of the star region. While the conditions aren't as comfortable as on a planet, they're challenging, and they don't have to deal with other legions. How great. This girl's got a quick mind. Jing had also glanced at the agency, who looked confident. Indeed. planets rotate, and they might not be as well defended as outer space bases. I think this is a good idea too. General Min strangely chose to support Sea Agency. Although Border Planet Number 1 has Mingguang Star and Feishu as star behind it, they're both so far away that their defenses are too weak. Furthermore, from Connors' perspective, he and Sea Agency had a rift. If they stayed together, there was no telling when they would fall out again. It would be better for them to separate. I agree too. Wanli took a puff of her cigarette. Most of the time, she sided with Sea Agency. For admirals had already agreed, and Connors, for some reason, agreed in the end. Because he didn't want to work with Sea Agency either. Bai Yuanan pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed a good idea. With Sea Agency defending in outer space, there was no need to worry about interstellar pirates making a comeback. Let's do it. However, when the document was passed to the official armaments department, the director showed it to Yi Ji, who nearly fainted with anger. Build another space base? The central city of Border Planet Number 1 was still under construction, and before they saw any results, they were already planning to build an outer space base. She nearly crushed her pen. The military only wanted money from her, not even considering whether the finance department could squeeze it out. Well, the marshal said that without an outer space base, interstellar pirates could infiltrate the Federation at any moment, and even the Empire. At the mention of this, Yi Ji knelt in pain and signed the document. Watching Dragon Scarstar recoup some of its investment, only to lose it all again. So, it was literally pouring money from Sea Agency's left hand into his right. That woman. After receiving the grant, Sea Agency's eyes narrowed in amusement. Manny knocked on the door and entered. Report, Admiral Connor's secretary wants to know when we remit the funds for the central city of Border Planet Number 1. Sea Agency curled his lips. After all, our Eternal Day Legion has been working so hard for so long. We deserve some hard work pay. Lieutenant Manny, you handle it. Back then, she thought it was her territory, so she dedicated herself to it. Now that someone else had snatched it from her, there was no need to be so fussy. Manny immediately understood, I understand. Then she adjusted all the invoices, and handed them to the other party's secretary for confirmation. The middle-aged man's expression changed as soon as he received them. Why did it cost so much? To be honest, our Major General paid privately for the construction of his own garrison, so we used the best materials. But now? We can't possibly pay Connors back, can we? The blonde girl smiled slightly. Let's go to the bank and transfer the money. I'm going to request an investigation with the Procuratorate. Please do as you please. Manny remained unmoved. But please hurry, as we're leaving in 3 days. The materials were indeed the best, but they were obtained through Boss Shang's methods, at a price lower than the market price. According to the market price, there was nothing wrong with her invoice. The other party's secretary wasn't stupid. He's seen the buildings in Central City before, and they were indeed very similar to the materials recorded on the scene. His request for an investigation yielded no results. After returning with significantly less money than expected, Connors was furious. How could the subsequent construction be completed with such a small amount of money? Of course, it could be completed, but the money would be gone. He intended to apply for additional funding from the Ministry of Finance, but Yi Ji personally called to check in. Afterward, he gave him 2 words. No. No matter how much Connors cursed her, Sea Agency led everyone and the caravan directly into outer space. Regulations stipulated that the government should allocate as little funding as possible if it could raise supplies. After Sea Agency submitted the materials list according to the budget, and after official approval, the Armaments Department immediately began preparations. Just like interstellar battleships, there were manufacturers specializing in the supply of components for space bases. The supplies were quickly delivered to the designated location via large transport ships. Sea Agency's caravans quickly took action. In outer space, with the elimination of gravity and the support of large-scale machinery, construction speed was even faster than on Earth. In just 6 months, the outer space base had taken shape. The final batch of official materials arrived along with the final payment. Manny personally inspected them, and brought the handover documents for Sea Agency to sign. She signed her name with a pen and stood up, walking to the window. Outer space looked out at the inky blackness of the boundless expanse. Manny, the day has finally come. Yes. From outside the base, the small window resembled the shimmering scales of a giant beast. Sea Agency clenched his hands behind his back, notified Boss Shang and Caesar and the others that we can proceed to the final step. Although they didn't capture Border Planet Number 1, reaching the outer space base was a better outcome than expected. The universe was pitch black outside, but Manny felt like a rising star, blazing and radiant, yet unapproachable. After the official transport ship left, another arrived. Also arriving were technicians, like Su Jio and Xiao Er. The resources on Dragon Scar Star had been fully exploited, and their mission was complete. So they packed up and boarded the spaceship to the outer space base. TSK, Federation technology still hasn't improved at all. The first thing Su Jio did upon arriving was take a look around with the mechanics, his gaze tinged with disdain. Shaw smiled. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so beaten by the Empire. Haha, those old guys in the Mechanical Association are so out of their minds. How can we expect them to come up with something new? Su Jio smacked his lips. The boss is still the best, TSK. Back then, they looked down on his inventions, and didn't even look at what they had created. Chapter 313. Agency called someone into the office. How's the stuff I asked you to prepare? Without waiting for his reply, Assistant 1 proudly thrust his hands at his waist. This machine has been working on him all day, and all that's left is the finishing touches. After that, he clattered over to the boss, his mechanical eyes flashing with 2 stars. Boss, for all the hard work I've put in, give me an upgrade. Su Jio swatted it away. I see you're so shrewd, you don't need an upgrade. Assistant 1 glared at him in dissatisfaction. Why not? I can use the galaxy to replace my AI core. It's not prone to breaking down. Huh, you're such a robot, you're so arrogant. He was still only researching a semi-finished product. What's wrong with robots? Can't robots improve? Shortly, the corners of his mouth twitched. As expected, this was the AI created by his senior. Even his senior couldn't argue with him. Agency was also quite surprised by its high intelligence. Upon hearing this, he said to Su Jio, upgrade it. Yeah. Assistant number 1 immediately hugged her and acted coquettishly. I knew the boss loved me the most. After saying this, he even made a face in his eyes, specifically for Su Jio to see, making the young man so angry that he wanted to tear it down. Agency pushed its head away and said to Su Jio, speed up the process. The Empire is just skirmishing now, and a major war is not far off. When the matter came up, the two of them immediately became serious. Don't worry, I will definitely build you a weapon of mass destruction that will transcend its time. Su Jio rubbed his hands impatiently and walked out with a proud and confident look. The construction team was working on another project, and everyone could see it while out on patrol. The Eternal Day Legion was a bit confused. Granville, who had just come to submit a work report, couldn't help but wonder, Major General, what exactly are you trying to do? We're in need of a very fast warship. Agency paused and looked up at him. You don't think a single space base can stop the Empire's attack, do you? Why don't you ask the government for money? The government has to pay for it. Granville frowned, indignant. Those corrupt officials are filthy rich, yet we're expected to foot the bill ourselves. Agency smiled but said nothing. Although she was paying for it herself, once it was built, it was hers. Unlike the central city, no one from above could take it away. Upon learning that Agency had returned to border planet number 1, the Interstellar pirates, who had made a comeback, fled again. During this time, Boss Sean kept complaining to Agency, most of those bastards have fled to border planet number 2. If it weren't for Ian's covert help, we'd all be doomed. Border planet number 2's atmosphere is thinner, making it impossible to survive without building a star shield and wearing radiation-proof suits. Those interstellar pirates originally looked down on it. Now they've settled for the next best thing. I can't believe I can stay here much longer. Those pirates are unreasonable. He runs such a big business, and there's no telling when his home might be robbed. Boss Shang frowned, glancing at her furtively. Boss is so smart, he should understand what he meant. Agency didn't keep him in suspense. The base is still under construction, so there's no rush for it. Hee. Boss Shang rubbed his hands. I knew Boss was thinking about us. He began to eagerly wait to earn more money. However, no one had anticipated that the opportunity for Boss Shang and his men to relocate from border planet number 2 would arrive so soon. When Agency's base was nearly complete, traces of Imperial enemies were discovered outside border planet number 2. The Federation satellites first spotted the Imperial warships, and the Marshal immediately dispatched the Glorious Legion from the nearest Feishua planet to provide support. When the Federation warships flew past border planet number 2, the space pirates on the ground jumped in fear. Damn! We've already escaped here, and they're still chasing us? Is the Federation crazy? Just as they were about to gather to resist, Boss Shang and his men, having already received the news, had already packed their bags and were ready to flee. Before leaving, Remembering Boss Zhang's instructions, he spread the news of the Imperial attack. The space pirates hurriedly fled upon hearing this. They didn't want to be drawn into a war. In just 2 days, everyone on border planet number 2, save for a few ordinary people, had fled. Xiejinsi contacted the commander of the Glorious Legion, Renshinka's grandfather. The gathering area on border planet number 2 has been vacated. General Run, why not use it as a base? Everyone in the military knew of her close connection to border planet number 2, but they hadn't expected her to be so generous. General Ren gave her a deep look. Thank you, Major General, for your generosity. I don't deserve it. Behind the old general, Renshinka quietly greeted her. After finishing her business, she eagerly pushed past her grandfather and said, I want to talk to Cece. Cece, is the outer space base fun? It's pretty much the same as on a battleship. Xiejinsi propped her chin up. Most of the time, it was Renshinka who chattered away, and she listened, occasionally replying. Just then, Qin Lu arrived. He was now the head of the Glorious Legion's technical department, and he greeted her. The couple leaned slightly over the screen, as if taking a photo. When the war is over, we bring in Qin to your base to play, Renshinka said expectantly. Excited like a child, Qin Luo couldn't help but rub her furry head. Xiejinsi's lips curved slightly. This time, the Empire was determined to conquer the Federation. News of attacks trickled in from the Federation's borders. It turned out that during all this time, they had been maintaining a tight siege on the Federation. The enemy marshal personally confronted by Yuanan. They abandoned tactics and relied on overwhelming weaponry to engage in a head-on confrontation. Emergency reports of battle came in from all lines of defense. The Eternal Day Legion, while out on patrol, also spotted the Imperial warships and immediately reported them. Enter wartime status. After giving the order, Xiejinsi summoned several of his trusted subordinates to the technical department. As soon as Xiang Yi and the others entered, they were greeted by a row of towering, dazzling mechas. Xiejinsi wasn't exactly generous, but she wasn't stingy with her subordinates. Even Morian, far away on Dragon Scar Star, had a custom-made model, making Wuxian drool. Let's begin fitting. Xiejinsi wasted no time. One by one. It was indeed for them. Ha ha ha, boss, you're awesome. Xiang Yi stepped forward first. Manny and Hilfus had already known about this, and both of their mechas were customized according to their data. One was gold, the other black. The two men each adapted their mental powers, quickly connecting with the mecha's intelligence hub. This was the advanced mecha designed by Sujio. Its reflexes and combat capabilities were both incredibly powerful, and it could be controlled directly with mental power, bypassing the console. Damn, this is so cool. Xiang Yi manipulated the robotic arm to rotate a few times. That's right, who has more advanced mechas than our Legion? With advanced mechas, I'm going to blow those Imperial bastards away. Everyone's excitement was palpable. After a brief adjustment period, they piloted their new mechas into battle. Chapter 314. Fighter Battalion, assemble immediately at coordinates X-35, Y-90, Z-10 and attack the enemy supply ship. Unlike most commanders who remain confined to the command room, Xiejinsi crisscrossed the battlefield in a light mecha, dispatching enemies with remarkable efficiency while issuing orders based on their movements. In outer space, battles were conducted using temporary three-dimensional coordinate maps. The main ship generated a 3D map of the battlefield and transmitted it to everyone's electronic glasses, creating a map. The approximate positions of both friendly and enemy forces were marked to prevent anyone from becoming lost in space. In war, distractions and misjudgments are common, but for Xiejinsi, this was not a problem. Because her legion was small and had a high average level of skill, its equipment far surpassed that of other legions. With less than 20,000 men, they unexpectedly intercepted a 100,000-strong enemy force. Fuck. No wonder the Marshal sent us here. This Xiejinsi is going to be tough. In the command room, a young man with dark hair and a pockmarked face squatted on a chair, carrying a baseball bat and chewing gum. His crooked shoulder straps bore the rank of general. Her mental power encompasses the entire field, allowing her to instantly adapt her defensive formation to our offense. Her strength is truly incredible, the snow-white-haired elder said sternly. Admiral Quan Yi, why don't you go meet her? Okay, General Qing, just watch. Quan Yixing, the size of a middle schooler, leaped from his chair and rushed out, bat in hand. He wasn't piloting a mech, but a large machine resembling a baseball launcher. Arriving on the battlefield, he grinned and pressed the launch button. The game begins. Countless white baseballs were launched. The baseballs, shaped into ellipses by their rapid motion, pierced through anything they touched. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers lost their lives. Izumi Ichiyuki used his supernatural powers to alter the trajectory of the baseballs, continuously harvesting soldiers from the Eternal Day Legion. Just as he was about to continue, a sense of danger suddenly overwhelmed him. He quickly controlled the machine's movement, but was still pierced by the green beam through the launch bay. Looking at the incoming light mecha, he immediately gathered all the baseballs into a massive sphere. Powered by his supernatural powers, this massive sphere was comparable to a high-energy weapon, shattering everything it passed through, enemy and friend alike. Seeing this, Siegency drew his arms like a bow, and green light condensed into a nearly 2-meter-long bow. His ice-based supernatural power drained the blood of enemy soldiers within a 10-mile radius, condensing it into an arrow. The bright red arrow, wrapped in green light, was launched suddenly, piercing the incoming baseballs. Quan Yixing was just about to control the flying baseball when Siegency appeared before him. A spike of green light penetrated him, piercing him. At that moment, a safety hatch rose from under his seat to prevent him from being crushed by the vacuum. Just as his blood was about to clot, a scimitar slashed at Siegency, forcing her back 2 steps. "General Quan Yi, let's retreat." Qin Wang's voice rang out from the communicator. With that, the light mech, brandishing a Guangdong broadsword, dragged the general into the safety hatch and fled. Just as Siegency was about to give chase, the other generals surrounded him. Quan Yixing, still inside the safety hatch, watched as the general, who had been protecting their retreat, was hacked to pieces by Siegency's blades. Even after running a great distance, he was still pursued and killed by the supernatural power. At that moment, the light mech raised its arm towards them. Quan Yixing's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in terror, "General Qin, defend." A surge of psychic particles attacked, and the fluids in their bodies solidified in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, an even more violent psychic particle burst interrupted Siegency's attack. A Qin-class expert has arrived. Siegency had to temporarily stop him and give the order, "Retreat." Facing a master of this caliber, anyone who came would be dead. She gathered her strength and fought the enemy, her mental strength at high alert. But even if they retreated, the enemy would not miss the opportunity to exploit their victory and pursue them relentlessly. Just then, a high-energy artillery barrage rang out. The enemy Qin class immediately deployed psychic defenses. Seizing this opportunity, Siegency unleashed his full psychic power, drawing his bow like a full moon, aiming at the enemy's supply ship and main battleship. Amid the darkness of the universe, an emerald green glow shone like a star. A massive arrow, carrying the energy of a super high-energy weapon, pierced the battlefield. "Activate quantum defense, dodge." Qin Wang screamed, clutching the intercom. The battleship's crew immediately activated their defenses, but the light shield was like foam, shattering the moment it came into contact with the arrow. The arrow pierced the iron wall and penetrated the energy source. The battleship shone with a blinding light and shattered. A supply ship was loaded with energy, oxygen generation equipment, and other supplies needed for outer space. The loss of one would alter their plans. The enemy Qin class was furious, ready to retaliate. Just as he was about to use his metal-based abilities to control the Eternal Day Legion's warships, he was attacked by a powerful mental force, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. In a short time, the Eternal Day Legion had escaped his control. "Chase!" He piloted his mech and gave chase. "Wait, the supply ship isn't following." Siegency, while covering the Legion's retreat, contacted Connors. "Admiral Connors, where are you? If that old man dares to sell her out, I kill him first when I get back." Connors sat in a chair in the main ship's command room. "We're 200 kilometers ahead of the base." By the time the Eternal Day Legion arrived to join them, the Qin-class troops in the rear had already caught up with some of their mech units. "Their supply ship hasn't arrived yet. Let's fight quickly." As the Qin-class experts arrived, they plunged directly into the Federation's encirclement. Siegency rushed out in his light mech. "Admiral Connors, please provide cover." Inside the command room, the adjutant looked at Connors, whose expression shifted unpredictably. "Admiral?" "As you've instructed." Meanwhile, Xiang Yi and the others piloted their new mechs to provide support, continuously harassing the Qin-class experts. Courting death." The Qin-level expert dismissed this as a mere tickle. Nearby, numerous meteorites floated, rich in metal, all controlled by him. Siegency abandoned his supernatural powers and leaped continuously between the floating meteorites. A massive metal fist charged towards him, but Siegency controlled the galaxy to swiftly slice it apart, continuing to close in. The Qin-level expert, knowing her exceptional close combat prowess, also kept his distance. Just as he concentrated, the space around him suddenly froze. The chin-level spatial system. "Oh no! Major General Xie." Old Lin's calm voice echoed. "Roger." In just 2 breaths, Xie Jinxi reached the chin-level expert and struck him with his sword. The chin-level expert fell. Before the Federation could rejoice, Old Lin's mecha was suddenly struck by a black mist. In an instant, Xie Jinxi unleashed his supernatural powers to save him, simultaneously piercing the attacking Star Devourer. Even so, Elder Lin had lost half his body. Xie Jinxi quickly used his supernatural powers to clung to his last breath, enveloping him in a rich glow of life and returning him to the main ship. Chapter 315. By the time Elder Lin had recovered and emerged, the enemy's second Qin-class expert had already arrived via the alien space portal. Another intense battle. After nearly 30 hours of fighting, Xie Jinxi had to return to the main ship for repairs. Placing her mech in the charging bay, she headed for the conference room with a gloomy expression. Having killed so many people, her murderous aura seemed to have frozen into frost. Her presence was so piercing that it was unbearable to look directly at her. Several regiment commanders and adjutants immediately stood and saluted upon seeing her. Xie Jinxi nodded, took a seat, and began report the losses of each regiment. Beginning with Granville, she succinctly reported the casualties and equipment damage. 3,820 dead, the majority killed by Qin-class and level 9 experts. Injured, almost everyone had already been injured, but thanks to the treatment pod Xie Jinxi had set up, they could quickly return to the battlefield. Xie Jinxi frowned fiercely and instructed Manny, "Prepare the statistics and submit them when the time comes." Robert said sullenly, "The Empire seems determined to break through us. Not only have they sent 2 Admiralty Legions, but they've even dispatched troops from Border Planet Number 2. The Songyang Legion and the Glorious Legion are on their way to support us. This can't go on." Su Shuyan adjusted his glasses. "We've suffered too many losses. Besides, they're a newly formed legion, and many are unused to this kind of battlefield, easily falling into mental exhaustion. Some are already in need of psychological treatment. You will take turns." Xie Jinxi hooked his collar and ripped open 2 buttons, revealing his delicate collarbone. He flicked the space button twice. Philsis quickly handed her a glass of water. After she took a sip and finished it, a fierce murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "Philsis, follow me closely. Let's deal with the enemy's Qin-class first, freeing up Elder Lin." "Yes." At this moment, more bad news arrived. The enemy was sending reinforcements, and 2 Lieutenant General Corps were heading here. "Is it targeting our Major General?" Colin speculated grimly. "No, those people will only fight around me," Philsis said affirmatively. Xie Jinxi pursed her lips, thinking of the loss of the Dragon Scar star map 2 years ago. Her eyes flashed. "We must leave someone guarding this space base." Xie Jinxi and Hilfus followed Elder Lin and engaged the 2 enemy Qin-class units. Elder Lin unleashed his full power, tearing through space. The enemy's Qin-class units were no pushovers either, attacking simultaneously and putting Elder Lin under considerable pressure. At that moment, their powers mysteriously vanished. "Why are they here again? Be careful, that kid's powers are problematic." As they spoke, Xie Jinxi suddenly attacked with his sword, slashing through the right shoulder of one of the Qin-class warriors, leaving a deep wound just below his ribs. Instantly, most of the blood was drained by the vacuum. The enemy reacted quickly, using their powers to stabilize the wound, and the 2 retreated. Chase. Old Lin used teleportation to pursue, but was blocked by a massive black hole. If Xie Jinxi hadn't reacted quickly, he would have teleported into the hole with the other 2. Critically injuring one of them is enough. They didn't have Xie Jinxi's powerful healing abilities, so they wouldn't be able to recover for a while. As the 3 were about to retreat, they were locked onto the enemy's main ship's high-energy cannon. Such a powerful weapon would have injured even Old Lin. At the critical moment, a high-energy artillery shell hit the enemy's flagship. It was support from the Yang Legion. "Humph, Xie Jinxi, I repay you for saving my life." Admiral Min sneered from the command room. See, that old woman only dared to mock him with this excuse. Soon, the Glorious Legion arrived. 2 Admiral Legions, 1 Lieutenant General Legion, and 1 Major General Legion joined together to form. The leaders of the several legions held a brief meeting to determine the division of labor. Then, the largest battle since the war between the Federation and the Empire erupted. As time passed, the battle lines outside Border Star Number 1 grew longer and more chaotic. Longhan Star, Wartime Command Office. 2 young men stood before the Marshal, their backs straight. "Your subordinates would like to support the battlefield on Border Star Number 1. Bai Qun stared at his father. I want to go too, Bai Zaylan said anxiously. Bai Yuanan gazed deeply at the two young men. The sunlight streaming through the window shone upon them, highlighting their passionate spirit. It seemed as if no hardship could hinder their progress. It's too dangerous there right now. Bai Yuanan received daily reports from the battle there, and even as a marshal, he felt a heavy burden. Bai Yuan said, that's exactly why we should go and support them. Bai Zaylan eagerly agreed, indeed, it's just been recaptured, and I can help evacuate the residents. Those people had just returned to the Federation from the pirates, only to face such a brutal war. If they were conquered, they would face the most tragic fate. Bai Yuanan realized that these young people were always too naive. Then go. The two brothers smiled at each other, and immediately ran down to prepare for reinforcements. The battle outside Border Planet No. 1 had become a long-term one. At this point, even Qin-class units were no longer able to influence the outcome. That day, the conference room was filled with more people than ever before. Major General Xie and Elder Lin, please keep a close eye on the enemy's Qin-class units. Admiral Connors, and I will deal with the enemy's Admiral Corps. As for the Glorious Corps and the White Sun Corps, we will deal with the other enemy corps. After Admiral Min finished speaking, Connors agreed. The others had no objections. Xie Jinxi was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, at this critical moment, I'd like to recommend a few people. If they can help, our pressure will be much less. Who? Everyone looked at her. Pajun, Mark, and Jiao Ming. When the names were announced, everyone's faces fell. I object. Connors was the most vehemently opposed. Those interstellar pirates are the most ruthless. If they join the battlefield, they definitely not spare even our Federation soldiers. Those bastards killed so many of his men. Don't expect him to be in a good mood. It's indeed risky, General Ren said calmly. I'm just suggesting it. Xie Jinxi wasn't surprised by their objection. You don't need my help. I send them to the Legion of Everday. Without waiting for anyone else to say anything, he added, if they mistakenly kill Federation soldiers, I'd be solely responsible. The others swallowed their words. The Legion of Everday is hers. She has the final say. Connors couldn't help but sneer. I hope Major General Xie keeps her word. After the meeting, several acquaintances gathered around Xie Jinxi to congratulate her on building the outer space base. Look, this is a gift from my sweetheart. Renchinka pulled a metal box from the space button. When she opened it, it turned out to be a recorder. A 3D image of Qin Anshan appeared. Godmother, this is the first dance I've learned. Let me show you. The girl smiled sweetly, her movements a little clumsy, like a little penguin. Xie Jinxi held the recorder, his brows relaxed. Chapter 316. Classmates from Nagano Military Academy, along with Bai Yuan and the others, gathered together, intently watching the phantom of a little girl dancing before them. The little thing was recording secretly, not even letting me and her father get a glimpse. Jealousy was ripping through Renchinka. Bai Zaylan's grin stretched almost to his ears. How adorable. It feels like I just attended your wedding, and your daughter's already grown up. Well, Chinka, you're not even inviting us to your wedding? Xiang Yi exclaimed carelessly. Glenn's joined in the fun. Yeah, even though we're not from the same military academy, we know each other. What does Chinka look like in her wedding dress? Do you have any pictures? Me poked Manny. You must have pictures, right? Yes. Manny immediately pointed out the photos the four of them had taken at that time. I even printed one and it's on my desk. Everyone gathered together for a moment, laughing and discussing, as if they were back in school. However, the enemy's bombardment reminded them that reality left no room for nostalgia. Xie Jinxi immediately ordered his troops to march, while Bai Zaylan followed Bai Yuan. I didn't realize we've been in the army for almost 10 years. Bai Zaylan sighed, as he donned his space suit. Bai Yuan smiled. To me, you're still very young. After returning to base, Xie Jinxi assigned Grimes to guard the base, while Mark was on standby. The three pirate leaders stood out from the crowd of soldiers. Jiao Ming stroked the mech and shook his head. It's been ages since I've touched this thing. Xie Jinxi glanced at him without saying anything. It was from Tikov that she learned that this guy had once been a classmate of Jingen and Rudolph. Unable to bear the ostracism from the military brass, he had simply gone off to become an interstellar pirate. Let's go! Xie Jinxi brought Hilfus with him, cooperating with Elder Lin as usual. This time, the enemy had only one Qin-class warrior. Seeing this, Elder Lin made a decisive move. We must keep him. As the battle grew more intense, both sides tacitly moved away from the battlefield to avoid accidentally injuring ordinary soldiers. The enemy Qin-class warrior was a speedster, capable of moving at the speed of light through space. Gradually, he led the three of them away from the battlefield. Agency, ever cautious, immediately warned Elder Lin, stop chasing. Beware of the enemy's decoy tactics. Even Elder Lin, not wanting to underestimate the enemy, nodded and prepared to return to the battlefield. A spatial portal opened before them, and two Qing-class warriors emerged. A trap. Agency attacked decisively, but they were trapped by the layers of barriers before them, like a prison. Master Lin, we can't stay here for long. Master Lin trusted her judgment, and immediately activated his full supernatural powers. Major General Xia, you go back first. I cover your retreat. With that, he used space to tear through the enemy's barriers. Agency leaped out like the wind, and the enemy Qing class immediately pursued. She held nothing back, unleashing her full mental power. After stunning the enemy, the three of them quickly escaped. However, one of the enemy's speed psychics was able to keep up with the spatial displacement and continuously harassed them. The abnormality on their side caught the attention of General Min. Oh no! Master Lin and the others are in danger. Connors also realized the seriousness of the situation. I go and provide support. No! Admiral Min shook his head. We too must command the battlefield. One mistake won't just result in the death of a Qing-class soldier. If this place is breached, the Federation will be doomed. Connors fell into deep thought, gritting his teeth. I do have someone who can go to support us. Admiral Min gave him a long look. That space pirate Agency left at the base? Connors felt unlucky just mentioning him, but he nodded. Right now, that bastard was the only one free. Admiral Min immediately contacted the outer space base, but Mark ignored him. If you have the guts, come and ask me in person. I go if you, Admiral, come in person. Mark snarled nonchalantly from his chair. This infuriated Admiral Min. Come on. Furious, he said to Connors, I leave the command to you. And with that, he actually drove off in his mech. Grimes was also in the base's command room. His legs weakened when he saw Admiral Min charging in with the wind and rain. He glared resentfully at the equally timid Mark. Sir, why did you have to provoke this hot-tempered old man? How could I have known he was actually coming? Admiral Min folded his arms and sneered. Why don't you just go and save them? Puff. He looked down in disbelief and saw a hand piercing his chest, clutching his heart and crushing it. Across from him, Mark and Grimes paled with horror. Almost instantly, a certain image in Agency's mind vanished. Her expression suddenly changed, and she contacted Raybert, returned to the base's command room immediately. Robert didn't dare pause, and immediately returned to the base. As soon as he entered the hatch, he stepped into a pool of blood. He made his way through the pile of corpses and arrived at the command room. The usually silent young man's eyes suddenly widened. The young man lying in a pool of blood clutched the intercom, clearly not having had time to call for help. At this moment, the main battleship and supply ship not far from the base exploded. It was Admiral Min's fleet. Agency and his men were engaged in a battle with 3 Qing-class tanks when Robert's hoarse voice came over the communicator. The base has fallen. Admiral Min is dead. The Marshal has ordered the battle line to retreat to border planet number 1 and the Glorious Legion to return to defend Face US Star. The Rose Legion is rushing to border planet number 1 for support. In the morgue at border planet number 1, Agency pulled back the white cloth, revealing Grimes's lifeless face. A bloody hole gaped hideously in his chest. Su Xuan took off his glasses and wiped them, but they quickly fogged up again when he put them back on. He had no choice but to remove them and put them in his pocket before joining his good friend. Glanes, you can't see clearly anymore. Everyone was silent. Xiangyi said casually, on the battlefield, separations are common. He sobbed and wiped away a tear. Asshole, why did you leave so quickly? Agency loosened his clenched fist and pulled the white cloth over his shoulder. Manny entered from outside, her eyes red. Major General, Admiral Connors asked you to attend a meeting. She nodded, her eyes lowered in thought as she made her way to the meeting room. The moment she entered the meeting room, space froze. Agency, what else do you have to say now? The light simulated images of the Marshal and the other admirals were also there. Connor's expression was heavy with grief as he rebuked him harshly. You insisted on sending the interstellar pirates into battle, and what happened? He killed Admiral Min. Agency didn't resist, stating the facts calmly. Mark is dead. The body and the psychic particles detected at the scene aren't his, and the Star Devourer was also involved. The device defending the extra-dimensional portal has been disabled, which means there's a traitor in the base. Chapter 317. That traitor is you. Major General Min Yin, General Min's great-nephew, slammed the table and stood up, ready to tear her into pieces. Baikuan didn't defend her, but instead brought up the battle on Dragon Scar Star. That time, too, the Imperial army arrived very quickly. They had clearly been waiting nearby, and there must have been spies involved. But that's all just Major General Xia's one-sided account. Chin-level expert Luo Yin said, after all, if you hadn't brought the interstellar pirates to the battlefield, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Xie Jinxi stared at her. I told you, it had nothing to do with the interstellar pirates. But General Min did die in your base. Connor's voice was heavy with the loss of his old friend. You have an unshirkable responsibility. This was indeed the truth. She said Mark was dead, but there was no evidence to prove it, so he couldn't be ruled out as a suspect. Everyone looked at Bai Yuanan, who finally said, temporarily confine Xie Jinxi to the highest level confinement cell. She must not be released until the truth is revealed. Bai Qian stared at his father's shadow in disbelief. These are special times. We need Major General Xie. Major General Bai, if anyone else dies, will you take responsibility? It has nothing to do with her if anyone else dies. Bai Qian believed her. At this moment, no one wanted to kill the enemy or achieve merit more than Xie Jinxi. According to federal law, as the base commander, she must be investigated. Bai Yuanan's calm words silenced everyone's objections. The highest level confinement cell was essentially a large piece of machinery. The area was barely 6 square meters, with a bed less than a meter wide jutting out from the wall. There was a toilet to the left. The supernatural power suppressor here could even hold a Shin-level expert, and there were only 3 in the entire Federation. It wasn't suppressive, but rather it generated electromagnetic waves 24/7, interfering with the brain and preventing the release of mental power. Extended stay could cause severe brain damage. The material was so precious that the door had been made into a fence, leaving no privacy. Major General Min Yin couldn't wait to lock her up. Xie Jinxi, you've come to this. He coldly gazed at this arrogant woman, who had first sent his brother to prison, and then murdered his great-uncle. Do you think the marshal would still stand by you? After Xie Jinxi entered, she sat down on the bed, head tilted back, lost in thought. But the constant electromagnetic interference intruding into her brain caused a throbbing pain in her head, and made it difficult to maintain her concentration. Looking at her, Min Yan's eyes turned red with anger. My uncle is still thinking of asking that damn pirate to rescue you. Still no response? The young man couldn't help but sneer. Are you still a human being? You're so heartless. Then, he walked away. At this time, the Glorious Legion was gathering supplies behind border planet number 1, preparing to rendezvous with Admiral Rudolph and Admiral Jingen to intercept the enemy. Connors and Bai Qian needed to delay for a while. Bai Zaylan was responsible for evacuating the residents of border planet number 1. In the cell, Xie Jinxi was thinking about the unusual behavior of the Federation during this period. If there was anything unusual, it was only one thing. The garrison on border planet number 1. She sat up suddenly. Someone. The sergeant guarding her remained motionless. I want to see your commander. Her voice was filled with urgency, but the other man pretended not to hear. Xie Jinxi paused. I need to explain the truth behind Admiral Min's death. The 2 sergeants listened intently and contacted Min Yin. The young man quickly arrived, his steps hurried, and stood a meter outside the cell. Xie Jinxi, it's you who teamed up with the interstellar pirates to kill my great-uncle, isn't it? Looking closely, he saw the woman standing behind the bars, her brow furrowed. I want to see the marshal, and report to him in person. Min Yin sneered. This general is fully authorized to investigate the truth surrounding Admiral Min's death. Just report it directly to him. Thinking of seeing the marshal now? Dream on. Are you sure you can make the decision? Yes. Xie Jinxi stepped forward. Arrest Connors immediately. He's an Imperial spy. Vichy, riding in an official transport vehicle for the first time, stared around, rubbing the seat and then the walls, appearing incredibly excited. I want to be a Federation general someday. Bai Zaylan patted his head. Hey, join the Legion of Glory. Okay. Laughter filled the road to the airport. When they saw the waiting spaceship, everyone's eyes widened. They had seen many interstellar pirate ships, each one instilling fear in them. But this one was different. It was hope. Let's go! Bai Zaylan organized everyone to disembark in an orderly manner. Just then, the computer began to clamor. Hey, brother. Don't go to the airport. Bai Zaylan had never heard his brother speak in such a terrified tone. Looking up, countless mecha fighters and starships pierced the atmosphere, like rolling dark clouds obscuring the sun. This wasn't Federation equipment. Go to the air raid shelter immediately. As the agency spoke, Min Yin and the sergeant, who had been eavesdropping, were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, as if they had just heard some truly absurd joke. "You freak, you're still spouting nonsense." Min Yin pointed at him with disdain. "The Connors family has existed in the Federation for hundreds of years, and he's been in the military for 70 or 80 years. How could he be a spy?" The soldier who had been pretending to be deaf chimed in. "That's right. Admiral Connors is currently guarding the front lines with Major General Bai." "What did you say?" Siegency's grim expression froze Min Yan's sneer. It was an expression he couldn't describe, completely out of character for Siegency, and precisely because of that, it sent a chill down his spine. In the silence, the ground shook violently with a rumbling sound. Min Yin immediately pulled out his laptop to inquire about the situation on the ground. "Major General, the Empire is invading." "Ah!" Boom! Artillery fire, screams, and the cries of the entire army intertwined into a desperate elegy. As Min Yin listened, Siegency's words echoed in his ears. At that moment, a hand reached out from the fence and grabbed his clothes. "Let me out! What are you trying to do?" Min Yin glared at her fiercely. "Don't try to take advantage of the situation." The two soldiers on duty also raised their weapons. "Let go of the Major General." "Siegency, I'm warning you." The words were on the tip of his tongue, but her gaze stopped him. "Min Yin, you better think clearly about the situation." Like a thunderclap, it suppressed Min Yan's prejudice and hatred. About 3 seconds later, he pulled out the unlocking crystal card from his pocket. The moment Siegency stepped out of the fence, he pointed to the sky, and a hole was directly cut through the ground. As the light of day poured down, she transformed into a silver-armored war god and soared into the sky. By this time, Border Planet Number 1 was already engulfed in artillery fire and supernatural powers. She contacted her 3 lieutenants, reporting location. "Sister?" Filthy's voice was tinged with joy, a mixture of fatigue. "We're at the airport protecting the residents. Major General Bai and the others are here too." Chapter 318. "I be right there." Siegency cut off her communication. Countless enemy mechas surrounded her. With a powerful leap, a 100-meter-long icy spike burst forth from beneath her feet, pinning all the mechas to the ground. A silver figure streaked across the sky. Siegency had never felt the distance so long. The more she tried to reach that direction, the more mechas blocked her path. Clearly, someone didn't want her to reach it. Just as she was entangled with a high-ranking enemy general, her computer urgently beeped. "Siegency, come quickly." Baikuan practically roared her name. "Hurry!" A dark light flashed in her eyes, and her vast spiritual power suddenly spread out. In a 10-mile radius around her, all the Imperial invaders fell down in a flurry. The silver figure receded, and a shower of green light fell from the sky. The pain in her brain, already damaged by the prison, intensified. She bit her tongue to stay awake. In the airport, Baikuan clutched the young man tightly, shouting until the veins on his forehead bulged, "Hold on, I told you to." "I did it." Zaelin's gaze swept over the residents surrounding him. His lower body was gone, severed at the waist, his internal organs and blood spread out like a vibrant red carpet. "I protected everyone." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky, then began to unfocus. "What a beautiful day. What a shame. I didn't get to see her one last time." A green light shot out from the distance. Surprise flickered in Baikuan's terrified eyes. Zaelin. However, those eyes, still open, remained lifeless. The wound showed no sign of healing. The smile froze at the corners of his mouth, tears welling up from his bloodshot eyes, his throat choking with sobs. Lon, open your eyes and look at your brother." The younger brother, who had followed him since he was a toddler, had accidentally strayed away. A silver figure landed beside him. The armor faded, revealing Siegency's face, pale as death. She reached out and placed a hand on the young man's head, activating her supernatural power. She paused for a moment, then activated her power again. Finally, her hand moved to close his eyes. So, there was a chance of survival that she could never regain. The front line fell sooner than expected, catching everyone off guard. The Imperial Army launched a massive invasion into the rear. Everything was in chaos. To protect the retreating residents, Zaelin blocked a high-energy artillery round in his mech. Aside from him, there were no civilian casualties. Everyone took off their hats in a moment of silence for him, except Siegency. She looked around, her voice as cold and flat as ever. "Where's Connors?" "The adjutant reports he's in critical condition." As she spoke, news of Connors' return, gravely injured, spread. Everyone present felt relieved, except Siegency, who, clutching her tang sword horizontally, left the chaos at the airport and sped towards the medical department. The murderous intent emanating from her sent the supernatural particles into an uncontrollable turmoil, drawing considerable attention. "Where is she going?" Felsis followed without hesitation. "We're going too." The members of the Eternal Day Legion hurried to follow. Manny gazed deeply at the squad leader's corpse, wiped away her tears, and was about to leave when her computer began to buzz. A bad premonition suddenly settled in her heart. Baekhyun hugged the corpse tightly, his eyes wide open. Annan saluted him and cruelly reminded him, "General, the White Sun Legion needs your command." There wasn't even time to grieve. Baekhyun watched his brother's body being collected. He clenched his fists, trying to recover from the suffocating emotion and re-enter the mech. When Siegency appeared in the medical department, Elder Lin, covered in blood, showed surprise and pointed at Connors lying on the bed. "Just in time. Come and rescue Admiral Connors. He's been ambushed by an enemy Qin class." As he spoke, he realized that the young woman was brimming with terrifying hostility. In a flash, she had already raised her knife and slashed at Connors. No one reacted. A gleam of light flashed in Connors' eyes, and he struggled to roll off the bed, dodging the blade. "Siegency, how dare you assassinate a Federation general?" She said nothing, but the icy blade danced like a silver snake, swooping down on Connors. Her eyes shone with a murderous intent that seeped through her bones. The fat old man was like a ball of flesh, leaving long trails of blood wherever he rolled. "Quickly, capture her." Connors' screams alerted everyone, and they were about to rescue her. The next second, Siegency tapped the ground with a single foot, summoning a freezing winter. Everyone was frozen in place, their powers incapable of functioning, except for their eyes. Old Lin used his strength to dispel the powers, clasping his hands together and solidifying space. Siegency, brandishing her blade, froze in place. A vicious look flashed in Connors' eyes, and his right hand, like a claw, reached out for her. "Wait!" Old Lin grabbed his hand, furious and anxious. What the hell happened? He had been very optimistic about Siegency, this young woman. Why had she suddenly launched an attack and tried to kill the general? What else could it be? Connors pointed at Siegency in exasperation. This traitor attempted to assassinate the general, and everyone saw it. "Let her go." Siegency's voice was so deep it seemed to be squeezed through her teeth. "Capture her," Connors roared. Old Lin was certain she had her reasons. "Tell me why." As they confronted each other, footsteps clattered outside. "Jinxie." Manny ran over, panting. Seeing her surrounded by everyone in an aggressive posture, she struggled to speak. Feishua's star has fallen, and the glorious legion has been annihilated. Boom! A powerful mental force radiated from Siegency. Her body twisted, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Elder Lin's eyes suddenly widened, and the space he'd been holding, as solid as concrete, cracked. With a crisp sound, Siegency's entire body trembled as he gripped the knife, swooping down on Connors like a giant eagle flapping its wings. "Stop!" Just as Elder Lin was about to move, a figure swooped over to Siegency's side and, with a wave of his hand, dispersed his psychic particles. "Hilfis, are you going to make the same mistake?" The young man simply smiled and followed the sharp, glaring figure. "Sister, go ahead." If she were an invincible sword, he would gladly be her shield. Space split open towards the two of them, even the ceiling warped. Hilfis grasped the crack with her bare hands and shattered it, but her palm was also broken. Severe pain washed over him, but he remained calm. A flash of green light fell on him, and the wound healed. The two of them joined forces, leaving even Elder Lin helpless. Connors' power was related to his hands. He could precisely grasp anything, even air. His hands kept grasping, pulling, and tugging as if swimming. Just as he was concentrating on dodging, he suddenly missed. Unknowingly, his hands were enveloped by a green light. It was like a pair of gloves, completely isolating his power. With two swift cuts, his hands fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 319. Connors faced a wall, and behind him was Siegency's long sword, pointed at his neck. Bang! Everyone stared in disbelief at the black hole between him and the tank sword. "Siegency, are you really going to go against me?" At this point, Connors gave up pretending. "No wonder Lance insisted on having you join us. With you on the opposing side, we're doomed sooner or later." Old Lin, who had been trying desperately to stop Siegency, was like a duck with its neck pinched. It took him a long time to utter, "You're a spy." Oh my god, what a shocking truth. A dignified general is actually a spy? This explained everything. Connors, how can you live up to the trust placed in you by the Marshal and the people of the Federation by doing this? And your family, you? None of my business. Connors uttered these 4 words in a ruthless tone. The disguise wound heel quickly. Elder Lin stared at him in disbelief. You've also undergone a superpower transplant? Chin-level superpowers, super life. Connors smirked. Even if I'm left with only a head, even if I'm so old my bones have decayed, I can still live. This was equivalent to him having an infinite lifespan. Really? A whisper echoed in his ears, like a death note. Just as he was about to use his superpowers, Xiagency once again wrapped her hands around him. She gripped her 2 swords tightly, and swung them at him with all her might. Connors screamed in pain and fled, unable to avoid the blade behind him. The blade's light reflected in those unblinking eyes, so cold and indifferent. His superpowers caused his wounds to heal continuously, and soon, blood covered the medical hall as he ran. Cornered again, he smirked, sweat dripping from his face. Xiagency, what can you do to me? The next second, the knife was coated in green, leaving a bloody cross on his chest. Didn't I tell you? Ah! A scream 100 times more piercing than before burst from his mouth. He convulsed, and 3 seconds passed, the wound still dripping with blood. Xiagency pointed the knife at him, and uttered the second sentence, since entering the medical hall, life and death, experienced them together. With a gentle flick of the knife, a torrent of blood gushed upward, and Connors' thick, fleshy left leg was severed. Another cut, severing his right leg. 2 more cuts, severing both arms. Looking at the human stick before her, the corners of her blood-stained mouth curled up. Next. Connors' pupil shrank as the knife's tip approached. Save me, save me. The wall behind him suddenly turned pitch black. Connors fell backwards. Xiagency immediately formed a light shield, but unexpectedly, a fierce wave of fire erupted from behind the black hole. The temperature was so intense that it seemed capable of instantly melting a person. Even Elder Lin's hair stood on end with fear, star level. He immediately severed the space between his side and the black hole. But the heat continued to pour in, melting the walls surrounding the black hole. Just as everyone was despairing, a heavy snow fell in the space. The cold and the heat confronted each other from afar. Just then, a chain made of molten lava suddenly shot out from the black hole, binding Xiagency and dragging him away. Hilthus immediately reached out to save him, but his entire arm was instantly singed. Xiagency couldn't even use his supernatural powers. He was directly pulled into the black hole. Sister! Hilthus grabbed her hand without hesitation. As they entered, Xiagency chopped Connors into pieces with his sword and then beat him out with it. The black hole suddenly closed, leaving only Connors' body and the bare walls. The medical building began to crumble. Elder Lin, regaining his composure, immediately used his supernatural powers to prop it up. Evacuate the wounded first. Manny stared intently at the spot where Xiagency had been devoured. She took a step, but found her legs completely drained of strength and fell to her knees. This day was a deeply memorable one for everyone in the Federation. It would later be recorded in history books with even greater prominence. Admiral Connors rebelled and was slain by Xiagency. Marshal's nephew, by Zalen, was killed in battle, and the glorious legion was completely annihilated, leaving only 2 survivors. The Empire breached the Federation's borders, capturing Faciustar and 2 desolate planets in one fell swoop. At the same time, the Federation's god of war, Xiagency, and his adjutant were dragged into a black hole by Imperial Star-level experts, their fate unknown. A dilapidated warship sailed through space. A planet shimmering with a faint blue-green light appeared before their eyes. The pilot in the driver's seat perked up. Report, we've entered the Nagano Star Space Zone. Annan opened his eyes in the passenger seat. Send a landing request immediately. He glanced at the empty command seat, stood up, and went to the lounge next to the command room. He knocked on the door. After a while, a hoarse enter came from inside. The young man sat on the bed, his usually straight back hunched, unable to bear the overwhelming grief. 2 military caps lay beside him, his white uniform covered in scorch marks and dried, blackened blood. The bloodshot in his eyes was a crisscross of red, his face pale and sunken, and dark stubble covered the lower half of his face like mold. Annan took a deep breath, pushing the bitterness to the tip of his nose. We've arrived at Nagano planet. Baikuin didn't respond. Annan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. After all, even he himself was still tormented by the alternating between Bizalen's once cheerful smile and his face in death. Death is an eternal fate, But when it happens to one's own soul, it becomes a personal pain. The vibration of the battleship landing made Baekhyun wipe his face and stand up. He wanted to see what his good father's expression was like. When he arrived at the marshal's office, Baekhyun was first enveloped by a pungent smell of smoke. The father and son stared at each other for a long time through the smoke. "Do you blame me?" Baekhyun spoke first. Baekhyun only said, if Sejinsi had been there, Zaylan wouldn't have died. But she was imprisoned by his good father. Baekhyun's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled as he heard his son's measured words. "I will never, like you, compromise with those filthy fellows. I will never hesitate again. I will never let Zaylan's tragedy happen to anyone else." He would carry his brother's dreams and march forward into the light. Without waiting for his father to say anything, he turned and strode away. As he emerged from the building, a radiant light washed over him, and he closed his eyes. "I only hope you return safely, like the stars that guide lost souls with their backs." Sucked into the tunnel, Sejinsi felt the utter chaos of time and space here. The tunnel's barriers were dangerous and untouchable. Here, even the star-level master's control over his supernatural powers was limited. But at this point, what was there to fear? Hilfus. She simply called out his name, and Hilfus understood immediately. "I'm ready." Then the emerald light enveloped the two of them. Hilfus gripped the scorching chain with both hands. His arm burned and quickly healed, repeating this process until he finally neutralized the opponent's supernatural power. "Sister, I did it." He smiled and fainted. Sejinsi grabbed his waist and jumped out. Chapter 320. Hilfus felt a chill dripping down his face, and sat up abruptly. It was due, he realized. He was in a makeshift treehouse. The new flesh on his arm, irritated by the slight chill, gave rise to goosebumps. Stooping, he walked out and spotted Sejinsi's figure atop a tree. It was late at night. Above the dome, stars, lonely for countless billions of years, shone silently. The galaxy and the night sky cast a mysterious, cold hue around her. She withdrew her gaze from the distant horizon and hopped lightly down. "Are you feeling unwell?" Hilfus shook her head, her gaze settling on the corpse of the strange beast on the tree below. "I don't recognize it." "Where are we now?" "I don't know." Outside the star network, the optical computer was unusable. And when you leave a star system, the year, month, and day will change due to the different speeds of the planets. This optical computer was based on the time of the federal calendar capital star. When she emerged from the alien space tunnel, she immediately enveloped them both in a galaxy, then entered her Mecca. Otherwise, they would have been crushed by the vacuum of space. It took some time to find this planet with water and life. Judging from the distribution of stars at night, it was an unexplored star region. Hilfus thought for a moment and said, although the black hole is spatially chaotic, the alien space tunnel is a stable black hole controlled by the Star Devourer, connecting the Federation and the Empire. It's like the fourth dimension. One step forward, and you're in the vast universe. So we should still be within the star regions of both sides. However, besides the fixed star map routes between the Empire and the Federation, there are vast expanses of unknown star regions. They weren't even sure of their direction, and there was a real chance they get lost in the vast universe. But Sejinsi wasn't overly panicked. She sat down on the ground inside the treehouse. "Prepare your supplies. We set off in 2 nights." She closed her eyes, and a strange aura emanated from her. Psychic power? Hilfus was somewhat surprised that her sister could actually deduce star maps. This was something only possible when one's spiritual power transcended the limits of a single planet and could sense the energy of other worlds. She hadn't even reached the Qin level yet she had already achieved this. A sense of pride washed over him. Sitting down across from her, he gazed at her with restrained yet greedy eyes. Even without the glint in her eyes, she exuded an unsympathetic, unwavering aura, cold and almost cruel. There was a kind of person whose mere presence would taint the rest of life with her shadow, leaving no one untouched in her dreams or before her. Suddenly, those black eyes opened, startling him so much that his back straightened. "What's up?" He smiled and shook his head. His handsome, heroic eyebrows furrowed a little. "Don't interrupt me while I'm analyzing the star map. Those damn star devourers, when she gets back, she'd tear them to pieces." Sejinsi continued to analyze the star map. A map of the nearby star fields gradually formed in her mind. Once she found a suitable planet, she would prepare water and food and set off. Then she would continue to analyze. And so on, searching for energy mines and regularly inspecting her Mecca. An unknown amount of time passed, but that night, she suddenly opened her eyes. Found it. A planet with human life, after mining some high-level energy ore, the two boarded their mecha and arrived at the discovered planet. From afar, they spotted a satellite overhead, one that didn't resemble any of the Federation's existing models. Siegency pondered for a moment, and pulled out two ear-worn disguise devices from his space hub. When worn, they released biomolecules to alter one's appearance. After landing in a deserted area, he gave one to Hilfus. This was a marginal mining planet, similar in environment to the second marginal planet, uninhabitable. They walked across a barren plain, an endless expanse of red earth dotted with mines, resembling a hideous pox from the air. The wind blew, turning the air red. The optical computer still showed no sign of connecting to the star network. This meant this wasn't the Federation. The humming of machinery echoed in the distance, followed by footsteps rapidly approaching. "Stop! Who are you?" The guard pointed his weapon at them. They were dressed casually. They weren't official personnel. Siegency was neither defensive nor defensive. "We had an accident while traveling in outer space, and we're forced to stay here." The men exchanged glances. The middle-aged man in the lead, wearing a brown jacket and flat-toed shoes, had a sharp gaze. He examined the two men cautiously. "How did you get here?" "A spacecraft." This spacecraft refers to a type of spacecraft smaller than a spaceship or warship, similar to a helicopter capable of traveling through space. It's a type of space travel vehicle used by a small number of people. It can be simple or very advanced. "Can you show me?" "Sure." Siegency's Space Link had a spacecraft sold by Sean Lauda, which was highly regarded among interstellar pirates. The middle-aged man felt a slight sense of relief. It wasn't a Federation model. He lowered his weapon. "My name is Win2, and I'm the bodyguard captain for the mining company. I take you to the city." He raised his chin to the right. Siegency nodded. "Thank you." After walking a few steps, Win2 casually asked, "Do you know the owner of our Ryan Star Mining Company? He's the most famous person here." He stared at her, waiting for her answer. Siegency frowned. This guy was testing them. "Isn't Ryan Star's mining affairs handled by the government?" Felsis asked in surprise. "Or did they change the person after I've been in outer space for a while?" Siegency glanced at Hilfus. "Of course, he was abducted from the Empire by the Flame Serpent." "But didn't you say you forgot where you came from back then?" Win2 smiled. "It's still official, but the mining rights have been delegated." Seeing this, Felsis casually asked, "Captain Win2, you have quite a few problems." "Hey, isn't it because the situation is unstable right now? I'm worried about Federation spies sneaking in." As expected, this is the Empire's territory. From afar, the settlement perched on the red earth plains could be seen. 200-story buildings stood out like bamboo shoots emerging from a meadow, conspicuous. As they approached, Felsis spotted the facial recognition system at the town's entrance, and his expression changed slightly. Siegency also saw it, his eyes narrowing slightly. The moisture in the air condensed into a thin blade, severing the line. Even the fluctuations of the supernatural particles were imperceptible. Hilfus was once again shocked by the speed at which his sister's mental power was increasing. Such control was terrifying. After passing the scanner and finding no abnormalities, Win2 finally felt relieved and smiled more sincerely. "There's a hotel in town. You can go there. The prices are quite reasonable." Speaking of this, Hilfus remembered that he and his sister were penniless in the Empire. Federal money and cards are useless here. Chapter 321. We've lost all our money. Where's the exchange hall? We like to exchange some. Hilfus looked embarrassed, as if troubled by a lack of funds. Win2 understood perfectly, but shook his head. "This is a mining planet uninhabitable. Officials won't come here, but Joseph, the mining agent, is willing to accept all sorts of supplies." Joseph? Unfortunately, Hilfus was very young when she was abducted and didn't remember him at all. "Okay, I understand." After saying goodbye to Win2, the two went to the exchange hall. The place was full of exotic beast hunters and exotic plant pickers, some carrying safes or simply carrying their goods in bags, bargaining with the staff. Siegency glanced at the levels of the people's goods and made a plan. Take the red ones. As they wandered through the universe, they passed by many resource-rich planets, filling 7 or 8 of the nearly 10,000 cubic meter space hubs. When the scorching hot energy ore was placed on the counter and the identification machine scanned it, revealing over 6,000 pieces of data, the hall erupted in excitement. Energy ore was a scarce resource, and it was level 6. Everyone was envious. While the staff was calling for the manager, someone finally stepped forward and asked, "Hey man, that's some good stuff. Where did you get it?" "Yeah, tell me about it, and we can all get rich together." Hilfus glanced at her expressionless sister. This was already the worst of the supplies they had. Or, considering the current situation, they had dug some nearby to exchange for cash. Anything lower would be a complete waste of space, and it was still too conspicuous. He had no doubt that if they weren't in the exchange hall, these people would have probably started a fight. Hilfus glanced at the crowd with a casual air. Stay away from us. The pressure of his 7th level supernatural power erupted, and everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they quickly took a few steps back. While wandering in space, his supernatural power had also increased rapidly. The manager, who hurried out of the elevator, paused slightly. He was a high-level supernatural being. In this case, the plan would have to be slightly adjusted. So you two want to exchange for 6th level energy, or right? The manager smiled a little, giving off a very sincere and friendly feeling. Since Hilfus had been the one handling the entire process, he naturally assumed he was the one in charge. Yes. Knowing her sister's reserved nature, Hilfus stepped forward. How much can I exchange? The manager led the two to the VIP room, saying, energy ore has always been valuable here. It's hard currency, after all. The energy ore you brought has relatively few impurities, so we charge 10% above the market price. What do you think? Hilfus glanced at her sister, saw her nod slightly, and then nodded to the manager. Okay. The manager, preoccupied with matters, didn't notice the exchange. After going through a series of formalities, Hilfus took the memory card from the manager and left the VIP room with her sister. They hadn't gone far when they exchanged glances. Someone was following them. The agency didn't react with surprise. Don't worry. No one on this planet had yet been found who could pose a threat to her. The two of them then went to the town's only hotel. A 3-story white building, its windows dusty, was filled with the aroma of wine and food. Accompanied by the roaring laughter, it felt particularly vibrant. Especially for two people who had been drifting through the universe for so long. Hilfus pulled out his laptop from his arms and glanced at it, feeling a wave of emotion. 3 years. After being away from human society, and without communication for so long, even language skills can deteriorate. But his sister's face remained calm and composed. From the moment she escaped through the alien space tunnel until now, her expression hadn't changed at all. She remained as resilient as ever. The agency replied. Hilfus felt a twinge of joy in his emotion. At least for the first time in 2 years, his sister had responded to him. Before, she had always ignored him unless he asked a question. This is the bond cultivated over 3 years of daily companionship. 3 years. As the two entered, the green supernatural light vanished, and a crisp, shrill voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, I possess the exact same supernatural power as the agency, the radiance of life. How could I possibly not heal you?" A brown-haired girl appeared, wearing a short, brown-green baseball jacket, which blew open in the wind, revealing a black tube top underneath. She wore shorts and strappy flat sandals. She wore an orange headband, with a braid dangling down her right side. With bright eyes, white teeth, and a slightly darker complexion, she looked both fiery and playful. Everyone around her was smiling and praising her. "Aya, you're amazing. The doctors at the hospital took 2 days to heal me." "Stop the flattering. It's my turn." Another injured person, with a severed hand, sat down in front of her. Aya propped her right foot on the wooden bench, rolled up her sleeves, and proudly tossed her braid. I knew Uncle Ma had good taste. She placed her hands on his arm, and the green psychic glow emanated again. The severed hand quickly grew back. Hilfus was surprised to see this. "Sister?" "It's the newborn, hidden in her space link." The war between the Empire and the Federation had led to more secret exchanges. And with those termites and space pirates in the middle, the newborn was eventually copied by the Empire. The girl's psychic ability was merely ordinary healing, but she possessed immense mental strength. She half opened the space link and used the healing device within to treat the injured. As they spoke, an accident occurred. Halfway through the treatment, the growing little finger refused to grow back. A guilty look flashed across Aya's face, and she immediately feigned weakness, disabling her supernatural powers. "No, I'm too tired today. I treat it next time." "How can you stop treating it halfway?" Uncle Ma glared at her in dissatisfaction. "No, I have to be treated today. I'm tired and can't use my supernatural powers, so what can I do?" Aya handled the situation expertly, patting her butt. Even experts have tempers. With that, she turned and went to the back of the hotel, quickly locking herself in her room. The minor incident didn't bother the two of them. After checking in, they went upstairs to their room. Little did they know, the conversation downstairs quickly turned to them. "Are these the two guys?" The ones who took the level 6 energy, or claiming they were in a space accident. They are. Besides them, who else could be strangers in our town? Huh? Really level 6 energy, or? Uncle Ma, whose little finger hadn't even grown yet, stroked his beard. With so many people watching at the exchange hall, how could it be fake? Siegency closed the window. The town's population was small, especially among those in the underworld, where information flowed easily. According to Win2, the scanner at the entrance was checked weekly. The next inspection was still 3 days away. If it was found to be broken, the two of them would naturally become suspect. It wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. Chapter 322. In the evening, the two went downstairs for dinner. Just after they ordered bread and soup, a beautiful figure sat down beside them. Hello, my name is Aya. May I meet you? The girl smiled brightly, her pigtails swirling as she spoke. However, neither of the people she was facing responded. Aya wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she knocked on the table and called to the proprietress, Aunt Mingli, I'd like some ham-fried rice. Then she turned to Hilfus, propping her chin up. I'm a famous doctor here. You know Siegency, the Federation's female assassin, right? We share the same supernatural power. Hilfus's disguised face twisted as she heard her say this again. She glanced at her expressionless sister, raised an eyebrow, and said, Then you're quite impressive. Of course. The girl, looking only 18 or 19, mimicked the other mercenary's gruff and casual demeanor. She held a business card between her fingers and handed it to Hilfus. If you're hurt, come find me. Handsome men are always welcome. She then raised her eyebrows and flirted with a playful, childish look. The people who had been watching the action burst into laughter. Uncle Ma grabbed her collar and said, You little girl, you're off looking for new customers again. If you have the time, why don't you heal my finger? Or I give you my money back. I immediately grabbed her wallet at her waist and shook her head like a puppy. The money's already been spent. If you can't fix it, you can beat me up. After she finished speaking, she was slapped on the head. Uncle Ma spat, You idiot. Hilfus frowned, but said nothing. Don't let her fool you too. This little girl always quits. Don't bother with her. Aya panicked and grabbed Hilfus's hand. Trust me, my healing skills are truly amazing. Uncle Ma pushed her away. The adults are talking. There's no need for you to interfere. Go away. Siegency, who had been silent the entire time, glanced at him sideways but remained silent. Perhaps because her aura of indifference was too strong, those who wanted to speak to them shut their mouths down and went off to chat and laugh with those they knew. Aya ate a few bites of her meal, wiped her mouth, and headed back. According to the familiar Uncle Ma, after leaving the orphanage, this girl rented a utility room in a hotel and spent her days treating patients. He then added another scolding. You don't study hard, and you're always lying about your medical treatments. You're not a good person. The proprietress, Mingli, dressed in a motorcycle jacket, joined in the rant while wiping cups. And she always owes me rent. If it weren't for her incredible healing powers, I would have kicked her out long ago. Her thin face, with prominent cheekbones, looked quite sarcastic. Others echoed her sentiments, ultimately telling them to stay out of the way of that little girl. Siegency wiped his mouth, stood up, and went upstairs without a word. Uncle Ma nudged Hilfus, who was eating, with his elbow. Your wife has quite the personality. Puff, cough, cough, cough. The young man's face flushed red from choking. Uncle Ma moved his own bowl away to avoid getting it dirty, and asked him in confusion, What's wrong? Hilfus took a sip of water from the proprietress, then, after catching his breath, explained seriously, Don't talk nonsense. She's my sister. It's true that he liked his sister, but he wouldn't let anyone misunderstand him like that. In his heart, that person was as pure and untainted as fresh snow. Uncle Ma chuckled and scratched his head. Sorry, I misunderstood. Hilfus said it was okay, and handed the cup to the hostess. Thank you. Mingli nodded and rolled her eyes at Uncle Ma. Fool, how do they look like a couple? I think the young lady looks more like the young man's boss. No matter how bad the relationship between a couple is, they wouldn't be completely devoid of eye contact. And this young man, for that matter, was incredibly cautious with her. Hilfus was surprised. He had good judgment. The meal was paid for together with the room, with any excess refunded and any shortfall supplemented. Hilfus politely said hello and went upstairs. Everyone behind him looked up and watched him leave. As he turned the corner of the stairs, his brow furrowed. When he arrived at the room, he found Siegency standing by the window, looking at the utility room in the backyard. Aya was cradling a half-new newborn device, her face grimacing and scratching. Why is it broken again? Where can I find someone to fix it? As she spoke, she banged on the machine, and suddenly, black smoke erupted from it, leaving her looking like charcoal. She froze for a moment, then exhaled a puff of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. She looked both naive and pathetic. But neither of them was interested in appreciating her. Seeing her leave, Siegency raised his chin and said, "Follow her?" Two unknown outsiders, no matter how foolish, wouldn't be so eager to establish a relationship. Besides, the townspeople treated them strangely. Hilfus flipped out the window and leaped onto the roof. He followed them all the way, away from the town center, around the tall buildings, and arrived at the orphanage on the west side of town. Hilfus was observing the orphanage when he heard a faint sound of breaking wind behind him. He immediately backhanded and dispersed the incoming wind blades. Looking at the people surrounding him, he looked displeased. "What do you want?" "Nothing. Our boss wants to discuss business with you." Hilfus dismissed the attacking supernatural energy with a few swipes and jumped off the tall building. When he landed, he saw Aya had appeared at the orphanage door without anyone noticing, waving at him. "Come here." He frowned, deciding to capture her first, so he lowered his center of gravity and quickly approached. But before he could make a move, Aya exhaled a puff of white smoke from her sleeve. The moment they met, Hilfus felt dizzy. Looking at the fallen man, the frankness and cheerfulness on Aya's face vanished, leaving her expressionless. "Take him away." In the hotel, Siegency, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them, stood up, and went downstairs. "Where are you going, guest?" The landlady, Mengli, looked at her with a smile. "Be careful if you're going out for fun. We can go anywhere here, except that place." She pointed to the tall building outside the door, which was nearby Joseph's territory. "A pretty girl like you must be careful." Siegency nodded slightly in thanks for the reminder and strolled out the door. Mengli stared at her back, her smile fading. Uncle Ma put down his glass. "Is she okay?" "If she's okay, she's okay. If not, forget it." Mengli shrugged. For years, even the authorities couldn't handle that bastard. They could count on one person for the next. All the way, people kept looking at Siegency. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Elsewhere, in a luxuriously decorated room, Aya was thrown onto the bed. A man pounced on her and began to rub her vigorously. "Get out." She flew into a rage, but couldn't push the man's massive frame away. So she started to grab and kick him. The long-haired man in a suit sneered and grabbed her hand. "What? Don't you want to save those little brats?" Chapter 323. Hilfus opened his eyes and witnessed a disgusting brutality. Until the girl's screams died down, his brows remained furrowed, as if glued together, and refused to relax. Aya, her face pale, kicked the man aside and trembled as she put on her clothes, not daring to look at the young man in the corner. He threw a wad of money onto the bed. "This time, I'm taking two." The man, his trousers disheveled, picked up the money, tossed it aside without even glancing, and leisurely lit a cigarette. "The price is up 50%. You can take one. If you want two, it's up to you to pay the difference or saw one of the little brats in half." Aya trembled with anger. A trickle of crimson blood trickled down her leg, but she seemed accustomed to it and didn't care. "Joseph, you're not keeping your word." He grabbed a handful of powder and sprinkled it at him. Unexpectedly, the man inhaled it with relish. "This time, the poison is really to my liking." Gazing at the girl's furious eyes, Joseph pulled up his pants and pinched her face. "Good day, Aya. As long as you agree to work with me, I do anything you want." "Get lost." Aya pushed him away. "I'm not going to follow an ugly idiot 40 or 50 years my senior." She picked up the extra money. "I want to take Sheer away." Faced with Joseph's relentless pressure, she didn't even try to protest, because she knew it was useless. Aya tried to turn away gracefully, but stumbled from the pain. She glanced at Hilfus, who hung his head, and tried to remain calm as she left. Joseph then approached Hilfus, carrying a sickening breath. "That girl is incredibly stubborn, and the poison she brews is quite good, too." She extended her hand toward him. "I'm sorry to have startled you, sir." Hilfus opened his hand. "What do you want to do? Didn't my men tell you?" Joseph feigned surprise. "Of course, I want to discuss the level 6 energy mine business with you, sir." Hilfus's eyes gleamed darkly. "Your behavior doesn't sound like business, but more like robbery." "I suppose it could be considered robbery, after all. You could always ask around and find out what I did before." Joseph's thinking was simple. Since the two men in charge were only level 7s, they wouldn't cause any trouble in his presence, so there was no need for him to be polite. Hilfus smiled. He showed no sign of panic, as if he were being captured and restrained. Instead, he crossed his arms and legs. If you want to discuss business, you shouldn't be looking for me. The glass window cracked, letting in a flurry of snowflakes. Slender legs and round-toed leather boots rested against the window. The man, with his scorpion tail braid dangling down to his knees, leaned against the window frame, like an emotionless robot. How about discussing business with me? Joseph's eyes widened. Damn it, this woman was actually a level 9. Hilfis pursed her beautiful lips. Sister, he bullied me. Just like when he was little, he was very good at acting like a spoiled child. The next moment, Joseph's hands, coated in black, grasped with force. Siegency gave a light kick, flipping over and landing on the coffee table. That claw ripped through the air, leaving for purple-black claw marks on the snow-white wall, emitting a pungent smell. Poisonous. Siegency then pointed his finger at the man, and countless icy spikes shot out instantly. Joseph's claws gleamed with a dark glow, and with a swift afterimage, they shattered the ice blade. The ice hissed upon contact, demonstrating its potent toxicity. Hilfis's face was dignified. No wonder this man had secured the mining rights for Ryan Star. He was actually a level 9. The authorities probably couldn't completely suppress him, so they gave him the rights as a token of their devotion. In reality, they were colluding with the corrupt, sitting back and not caring about the profits. Joseph stopped attacking and instead deactivated his powers, straightened his clothes, and acted very amiable. It was I who was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. Siegency remained silent, merely staring at him dimly. Hilfis smiled faintly. To brush it off as a misunderstanding is underestimating us. Joseph wanted to eat the manager of the exchange hall alive. Even the leader made a mistake, leading him to arrest the wrong person. If he had known this woman was a level 9, he would have definitely changed his approach, not let this situation get to this point. Feeling the biting chill emanating from Siegency, he gritted his teeth and said, I wonder how this young lady will calm down. Having provoked a level 9, he accepted defeat. It wasn't that he was cowardly. After all, he was also a level 9, and could find help, but his primary goal was to profit, not to create an enemy. If a real fight broke out, he would suffer a heavy loss, while the authorities would profit instead. I need a spacecraft, Siegency said. Joseph's eyes flashed with understanding. If you two wish to leave, I can send a caravan to take you. Without waiting for a refusal, he continued, the war has intensified over the past year. All routes within the Empire, and even to the Federation, are under guard. Without navigation rights, even if I gave you the spacecraft, it would be impossible to move forward. This was also to prevent Federation spies from infiltrating. After all, if they strayed off course in space, they would be lost forever. Siegency lowered his eyes, thinking. There were countless star systems between the Empire and the Federation. The star map they had previously deduced probably wasn't even half of it. No, I want the aircraft. Joseph hesitated slightly, but thinking of the level 6 energy mine, he resolutely agreed. I give it to you right away. He then ordered his men to retrieve a 10-passenger aircraft from the warehouse. Siegency inspected it, confirming it was faultless, and then stored it in the space link. Joseph's heart trembled again at this. A space link capable of accommodating an aircraft was even more valuable than the space link itself. This woman clearly didn't look like she was short of money, so why was she so obsessed with the space link? He had said he wanted to go home. Wait, this woman only said it was a space accident, not that she was from the Empire. Thinking of the facial recognition system in town, it was a pity that only the government had the key, so he couldn't access it. In that case, he just hold off for 2 more days. Miss, my name is Maureen. Hearing the name, Hilfis twitched his lips and scrambled to his feet, standing behind his sister. Joseph smiled. Miss Maureen, what are your thoughts on the level 6 energy mine business? It's just a level 6 energy mine. I just take you there. Siegency, trying to boost his credibility, said, we split the profits 50-50 after we find it. Joseph's mind returned to making money. Miss Maureen only provided the location, and she's asking for 50% while I'm putting in the time and effort, so I only get 50%. I'm afraid that's unreasonable. Without me, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to put in the effort. In the end, after much discussion, it came down to a 30-70 split. Siegency agreed to depart the next afternoon and left with Hilfis. Back at the hotel, Hilfis was a little worried. Sister, how can we get the route map? He had a vague idea of his sister's plan. After obtaining the route map, they would borrow Joseph's fleet to reach the route's starting point, and then depart. As for any obstacles along the way, they could figure out a solution later. There's a great candidate. Agency looked at the girl, who had returned to the backyard utility room. Chapter 324. Looking at the woman who had silently appeared before her, Aya took 2 steps back cautiously. What do you want? She glanced at the expressionless Hilfus. Are you seeking revenge on me for helping me capture him? If so, she deserved it. Unexpectedly, the dark-haired woman before her said something startling. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Aya eyed the two suspiciously. She knew that this woman had fought with Joseph today and was now unharmed, so she must be quite formidable. What kind of deal could a powerful figure like you make with me? Just then, she saw the dark-haired woman tap her fingertips, and the utility room was bathed in a green glow. Next door, near the kitchen wall, Mingli and Uncle Ma pressed their ears to the wall, but could no longer hear anything. When Agency stated her purpose, Aya was initially confused, then loudly demanded, Who are you? It doesn't matter. Agency didn't answer. Just understand, it's worth doing business with me. The Federation also had route maps, but as a major general, she didn't have access to them. And there was no way to get them right now. Aya was in a dilemma. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that when 2 sides were at war, ordinary people wouldn't go to the Federation. They'd either be opportunistic businessmen, space pirates, or even Federation personnel. But as the woman before her had said, she was perfect for trading. Because she was a level 9 expert, the only chance she ever have to meet, she quickly made up her mind. I can help you get the route maps. Joseph has them. But I want you to kill 2 people. Agency wasn't surprised. Who? Joseph, and the man who experimented on the children in our orphanage. What's the second person's identity? What level of ability is he? Aya's face flickered with anguish at her question. I don't know. Joseph is very afraid of him. This meant that the other person's ability level was at least higher than Joseph's. This meant that Agency, also at level 9, wasn't necessarily able to kill that person. Just then, Aya suddenly remembered something. But I heard Joseph call him Master Star Eater. The moment she finished speaking, the faces of the 2 people opposite her darkened. Aya's heart sank. Could it be that this woman couldn't kill that bastard either? What do you think, sister? Hilfus pondered, looking at the expressionless Agency. A sardonic smile played at the corner of her mouth. Rules and fate are quite magical. After drifting through the universe for so long, the first familiar person she met was such a thing. Aya thought she wouldn't agree, so she quickly raised the stakes. If you can kill that Star Devourer, I can give you a route starting from the mining planet. She didn't know who the Star Devourer was, assuming it was the nickname of a famous psychic. Agency's eyes flickered. How do you have a route to the mining planet? There's no airport here. Interstellar routes are valuable because space is full of unknown dangers. The authorities expended enormous manpower and resources to eliminate these dangerous routes before they were discovered. This mining planet didn't even have an official presence, so how could it have an external route? Aya bit her lip. My father left it. He used a star map and the nearest flight path to deduce it. He explored it himself and returned safely. He was once a renowned doctor in town, but ever since Joseph arrived, he's been forcing him into illegal activities. He wanted to take my mother and me away to live in the Federation, but they were discovered before they left. The couple tragically died, and she ended up in an orphanage. Unfortunately, by some strange twist of fate, Joseph had finally targeted her. Let me see it. Aya's first reaction was to refuse. What if she changed her mind after reading it? But then she thought, since she already revealed it, this woman could kill and rob on the spot. There was no point in making a deal with her. So she readily took the item out. Agency glanced at it, her intuition telling her that the energy field distribution between the planets was correct. So she put the interstellar route map away and looked at Aya, who looked at her with a look of why are you going to change your mind? When will the Star Eater arrive? The girl's eyes lit up. The day after tomorrow. Joseph constantly buys children from interstellar pirates. They come here at the end of every month to select them and conduct experiments on them. I'm going to Joseph's place to rescue the surviving children. Hilfus's expression was complicated. Those children won't live long. Why do you need to? Witnessing the girl being bullied by Joseph with his own eyes, he couldn't understand. How do you know they won't live long? Aya wanted to ask, but her nose felt sore first. She wiped away her tears. My father originally ran the orphanage. He hated to see children suffer. Although the orphanage is struggling to survive these days, I cannot forget my father's last wish. Besides, living in this world requires striving for a goal. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. It wasn't that she was insulted for saving those children, but after being insulted, she saw the children trapped in the cages as she was about to commit suicide. That's when the thought came to her, and she lowered her hand from the trigger. Facing the two men's still puzzled looks, she smiled. If you had seen the eyes of those children, you know that what I'm doing must have had meaning. Siegency remained silent. Saving others is commendable, but sacrificing oneself is a loss. After the two men left, Aya smoothed her chest. As she walked out the door, she was met by Mengli, one hand on her waist, her long legs spread apart like a compass. Thinking badly, she was about to run when the woman grabbed her collar by the back. Aya, I'm kind enough to take you in. You better not be ungrateful. The woman spit her cigarette, but into a corner. Don't hang out with those shady guys. If anything gets in the way of my hotel, I raise your orphanage. She could tolerate the rest, but not the last sentence. My father used to treat your injuries for free, and you're treating me and my orphanage like this? TSK, that was your father's favor. What the hell does it have to do with you? Uncle Ma, squatting at the doorway to the kitchen, sneered. If it weren't for your father, you'd be beaten up countless times by me. All you do is brag and hang out with those bastards all day. The two exchanged a vehement exchange, and Aya's disguise could no longer hold up. She broke free, wiping away tears as she shouted, I settle the score with you when I get back. She had to go get one of the children first. Mengli dusted off her cigarette ash and looked up, spotting Siegency watching from the second floor with a cold gaze. She smiled and nodded in greeting. The next morning, a man in a suit entered the hotel. The people here dressed in an eclectic style, and the bar, overflowing with laughter and chatter, was practically a pin drop. Excuse me, where is Miss Maureen? Chapter 325. Siegency, who was drinking milk at the bar, turned around, and the man immediately approached him with a fawning voice. The buyer of the goods has arrived. Please come over. The other party was so serious that he even drove a hovercraft. However, no matter how hard the wild dog pretended, it couldn't look like a military dog. It exuded the audacity of a pirate. After they left, Mengli and the others' faces fell. They had finally waited for someone who could rival Joseph, but he ended up teaming up with them. In the car, Siegency asked the man driving, why did the buyer come so early? The man pondered for a moment, realizing it wasn't a secret, and said, the buyer is a big shot. He happened to be nearby recently, so the boss contacted him. For a 9th-level psychic resident of Mining Star to describe him as a big shot, he must be quite someone. Sister? Hilfus's mere cry was enough to express her doubts. If this buyer proved difficult to deal with, would it affect their subsequent operations? After all, killing Joseph would be tantamount to cutting off their source of income. Let's see. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, the communicator on his chest flashing. Joseph, in his high-rise office, listened to the conversation inside, fiddling with the device in front of him, and tossed it to his assistant. Go, install it on the door. The man on the other side laughed. Mr. Joseph, when have you ever cared about the identity of your collaborators? These are turbulent times. It never hurts to be cautious. As the man spoke, his eyes fell on the other woman's slender, white thighs, and he swallowed. When Siegency arrived here with the driver, he glanced at the facial recognition device on the doorframe. As he stepped inside, it began to beep. She walked in unnoticed, and immediately caught sight of the woman on the sofa. Even with her disguise, Hilfus was certain her sister's expression would change. The facial recognition device had been taken away, and Joseph looked at her dimly. Excuse me, Miss Maureen, are you in the same business? Or a Federation spy? That doesn't prevent us from making money, she said, sitting down on another single sofa, and Hilfus stood behind her. Joseph's expression was cryptic. If she were an interstellar pirate, that would be fine, but if she were a Federation spy, that wouldn't stop him from making money. He was just worried she might have other ulterior motives. So he smiled. Let me introduce Miss Maureen. This is Miss Mariana, the buyer of the Level 6 energy ore. The red-haired woman wore a short black skirt, small leather boots, and a black coat. Her red hair was like a flame. She leaned seductively to her side, her chin propped up as she studied this. Miss Maureen, her eyes sparkling. Miss Maureen looks familiar to me. Imagination. Siegency glanced at her. Yes, more like her. Siegency stopped talking, and Mariana burst into laughter. Hilfus couldn't help but sweat. He vaguely knew his sister had business dealings with this person, but he didn't expect to meet her here. Joseph, focused on making money, said, we leave early tomorrow morning. Miss Maureen, could you please draw a route map so I can input it into the ship's navigation system? Siegency glanced at him. Okay. He took the tablet, opened the drawing board, and drew the route map from memory. Joseph's face was filled with excitement after receiving the route map. He had made a fortune just by finding a few ordinary metal mines on the mining planet. If he could swallow this level 6 vein. Looking up, he suddenly met Mariana's delicate face, half smiling. His heart trembled, and he quickly put the tablet into the space button. Time's running out. I send someone to prepare it. You two can do as you please. After exiting the door, he called to those around him. Keep a close eye on that woman. He felt something was fishy about her identity. Siegency also stood up and left, declining the private car service. She and Hilfus strolled leisurely. When they returned to the hotel, they found the usually bustling lobby strangely quiet. A closer look revealed the figure swaying a glass of wine at the bar, a truly enchanting sight. Mariana sat on a high stool, her hair pulled to one side, revealing her fair, slender neck and a hint of cleavage, her long legs folded. The look in her eyes seemed to pierce the soul. Uncle Ma had spilled his wine on his pants, and he still hadn't recovered. You're back? Miss Maureen? The last address was tender and gentle. Siegency didn't even glance at her and went upstairs. Mariana smiled, put down her glass, and followed. What are you doing? Siegency sat down on the sofa, glaring at her coldly. Mariana closed the door behind her, and stared at her blankly for a moment. Suddenly, she pursed her lips, took a few steps forward, and leaned into her arms. Hard to say. After all this time, you're still so cold. Hilfus, who had followed her, froze in place. Seeing that her sister didn't push her away, she immediately felt jealous. In her memory, Chinka, Manny, and this woman could all hug her. Why isn't he a woman? Thankfully, Siegency quickly pushed the woman away. How did you recognize her? Mariana ran a finger from the corner of her eye to her heart. Even if you were reduced to ash, I recognize you. Besides, her eyes were so unique, like a divine mercy cast across the night sky, cold and profound. Her hand was about to reach down, making Hilfus want to throw her out. Siegency grabbed that hand. Let's get down to business. Mariana pouted. Since you discovered the energy mine, why don't we work together? My leader will definitely agree. The Long Night Pirates have enough resources. They shouldn't need this level 6 stuff. This woman is already level 8, clearly not short of resources. I just want to spend some time with you. Mariana's eyes flashed coldly. Besides, I don't think Joseph is sincere in cooperating with you. Now that he has the map, it's doubtful he'd be sincere. Thinking of this, she snorted with a smirk. Baby, you must be thinking of other things, right? He whispered in her ear. If you want to go back to the Federation, I take you. I have a map of the route. Siegency smiled faintly at this. I'm not going. Do I need to tell you why? Hilfus leaned in closer, surprised by what she said. Was her sister saying she had a way to get back, but hadn't used it? Mariana fell silent. Outside the windowsill, a micro-machine glowed faintly red, relaying the conversation inside the room word for word. Joseph sat on the sofa, grabbed the girl's hair at his feet, and sneered. I knew this bitch was no good. In that case, don't blame him for being rude. Aya's face and body were covered in wounds. As she stared at the man emerging from the alien tunnel, the fear in her eyes seemed to crystallize. Chapter 326. At dusk, the crimson setting sun enveloped the only small town on the mining planet. The dust seemed to linger with the scent of rust, creating an inexplicable oppression. The only tall building in town was Ryan Mining Company. Limited Joseph was currently in his office. He, the owner, smiled at the side, watching two elderly men and several dark-haired, dark-eyed men discuss something. Around them, a group of men and women with numbers engraved on their necks filled the nearly 100-square-meter office. Are you sure it's her? My senses can't be wrong. Joseph's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't understand why such a large group of high-level psychics had come, when he had merely warned them there might be Federation spies here. In the hotel, Mengli kept glancing at the front door. Damn Aya, she's not back yet. Did she pack up and run away? She looked at Siegency, who was calmly dining. Miss Maureen, do you know where Aya went? Hilfus came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fruit pie and said, I heard she went to Joseph's to pick up the child. He then placed the pastry in front of Siegency. Sister, try it. I made it with wild fruits from Mining Star. Siegency picked up a piece of fruit from the plate with a fork and slowly put it into her mouth. Not bad. She ate 2 more pieces before putting it down. No matter how refreshing sweets were, she only nibbled them briefly. Mengli frowned at this. That damn girl usually takes the child to the orphanage and comes back quickly in the evening. Uncle Ma put down his wine glass and wiped his beard. I go check it out. Watching him hurriedly leave, Siegency slowly sipped the flower tea that Hilfus had brewed. Uncle Ma returned soon with a grim expression. The security guard said that damn girl went in and never came out. Ming Li chewed the butt of her cigarette flat, then her eyes fell on a man and a woman at the bar. One of them lowered her eyes to drink tea, while the other was concentrating on admiring the person drinking it, seemingly unresponsive. Unable to grasp their thoughts, Uncle Ma was about to ask directly, but Ming Li stopped him. Anything else unusual? The woman asked, puffing out her cigarette. The man thought for a moment. Yes, there are a lot of new faces there today, and there are a lot of red mechas parked. Glancing at the still silent sea agency, his gaze deepened. Looks like the Imperial Army. Still no reaction? At this moment, Mariana came down from upstairs and tapped the laptop on her wrist. The latest news. The Imperial Army and the Star Devourers are here. Such a quietness suggests they're using a different dimensional portal. Honey, aren't you panicking? She asked, leaning lazily against the bar. Hilfus cleared the tray and asked, Miss Mariana, aren't you panicking? Oh, I'm a good friend of the Marshal, so I'm not panicking at all. At this moment, Sea Agency finished his last sip of tea and stood up. Let's go. Yes. Hilfus immediately understood and followed. Ming Li followed a few steps closer, then called out to the door, Miss Maureen, do you need to pay the bill? You have extra money. Sea Agency stood in the street and glanced at her. No need. As soon as he finished his words, thunder roared in the sky. A vast purple lightning net extended from the town's only tall building, entrapping everyone within it and carrying a terrifying pressure. The man hiding in the dark alley's face suddenly changed, and he hurried into the hotel. Mechas and countless figures flew out from the rooftops of tall buildings, rapidly converging on them like bats swarming out of their nests. The moment they moved, the town's supernatural particles began to stir like boiling water. Ming Li stared in horror at the surging supernatural energy. At that moment, the young woman not far from her quirked her lips. A brilliant light burst forth from her feet, soaring into the sky. A emerald green light shone on everyone's faces, obscuring the fading glow of the setting sun. There was no other radiance in the world so dazzling. Aya, slumped against the window, opened her eyes half-heartedly, her eyes widening. Watching from afar, the Star Devourer, simply enveloped by the light, felt his strength weaken, unable to move, his heart filled with fear. Had this woman's control over them truly been so unbreakable? The experimental subjects, now suddenly before their eyes, erupted with countless supernatural powers, like waves threatening to drown Sea Agency. The next moment, the black-haired young man stood before Sea Agency, his supernatural powers fully activated. A deep chasm seemed to lurch before him, countless attacks vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Sea Agency stepped off the ground and rose, her ice shield spreading in the air as a springboard. She swung her sword like a shadow, almost impossible to spot. Blood and corpses rained down like rain. Sea Agency had disappeared for 3 years, and her return was even more oppressive. Atop a tall building, a middle-aged man, his hair standing up like a hedgehog, frowned. We must not let this woman leave alive. That's right. If she advances to the Qin level, none of us will survive. With these words, the two attacked simultaneously. The nearby Star Devourers remained silent. At this point, they only wanted to rely on humans to avert the threat of extinction. Sensing the Qin class's supernatural power, Sea Agency clicked the spatial button on his neck. A deformed metal shimmering with a green glow was summoned. The metal, seemingly only the size of a football, weighed so heavily upon its appearance that even space trembled. The two Qin class members' expressions changed. This is a galaxy. A galaxy's mass isn't that great. Even space can barely contain it. How heavy must this thing be? It feels almost as heavy as a black hole, even with their mental powers. The first contact was like thin ice meeting magma. They couldn't even control it, let alone withstand it. Hilfus smiled at the fearful Qin class. This was the deformed metal her sister had forged through countless planets over the past 3 years, gathering precious materials and forging with her powerful mental power and the intense heat of a supernova. Starbreaker. There's probably nothing harder in the world. The two Qin class members exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. Sea Agency frowned as he transformed his Starbreaker into a long sword. With a powerful swing, space itself split, let alone lightning and fire. It split in two before the blades gleam. The two Qin class warriors' expressions suddenly changed. What the hell, where's he? In their haste, they actually lost sight of Sea Agency. A tremor of supernatural particles emanated from behind them, and the two men immediately took defensive action. Sea Agency's sword slashed through the lightning shield, slicing the left side of one of the Qin class warriors, sending blood spurting out. He tapped the ground, spun around, and hurled his tang sword with all his might. The fleeing Qin-class warrior roared, raising a fireball 100 meters in diameter and hurling it at him. The intense heat melted the town's buildings and ground. Those unable to outrun were reduced to ash in the blink of an eye, leaving the ground a blanket of molten lava. The long sword, glowing green, pierced the fireball, piercing his heart. Xie draped the remaining broken stars over his body, and let the fireball sweep over him without moving. Chapter 327. After severely injuring 2 Qin-level warriors in quick succession, the Star Devourers panicked. They tried to escape, but were completely unable to open the alternate dimension portal. I'm curious, how did you know I was here? Xie pressed a knife to one of the men's neck. Even if Joseph had tipped off, he shouldn't have known her. The Star Devourer gritted his teeth and was beheaded by her with a single blow. The others were even more unable to get any information. The man hiding in the shadows watched her harvest heads expressionlessly, his eyes gleaming. Joseph, hiding in the office, sweated profusely. When the woman landed on the window, he attacked first. Jinsey leaped a few times and landed on the coffee table, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. He gently swung his knife. The sharp, piercing sound of slicing echoed through the air with this strike. First, the painting on the wall snapped in two, then the entire building creaked. The upper half of the building, once one of the town's 2 tallest buildings, collapsed. Accompanied by screams, it crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that filled the air above the town. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The survivors in the town were stunned by the sight. Joseph dared not move. Especially Aya, observing closely, felt the moonlight bathing her body as she slowly climbed to her feet. I can't be wrong. You're the Xie my father was talking about. She fell to her knees. Please, save those children. My father had said there was a special healing system in the Federation that might be able to treat these children. After the war, Xie rose to fame, and she had investigated her and discovered that her healing skills were indeed miraculous. I'd do anything. Looking at the girl with a face full of hope, Xie remained silent. Just then, the sound of fighting emanated from downstairs. It was the townspeople. Mengli, armed with a small cannon, kicked open the half-open door. Aya! Uncle Ma and the others followed closely behind. Seeing her covered in wounds, they rushed towards Joseph. I fight you. Joseph had been wary of Xie, but he hadn't expected these worthless men, whom he had trampled underfoot, to resist. He immediately prepared to slaughter them. His hands had just turned jet black when the blade flashed, severing them. He was frozen in place. Uncle Ma roared and brought his axe down on his head, chopping away like a statue. He wanted to do this for over a decade. Hilfis followed. Sister, it's time to go. Xie nodded and pulled out his flying device. Major General Xie. Wait! A man carrying a jetpack rushed forward. Please take me with you. Hilfis was a little surprised. Who are you? The man saluted. I am Huang Shi, Deputy Commander of the D-19th Division of the Baiyang Corps. Meet Major General Xie. I've just completed my espionage mission. Xie had seen this man before under Baiquan. So, the Imperials are after him? He returned the salute. Let's go! The three of them boarded the aircraft together. I have finally realized what was happening. Major General Xie. Please save those children. She clung to the still-hot wall. Even though we're enemies, the children are innocent. The aircraft flew away. Aya collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. If I had known she was Xie, I would have changed the terms. But she didn't blame Xie. After all, she had no obligation to treat those children. Under the moonlight, a green glow lingered for a long time. Mengli's laptop beeped. She clicked on a message from someone else. Thinking of the children's plight, she couldn't help but sigh. Aya, let's go down first. We've rescued those children. Looking up at Mengli and Uncle Ma and the others, who were smiling gently, Aya looked puzzled. Why are you helping me? Don't they hate her the most? Mengli stepped forward and slapped her. Silly girl, if it weren't for everyone's help, how could your shabby orphanage even survive? The discounted food and cheap rent were all acts of kindness. They had warned her countless times not to get too involved with Joseph, but since she was being targeted, they could do nothing. Uncle Ma chuckled. If they really hated you, they wouldn't have paid you exorbitant prices to use your crappy treatment device. Everyone. Aya's lips tried to rise but fell back, bringing tears to everyone's eyes. Mengli slapped her again. Go back and say thank you. Aya's sadness vanished. Auntie Mengli, I'm still injured. Mengli then remembered, glanced, and suddenly her eyes widened. Huh? Healed. Everyone looked at each other. Sure enough, all the wounds from the recent fight had healed. Aya's eyes brightened. I go see the kids. The elevator was broken, so she simply went down on the hoverboard. The rescued children, the oldest under 10, the youngest only 3, were gathered in the square in front of the building. Seeing her, they all gathered around her. Sister Aya, are we all rescued? Tiantian's pain is gone. Aya, also a healer and a doctor, burst into tears of joy after examining all the children. She shouted, "Thank you." In the direction Xie Jinxi had disappeared. Then everyone returned to the orphanage with the children and prepared to rebuild the town. At that moment, the green light in the sky slowly dissipated. A massive alien space tunnel appeared in the sky, like the gaping maw of a wild beast. A man in a dark military uniform and long silver hair emerged from it. Where are they? Ice blue eyes swept over the crowd, and the gathered townspeople shuddered. This was their empire's marshal Jing Xinai. Mengli mustered her courage and stepped forward. He ran away. Thankfully, Jing Xinai said nothing and led his men in pursuit. Xie Jinxi and the other 2 had already entered outer space according to their route. After replacing the kinetic energy chamber with high-purity energy stones, the aircraft reached peak speed. Xie Jinxi, sitting in the co-pilot seat, suddenly opened his eyes and said to Huangxi, "No matter what happens, just hold on to the controls. Your command is obeyed." Huangxi glanced at the young woman, suited up in a light mech and armed with a superpowered gun, and his panicked heart settled slightly. This was the renowned Major General Xie. If she couldn't lead him to a successful escape, then he could commit suicide right there. No need to run. Xie Jinxi left the aircraft via the elevator and stood atop it. Countless alien tunnels opened in the dim space, like dense eyes watching them. Xie Jinxi immediately threw out her light shield to block them. After repeating this several times, her light shield suddenly broke. The silver-haired man who emerged made her frown. The supernatural particles surrounding him were the most dense she had ever seen among the Qin class. Imperial Marshal Jing, late at night, supernatural power, absolute command. Although sound could not be transmitted in space, 2 words echoed clearly in her mind: stop. In an instant, Huangxi and Hilfus were unable to move. Chapter 328. Jing Xinai, also donning a light mech, controlled Huangxi and Hilfus before leaping into battle himself, charging at Xie Jinxi. Xie Jinxi, through the mech's transparent visor, saw the rapidly approaching man and frowned. Absolute command was a mentally based, compulsory ability. Xie Jinxi could manage to resist it, but he couldn't dispel such a large amount of energy particles while the opponent was awake. This was a truly formidable opponent. Gripping the Starbreaker tightly in her hand, she left the aircraft and charged forward. This guy had to be dealt with first. The light points suddenly transformed into fine needles and pierced Jing Xinai, but he merely flicked them lightly. Disperse. The countless light points vanished. Xie Jinxi gritted her teeth. It looked like she couldn't rely on her supernatural powers against a fellow like this. In an instant, thousands of light shields spread out, providing her with a foothold. In the resistance-free space, her movements were as swift as lightning. With a few leaps, she landed beside Jing Xinai. Just as she was about to raise her sword, his voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Stop. Her body paused uncontrollably, and then she was kicked in the abdomen, sending her flying straight out and crashing into the floating meteorite. Xie Jinxi gritted her teeth and erected a light shield behind her to stop herself. This caused her internal organs to tremble with pain. She remembered that Jing Xinai was the second person, besides Ian, to survive the experiment. According to Ian, this guy's data was the closest to Xie Jinxi's among their group of experimenters. In the distance, a fleet of ships flew over. Why did the marshal take action himself? The pilot at the control console turned to look at the deputy commander. This way, the high-energy cannon won't work. What if the marshal is accidentally injured? Starting the mecha and repositioning himself, Xie Jinxi took a deep breath. Calm down. The closer the distance, the stronger the control. This guy is even Qin class. Since that's the case, she threw the Starbreaker in her hand. As expected, she felt the pull from above. Their mental powers were like a cliff against the waves, one immovable, the other surging. Jing Xinai tried to snatch her transforming metal. But it was impossible. Her mental power surged in the direction of her finger. The Starbreaker, suspended in midair, trembled slightly before suddenly transforming into thousands of starlight beams that shot towards Jing Xinai. The young man showed no sign of nervousness. Turn. But the metal fragments showed no sign of stopping. He couldn't actually control this metal. The handsome face, sculpted like ice, showed a hint of surprise, and then a layer of black light enveloped him. It was a black hole. It could devour all matter. The next second, Jing Xinai heard the sound of bones cracking inside his body, pierced by metal fragments. The brief moment of surprise gave him a moment's rest, and Xie Jinxi seized the opportunity to kick the aircraft away. Huang Shi, regaining his composure, quickly grabbed the control stick and returned to course. After retrieving the Starbreaker, Xie Jinxi, while the Imperials were focused on Jing Xinya's injuries, chased after the aircraft and fled. Black holes appeared on both sides, and countless star devourers emerged from them, relentlessly pursuing him. "Sister, are you alright?" "Nothing." Xie Jinxi's body flashed green, and her injuries healed. Huang Shi glanced at her gloomy face. "Major General Xie, I've used a special communication device to request support. Please hold on a moment longer." "Yeah." Xie Jinxi's reaction was calm, seemingly devoid of joy at reuniting with an old friend. Huang Shi watched from the corner of his eye as she donned her light armor again, donned her oxygen generator, and ascended to the top of the aircraft. These experimental subjects, numbered around their necks, possessed a vast array of abilities. Perhaps due to brainwashing, they each lunged at him like the living dead, unresponsive. In her left hand, icy blood condensed, piercing through her body. In her right, the radiance of life, her every strike emanated a river of green light. Her mental power controlled the broken star, constantly shifting its form to protect the aircraft. Defeating 1,000 with one might, unfazed, when her powers were exhausted, it would be time for her to transform into a blade and harvest. Hilfus, on her behalf, guarded the aircraft, preventing the destruction of her only refuge. It was a shame he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he could have helped her share more of the burden. On her escape, she weaved through blood. Between this universe, she created the river of forgetfulness and the blooming red spider lilies. She seemed incapable of fatigue, feeling as if the entire space around her were filled with supernatural particles at her disposal. She had been fighting for who knows how long, her every inch of her soul and flesh brimming with fury. The pursuers behind her grew in number, and just as her eyes blazed red as if she were about to collapse, a response came from the communicator. "Hello, Captain Huang Shi, please report your position." "Repeat." Huang Shi, so excited, nearly crushed the communicator. "Report, we send our location immediately. We have 3 people who need assistance." In the battleship's command room, the pilot, upon receiving the response, leaped to his feet excitedly. Reporting to the Admiral, "We've received Captain Huang Shi's response." The young man, who was discussing matters with his adjutant, beamed with joy. Full speed ahead, ready for assistance. Recovering from his excitement, the pilot recalled Captain Huang Shi's response and added, "I have another report." Captain Huang Shi said, "There are 3 people over there." 3? "Yes." The superior, Bai Qian, frowned. "Then prepare 3 rails." Xie Jinxi and the others were already at a critical moment. No matter how powerful she was, even she would tire. Bearing the aching muscles, she slew the close-range psychic attack. "Captain Huang Shi, how long will the reinforcements take?" Hilfus stood behind her sister, scattering the incoming psychic energy. Huang Shi was sweating profusely, and the aircraft's collector collected the sweat that drifted near the cockpit to prevent it from being inhaled. Almost there. He anxiously stared at the display connected to the communicator. A dot of light suddenly appeared on the navigation map. "We've arrived." A fleet was rapidly approaching. A familiar voice came from the communication device. "Captain Huang Shi, please pilot your mechs into the recovery bay." "Yes." Huang Shi hurriedly called to Xie Jinxi and the others. "Are your mechs still on?" "The main ship's recovery bay has been opened." "Let's go!" Xie Jinxi gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last of his supernatural power. A startling green light burst forth, enchanting everyone. Inside the main ship, Bai Qian, who had been watching this direction, suddenly widened his eyes. He rushed to the control panel and stared at the green light that threatened to penetrate him. His lips moved a few times, and finally, he strode towards the recovery bay with long, rapid strides. Is that her? Such a dazzling, healing light. His eagerness made him lose control of his speed, and his quick steps eventually turned into a trot. The soldiers on the road didn't even respond to his salutes. As he took the elevator to the recovery bay, he happened to see the young woman emerging from the light mech. Her long hair cascaded down her legs, messy strands framing her face. It really is. You? Chapter 329. Bai Qian strode over. His cat-like eyes, as always, were filled with aloofness and indifference, forcing his already outstretched hands to clench in restraint. How had he been these past few years? Was he injured? How did you get back? So many questions, but in the end, he simply saluted. Thank you, Major General, welcome back. Agency showed no sign of excitement and saluted back, thank you, Lieutenant General. The brief silence carried the strangeness of a 3-year absence. Why did you go to the Empire? I've been wandering in space for 3 years. I just recently found a human gathering and happened to run into Captain Huangshi. Baikuan looked at Huangshi, who nodded quickly, confirming she wasn't lying. When he recognized Agency, he had already quietly inquired about her, confirming that Major General Xia hadn't defected to the enemy. Baikuan felt relieved. It was ironic that the person he'd been caring about had returned, but he had to eliminate her as a suspect first. Immediately bring Major General Xia in. His gaze fell on Hilfus, who had been staring at him. The black-haired young man raised his hand in a salute. Greetings, Lieutenant General. I am Major General Xia's aide, Hilfus. Baikuan nodded. I arranged for a lounge for you too. It was this young man who had been with Xia Agency for 3 years. The two had separate lounges. Hilfus paused at the door, but his sister didn't even glance at him, simply closing the door. In outer space, the two had been inseparable, except for separate searches for resources. Now, having returned to the Federation Army, and suddenly separated, he was deeply uncomfortable. Of course, he was the only one experiencing this problem. When Jing was taken back to the warship late at night, his fair, sturdy body was covered in bloody wounds. He tried to use the Star Devourer's power to repair the wound, but it showed no sign of healing. Blood quickly pooled beneath his feet. Just as the military doctor was at his wit's end, he coldly ordered, use the healing device. The wound healed after the healing device was applied. The other party was merely stalling. As long as he didn't take action, no one could stand against her. Jing Xinai was draped in her clothes, her silver hair still dripping with blood, her long, curled white lashes half covering her icy blue eyes. Sitting on the high chair, even the most expertly painted thick brushstrokes couldn't capture the scene. A ship larger than the main ship slowly approached. Amidst the grim expressions of the Imperials, the other party connected the line. Marshal Jing, our leader wishes to speak with you. Mariana's voice was casual, yet gentle and tender. The Imperial battleship's command room fell silent. Jing Xinai stood up. The Imperial generals panicked, offering brief words of advice. Marshal, don't do that. The Long Night Legion is now unstoppable. Beware of them joining forces with the Federation. The silver-haired young man raised his hand, and everyone immediately fell silent. It's all right. Then he used the alien space portal to reach the enemy ship. Mariana was waiting for him. Marshal, this way. He opened the door nearby. Jing Xinai walked in and saw a figure examining a map of the Empire and the Federation. You're here? Jing Xinai nodded, approached the leader, and asked, how are the preparations going? He seemed very familiar. Almost everything is complete. The figure in armor pointed to a spot on the map. It's right here. Jing Xinai didn't comment, simply saying, everything starts with entering the game. Let's get started. They simultaneously stared at the blips on the map. Let's start with Agency. Agency, who had reunited with the Bayan Legion, slept soundly for 20 hours before being awakened by a knock on the door. Sister, I made you some porridge. Hilfus always kept an eye on her diet. When she hadn't eaten for a while, her first instinct was to cook something. Agency opened the door and let him in. After finishing her meal, watching Hilfus clearing the dishes, she suddenly asked, do you know how the Star Eater was able to locate our movements all the way here? With a clang, the dishes fell to the ground. Hilfus looked up and met her sister's cold gaze. When Baikuan arrived, the black-haired young man was wiping his eyes. This person had black hair, black eyes, and fair skin. At this moment, her eye sockets, nose, and lip were a shade of red, slightly darker than peach blossoms and lighter than roses, a truly alluring color. She looked as if tears would flow from her eyes if she said one more harsh word. Unfortunately, he was a man and couldn't appreciate it. So he got down to business. The enemy marshal is catching up. We're changing our course. Do you have any other plans? As you say. Agency just wanted to get back home quickly. Over at the Imperial battleship, Lantas arrived at the command room with a large number of Star Devourers. Are you sure you can handle her? Jing Xinai nodded almost imperceptibly. We can still contain her. Humph, that's useful. Thinking of his previous experiments, how Agency had been accidentally brought out by mistake. This woman was evolving at an unpredictable rate, ultimately becoming the one who wiped out the Star Devourer clan. Lance regretted it immensely. Let's end it all today. With that, countless Star Devourers descended upon the command room. Chapter 330. At the border between the Federation and Imperial Star regions, a dense mass of black holes dotted the sky. The vast universe, ripped open by countless gaping holes, looked shattered. A Star Devourer emerged from within and lunged at the trapped woman. At the same time, an emerald green light erupted, sealing the power so proud of countless Star Devourers. The woman's blade swung, leaving only a shadow, as she swiftly harvested the Star Devourers' lives. She moved faster and stronger, Lantis standing behind the main force, his anxiety growing unbearable. What's going on? It's been an hour, and her powers show no sign of diminishing. Gazing at the invincible woman in the distance, he clenched his fists with increasing force. Jing Shinai stood beside him. I go help. As he appeared, Hilfus, who had been waiting in the launch bay, immediately entered his mecha. Wait. Bai Qian stopped him. With your strength, going there would be a death sentence. Even, he wouldn't be able to return alive from such a battle. Hilfus shook his head. I promised my sister I always stand by her side. Even if it meant dying, I have no regrets. With that, he closed the cockpit lid, sank onto the launch rails, and flew out. Bai Qian pursed his lips, and strode out of the launch bay. Passed the word down, full speed. Annan followed him and asked, Aren't you waiting for Major General Xie? She catch up. The young man returned to the command room, and, watching the satellite feed of the battle in the rear, clenched his fists. If there's danger, she can run faster than we can. Besides, we can't risk the White Sun Legion for her. Although they didn't know what the Empire had in mind this time, abandoning them and focusing their full efforts on besieging Xie, this was a good opportunity to escape. That woman, constantly in danger, had always maintained a means of survival. Annan couldn't help but be surprised. He knew Kuwen's feelings for her better than anyone, and now she just left without a second thought. After experiencing his own brother's death, he had learned to remain calm at all times. Looking at the dignified young man, Annan was thankful his boss wasn't overly sentimental. How wonderful. Xie, left behind, continued to fight. Strictly speaking, she was the one who unilaterally slaughtered the Star Devourers. Jing Shinai kept interfering at the edge. Break. Compared to his previous, understated commands, this time his tone was stronger and more powerful. Hilfus followed his sister in his mecha. Every time a voice echoed in his mind, he exerted all his strength to neutralize the opponent's abilities. The result was a massive mental shock. Blood began to seep from his eyes, nose, and even ears. His vision began to blur, and he shook his head repeatedly to stay awake, sensing a stirring deep within his body. Stop! He gritted his teeth and activated his supernatural power again, but his vision suddenly went black. His supernatural power was failing. Oh no! Xie's body paused as countless black holes suddenly lunged towards her, threatening to tear her apart. A Star Devourer fell and severed him in half. Sister. A black vortex suddenly opened with him at its center. The black holes spreading in his direction were instantly absorbed by the vortex. An irresistible suction force enveloped the nearby mecha fighter, engulfed in it, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Even the Star Devourer couldn't avoid it, the power of the black hole emanating from his body. Hilfus, broken in two, was restored to its original form in the blink of an eye. His identity was revealed. Jing Shinai retreated far away, his brow furrowed. It exploded so soon? Lance's reaction showed he had it all under control. He even laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, it exploded. Bai Qian, who had been watching the battle, suddenly approached the screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He blurted out the words, how could it be possible? How could Hilfus be a Star Devourer? After a brief silence, Annan sighed. That explains his incredible ability. Can it dissolve all superpowers? Isn't it just the Star Devourer's black hole? Strangely, Hilfus must have undergone countless physical examinations during his studies and military service, and he looked no different from a human. Xie's face, hidden by a transparent shield, was particularly gloomy. She gazed at the young man at the center of the vortex, her entire body radiating a green glow as she flew over, intent on pulling him out. She could clearly control this force, but she couldn't get him to leave. The vortex seemed to be connected to him, expanding wherever he went. Sister, please go. Hilfus was gradually swallowed by the black vortex. I've been running for a long time, but it still devoured me. Xie released her hand and floated in front of him. What's going on? I am the incarnation of a black hole. After the planet Devourer appeared, he also appeared in a regular form. He chose a human body, but instinctively devoured everything, including planets and humans. From being discovered by Lantis, brought to the Federation by the Flame Serpent's interstellar pirates, and then rescued by the Federation military. Everything was a conspiracy by Atlantis and the Empire. No wonder. As a fellow representative of the rules, Xie Jinxi felt a strong repulsion from him. The two of them were practically mutually exclusive. Sister, hurry up and leave before I enter Federation territory. Hilfis's eyes turned black as she struggled to suppress her instincts. With his appearance, the Star Devourer's power erupted massively. Most importantly, their regeneration speed increased. Xie Jinxi could feel Hilfis's power steadily increasing, quickly surpassing level 9 and reaching Qin level. Sister, hurry up! He cried, almost pleadingly, his body tensed like a longbow. The power emanating from the vortex was like a giant hand, encircling his head and arms. Xie Jinxi glanced at him, activated her light mecha, and fled. Chase! Landers ordered impatiently. We must keep her this time. Xie Jinxi ran toward the White Sun Legion, hacking away at the Star Devourers. Her blade swung like a rainbow, piercing the head of a Star Devourer. Using the corpse's strength to kick, she spun 180 degrees and swung the blade, slicing the oncoming Star Devourer in two. A spark of green light lingered in the all-consuming black hole. What the hell is going on? Lander's excitement barely lasted half an hour before he was stunned by Xie Jinxi's increasingly ferocious movements and strength. Why is her power still increasing? Her slender body was like a never-ending spring, power constantly flowing forth. And it was growing more and more intense. Suddenly, Xie Jinxi slashed a 1,000-meter-long green blade with her blade, causing the nearby stars to tremble. Found it. The meteorites began to sing her praises, and countless green lights converged on her. She advanced. At that moment, Lantis's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 331. I see. Lantis muttered. I was wondering why her power was growing so quickly. The corpses of the Star Devourers floating around Xie Jinxi slowly withered. So, the more Star Devourers she killed, the more power the rules granted her. Because her power existed to restrain Star Devourers, the more she killed, the stronger the rules became. She could draw more power from them. I see. Even if they recovered the black hole's incarnation, Xie Jinxi would become even more powerful. Looking at the woman who seemed like a descending god, she simply spread her 5 fingers, and a green light instantly bound the Star Devourers. She gently shook her hand, and the attacking Star Devourers dissipated with a bang. Jing Shinai frowned slightly. Bindle. A green light shone from Xie Jinxi's body, shattering his supernatural power. Now she was fearless. Her gaze fell for a moment toward where Jing Shinai and Lance were, then she leaped and vanished into the depths of space. Leaping on a green light shield, she was like a comet, traversing the boundless expanse of space. The power of a Qin-level psychic is as vast as a chasm, the reason being the range of their power. Ordinary psychics can only mobilize energy within a small area, while a Qin-level psychic can mobilize the energy of an entire planet. This is why, once a Qin-level psychic takes action, it's easy to disrupt a planet's ecological balance. To reach the Qin level, mental strength is one aspect, but the most important thing is to understand the essence of psychic power. The power that keeps everything in the universe moving along its predetermined trajectory. Now in outer space, permeated by countless gravitational forces, Xie Jinxi felt as if he could easily drain the gravity of a planet, rendering it completely useless. Lantis was stunned for a long moment. Are we destined to perish at her hands? Looking at Hilfis, completely devoured by the black hole. No, we still have one last trump card. He looked at Jing Shinai. Let's begin. The young man's eyes were emotionless. Yes. Xie Jinxi quickly caught up with the Baiyang Legion. Entering the recovery chamber, he was met with awe-inspiring stares from everyone. This legendary Major General had been lost in space for 3 years, yet, not only had he returned safely, he had also become the youngest Qin-class master in human history. Bai Qian felt a shudder at the sight of her. After a moment's scrutiny, he asked, What are you going to do next? First, notify the Eternal Day Legion. Bai Qian nodded, unsure of the shockwaves the news would cause. As he expected, when they arrived at the central city of the imperial capital Star, the airport was already thronged with people. Major General Xie is back. Where is he? We want to see Xie Jinxi. Let Major General Xie come out. But they were destined to wait for no one. At the military headquarters, within the Eternal Day Legion's base, Granville strode down the hallway and into the secretary's office. Major Manny, the Major General is back. Let's go to the airport to greet him. The blonde woman with glasses, who was working on documents, looked up. No action without permission, Captain Granville. Have you forgotten? The handsome young man frowned. Why don't you seem thrilled? When the Major General disappeared, This woman was locked up and cried for 2 days. Now that he's back, she's as calm as a rock. Manny took off her glasses and wiped them, appearing calm and mature. Because I know she'd come back sooner or later. This universe would only allow her to roam, not to confine her. Major Manny is truly worthy of the Major General's trust. Granville said something ambiguous. If you don't go, I take everyone else. He couldn't wait to meet Agency, to see what kind of situation she was in now. Stop! Manny stood up and stopped him. If you want to go, go ahead. Don't bring trouble upon the other soldiers. Humph, we all volunteered. Voluntary? Xiangyi sauntered in, scratching his ears. I see you're feeling guilty. What's going on? Want to see the Major General and then die sooner? He was accompanied by Robert, Gong Yin, and others, all acquaintances who had helped Agency establish the Legion. Granville's expression darkened upon seeing them. Adjutant Xiang, please be careful with your words. Oh, you even knew I was your adjutant? Xiangyi scowled at him, arms folded, a sneer playing on his lips. If you didn't know, you think you were going to start your own business with a small regiment. Granville was about to say something when a cold voice rang out from the doorway. Who's going to start their own business? Everyone turned to see the figure standing in the doorway. She wasn't wearing a military uniform, but a white shirt, black stretch leggings, and mid-calf boots. After 3 years, she felt even more oppressive. The office was large, but everyone felt their breathing was suffocating. Manny was the first to react, stepping around the desk and striding over. Jincy, welcome back. Her eyes were slightly red, and she had indeed become more reserved. Jincy nodded, and sat down on the sofa across from the desk. It seems a lot has happened since I was away. His gaze fell on Granville, whose handsome face flickered between pale and pale, and he lifted his chin. Tell me about it. Xiangyi scoffed. What else can I say? It's just that after the commander left, he disobeyed his lieutenant's orders and fawned over the military council. The higher-ups clearly wanted to disperse the Everyday Legion, yet this kid, ordered to act alone, ran off with his men on a mission without even looking back. Granville's sarcasm pierced his vulnerable heart, and he immediately retorted, Didn't you two lieutenants act separately? He then met Agency's cold gaze and panicked. His careless words were a tantamount admission of guilt. But he quickly calmed down. It was a fact that they had separated and acted independently, and admitting it sooner or later made no difference. Even if we didn't separate, the higher-ups would have disbanded the Everyday Legion sooner or later after the Major General hadn't returned in 3 years. Granville frowned and said, acting separately this way would actually delay things for a while. He admitted that he wasn't entirely convinced of his 3 lieutenants, and that was one reason for his independent actions. More importantly, he knew that if he didn't voluntarily separate, he would be forced to do so sooner or later by his superiors. The 3-year delay was only possible because Agency's death hadn't been confirmed. The generals, led by several admirals, supported retaining the Eternal Day Legion. Agency then looked at his 2 adjutants. Xiangyi immediately raised his hand and said, I've been operating alongside Major Manny for years. He retained the largest number of legions under his command, including old acquaintances like Midi, Gong Yin, and Kaluan, effectively forming the Eternal Day Legion's regular troops. Levert shrugged. The military council supported my taking over the Eternal Day Legion, but I declined. Manny explained, we discussed separating him and Xiangyi to lower their guard. The more united they were, the more wary they would be of the higher-ups, so they simply separated to show them. Agency nodded and looked at Granville again. So what do you say now? Who could have imagined that he was the only one truly wanting to go solo? Granville felt a pang of anxiety inside. Now that you're back, of course I listened to you. Chapter 332. The Eternal Day Legion was founded by Agency, who led it through the legendary battle of Border Planet No. 1. Whether in substance or spirit, their leader will always be Agency. When she returned to the soldiers in uniform, some even had tears in their eyes. It was as if the 3 years of absence hadn't even occurred. Granville heard the sobbing from his own troops and clenched his fists. After 3 years of fighting together, he still couldn't compare to her. Agency said nothing more. After their reunion, he began their daily training. Not long after, the call from the military council arrived. Watching her departing figure, Xiangyi stroked his chin. She was still so charming. Mighty glared at him with disdain. What are you flirting with again? I'm thinking I'm becoming less and less worthy of her. How can she be so outstanding? Humph, you're quite self-aware. Anyway, no one among humans is worthy of her, so I'm not worried. Xiangyi rested his hands behind his head. And that sticky piece of Hilfus is gone. Ah, double happiness. Mighty glanced at his frivolous appearance, rolling her eyes in disdain. It was still the same small conference room, only Connors and Admiral Min were missing. Romy had taken their places. After 3 years of absence, everyone else, save Xie, whose stern expression never wavered, could not hold back. Standing before them was the youngest in class since the emergence of superpowers. Her current combat prowess was beyond anyone's imagination. "Welcome back, Major General Xia," Bai Yuan said first. Looking at her, I always remembered what Bai Yuan had said. If she hadn't been put in solitary confinement, Bai Zalen wouldn't have died. Perhaps she still had a chance to stop Connors from releasing the Imperial Army. But at this point, what else could be said? Xie saluted. "Thank goodness I've fulfilled my mission." Before being sucked into the black hole, she had exposed Connor's true identity and slain him, cutting the losses just in time. The Federation then followed Connor's lead and uncovered a large number of traitorous spies. But this did not change the Federation's decline. In recent years, amidst the war, the Federation's economy and society have suffered a significant impact. At the beginning of the war, a pound of ordinary rice cost only 3 lianqing coins, but now it costs 6. The prices of energy sources, like crystal ore and electricity, have increased exponentially. The number of solar-powered vehicles on the streets has increased significantly. To put it more bluntly, the Federation has already lost several marginal planets, including Feishue, Mingguang, and Bianhuang stars number 1 and number 2. Its star region has shrunk by nearly 1/3, and it's still losing ground. Additionally, the dismantling of the 2 major legions of General Connors and Admiral Min has created an urgent need for manpower. Otherwise, the younger generation, led by Bai Yuan, wouldn't have emerged so quickly. "Major General Xia, please submit a report detailing your whereabouts over the past few years." Bai Yuan said, "Also, please explain the identity of Adjutant Hilfus." As for Hilfus's identity, Xie answer was remarkably concise. "I rescued Hilfus on Mohin Star." Lieutenant General Bai Yuan, Lieutenant General Bai Yuan, and Colonel Ren verified her identity. Finally, following the formal adoption procedures, I adopted Hilfus. In other words, since even they hadn't discovered Hilfus's identity, it had nothing to do with her. However, the high-ranking officials of the military council were always concerned about her connection to the Star Devourer, and were always prejudiced. "His abilities are so unique. Didn't you notice anything?" They had previously secretly supported Connors and the others, but now they couldn't help but jump out and confront her head-on. Most of these people were retired veterans, long-lived, thick-skinned, and deeply prejudiced. Xie glanced at the white-haired old men. His abilities were also tested by an official federal testing agency. In other words, it had nothing to do with her. "But you also have the blame for your inadequate oversight." "But he didn't do anything to harm the interests of the Federation." Luo Yan snorted coldly, his hands tucked in his pockets. "Perhaps Connors is just taking the blame for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he was enveloped by a cold, powerful aura. Connors's betrayal is obvious to all. I urge Ms. Luo Yan not to let prejudice sway her words. Xie voice was flat, yet it was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Luo Yan glared. "Are you threatening me?" "Not a threat, just a warning." The young general stood below them, his hands behind his back, yet he held a more imposing presence than the one above him. "After all, with your current strength, I am more than capable of standing on equal footing with Ms. Luo Yan." The crowd's expressions changed again. Yes, the Xie standing before them was no longer someone a Qin-level player could control. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the number 1 below the star level. Luo Yan's arrogance faded wisely, and he asked her a question that baffled her. "You and Hilfus have been together day and night for the past 3 years. Are you married?" Xie, confused as to why this had come up, calmly replied, "No." But her eyes clearly showed disbelief. How could a man and a woman, after 3 years together, not develop feelings? "I hope you understand that you can't have children." "Ms. Luo Yan, I'm getting off topic." Xie interrupted her, then asked, "Excuse me, may I leave now?" A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Yuan's eyes. He expected her to inquire about the garrison or the military regarding the arrangements for her and the Eternal Day Legion. Who knew Xie would be so calm upon her return? "You will remain in Central City for the time being and await orders." Xie saluted. "I take my leave." After leaving the Parliament building, Xie squinted slightly, caught by the dazzling sunlight from Central City. A group of his subordinates came forward. "General, what are the arrangements? Are they really going to disband us?" Granville asked, frowning. Xiangyi scoffed at this. "What a joke. With our Major General's current strength, Who would dare to ask that? If Siegency were to stop working or defect to the Empire out of frustration, the Federation would be doomed even sooner. Su Xuan nodded. After all, the Major General has returned from the Empire. The higher-ups can only handle the situation coldly now, but when the enemy's Qin class or Star Devourers launch a large-scale attack, they sooner or later call upon the Major General. More than prejudice, the higher-ups want the Federation to be destroyed. It all depends on how long they can hold back. As they were about to return to base, they reached the roadside when a luxurious motorcade pulled up. Seeing the emblems on the vehicles, everyone glanced at Granville. Royal Butler Ned dismounted from the hovercraft, not even glancing at the former Grand Prince. He walked straight towards Siegency and saluted gracefully and respectfully. "Thank you, Major General. Your Majesty invites you." Chapter 333. Back then, when St. Clairvaux sent for her, Siegency, powerless, went to the palace reluctantly. She had even been involved in a scandal with Granville, manipulated by the Emperor. But now, she didn't even bother to fake a smile, leaving behind the words, "I'm busy," and walked away. Neb's smile, measured as if with a ruler, froze. He stood up and stared at her back, surprised by her lack of respect. But what could he do? Nothing. With the war at its peak, the nobles were suffering far more than ordinary people. They had no connections with the government or the military, and once impacted, they had no chance to breathe and were effectively bankrupted. The royal family was even worse off. The prestige of the military and government was growing, but the royal family, armed with privileges, but without any effect, was no better than a mascot. What the Federation needed now was timely assistance, not icing on the cake. Many people were troubled by rising costs, yet the royal family and aristocracy continued to live extravagantly. The once elegant and refined lifestyle had morphed into extravagance, leading to growing calls for the abolition of the royal and aristocratic systems. St. Clark, with no other options, attempted to win over Siegency. He assumed that since Siegency had a rift with the military, he would surely accept his olive branch. But the result was a slap in the face. The other party ignored him completely. After a moment of rage, the Emperor calmed down. Siegency is probably unmatched these days, except for that legendary prisoner. Of course, his arrogance comes with a price. After a sigh, he waved to Neb. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Granville in ages. Let's invite him in for dinner." Neb was somewhat surprised. Why did His Majesty think of this abandoned child? He hesitated, saying the eldest prince wouldn't be very willing. After all, he had been treated that way back then. St. Clansman smiled, his tone firm. "I understand Granville's deepest desires all too well. He will return. Go ahead." Siegency was about to dine with the adjutants and corps commanders of the Eternal Day Legion when the royal convoy stopped in front of him again. The royal steward, who had ignored Granville the previous time, respectfully approached him and said, "Eldest Prince, His Majesty invites you." Granville was stunned. This steward always acted in accordance with the Emperor's manner. St. Clansman ignored him, and Neb was oblivious to his presence. This was the first time he had spoken to him with such humility and respect. I had never thought these people would ever ask him for help. A hint of a sneer crossed his sinister face. He longed to see what expression his good father would make when he begged him. He couldn't help but take a step forward. "Granville, today is the general's first meal since returning." Xiangyu stared coldly at his forward steps. Granville looked at Siegency. "General, I've waited too long for this day." Why did he submit to Siegency? Why did he fight so hard to climb up? Why would he do anything? Just for this day, he was already waiting like crazy. Siegency just glanced at him. "Whatever you say." She didn't care about such a meal. Granville strode onto the hovercraft. Staring at the back of the co-pilot, Neb, he quickly guessed St. Clamp's intentions. Thinking of the information he had collected, the corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister arc. In the palace, Parker, upon learning that his father had hosted Granville, was furious. He immediately went to the Queen. Why did father send that damn bastard back? He definitely soiled the palace carpets. Every blade of grass and every tree here will belong to me. He's so filthy, mother. Parker, as if humiliated, spoke without thinking, causing the Queen's finely manicured brow to furrow. "My dear child, you are the crown prince. You should show proper composure." She gently embraced her furious son. "What belongs to you, no one can take away. Filthy things should stay where they belong, like the Eternal Day Legion. They're a bunch of thugs." The scene of being punished by Siegency last time was still vivid in his mind. The most infuriating thing was that when he returned to ask his father for justice, he was not rewarded with a scolding. "Well, show your royal dignity." We have to go to the dinner. The thought of sitting at the same table with that filthy creature makes me want to vomit." The queen listened to his complaints with fondness. As long as he didn't use profanity, she always let Parker say whatever he wanted. After all, she believed in it. During the formal meal, Parker looked at that handsome face with disgust and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "My eldest brother, you've been away from the palace for so long. I'm afraid you're missing these delicacies, right?" "Not bad." Granville, maintaining his high standard of royal etiquette, wiped his mouth, put down his knife and fork, and looked at him. "Parker, you should cherish these days. After all, the plan to abolish the royal family is already on the agenda." After saying this, he was satisfied to see the other three people's grim expressions. Parker immediately lost his composure. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors led these common people to establish the Federation. How could those common people? "Parker." St. Clairvaux interrupted him, then looked at his eldest son, sighed, and looked even more aging. "Granville, I know you hate me, but your royal family is an unchangeable fact. Once the royal family is abolished, the glory you are so proud of will vanish. I apologize for what happened before. I am willing to do anything, as long as you let go of your grudges, and help the royal family overcome this crisis." For an emperor, saying this was the lowest possible level. Granville was listening to music more beautiful than the most beautiful music in the world, which brought him joy. Before he could say anything, the queen quickly put down her fork and spoke, "Your Majesty is the most noble person in the world. How could you give up your pride? Or," she glanced at the smiling Granville with a haughty glance, "or for such a person." All the contempt was encapsulated in those last three words. Why is the queen so anxious? Is she afraid I make some unacceptable demands? Granville's cold gaze swept over her and Parker, who was on the verge of a violent outburst. "But as you expected, you want me to put aside my grudges, simply depose Parker from the throne, and then divorce the queen." The mother and son's fury was palpable. Even St. Clairvaux frowned. Since the founding of the royal family, there has never been a precedent for an emperor and empress divorcing. Then, there hasn't been a crisis of abolishing the aristocracy before. Granville snorted and stood up. "That's all I ask. Farewell." With that, he turned and left. Leading the way, Neb led the way, they headed out of the palace. As soon as they reached the garden, Parker caught up from behind and, without a word, punched them. Granville's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he swung out with his hand, wrapped in blue light-filled tentacles. Parker was 2 levels below him, and the moment they met, he was sent flying onto the lawn. "You? How dare a bastard like me hit you?" Granville's suppressed rage all night suddenly erupted. He rushed forward and kicked him hard several times. "You've been beating me for over 20 years, and you can't handle this little bit of retaliation?" Chapter 334. Granville used his tentacles to push away the surrounding guards, grabbed Parker, and punched him several more times. He didn't let him go until he was unconscious. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, he boarded his hoverboard and fled. He found the hotel where Siegency and the others were dining and dove in. The royal experts were about to give chase, but were blocked outside by a green light shield. They knew Siegency had taken action. They had no choice but to report to St. Cramph, essentially asking him if they wanted to break up. In the palace, Parker was receiving treatment for his pig-like face. "Father, you must do something for your son." "That damned Granville, he actually assaulted the crown prince in the palace." The queen, heartbroken, kept looking at the injuries on his face. She would have the doctor completely heal any bruise, as if repairing a piece of fine porcelain. St. Clairvaux sat on a high chair, his face sullen. He showed no sign of distress, simply asking Parker, "Do you know why I called Granville back?" Parker answered without hesitation, "Because my father wanted to use him to win over Siegency." With a thud, a cup crashed to his feet. Looking up, Parker felt a pang of guilt at the sight of his father's disapproving gaze. "If you knew, why did you provoke him?" He didn't need to argue. The middle-aged man saw through everything. "He left first, and you chased after him, humiliating yourself." "I didn't." "You haven't." St. Clairvaux slammed the armrest, stood up, and pointed at him, angrily swearing, "When will you see the situation clearly? The royal family is doomed. The imperial family is doomed." Coming from the mouth of an emperor like him, these words were particularly chilling. Parker opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He still maintained his arrogance, but the father who had given him that arrogance told him that the imperial family was doomed. "Perhaps, I really should consider Granville's request. At least if Granville were made crown prince, it would tie the imperial family and Siegency together." Compared to the interests of the imperial family, blood ties and family affection were insignificant. So even the Queen and Parker's tears and rage couldn't change his decision. Outside the hotel, Granville glanced back at the Imperial expert who had been stopped at the gate, breathed a sigh of relief, and went to the private room he had reserved in advance. As soon as he entered, he heard Xiang Ye's sarcasm. It seems the Imperial family's steak is a bit sticky. You're back so soon. Xie Jinxi, who didn't drink, finished his meal early and sat in the corner of the private room, resting his forehead on his hand and watching his subordinates laughing and joking through squinting eyes. Her nonchalant gaze rested on Granville for a moment, noticing his delight. General. Granville stepped forward and saluted. Your subordinate has returned. She merely nodded slightly, then paused for a moment. St. Clairvaux is planning to dethrone the crown prince. He then waited for her response. The others fell silent as well. Xie Jinxi raised his head, examining his subordinates, whose faces were filled with hatred. His voice, slightly hoarse, began, If you want to ask me whether I want to interfere in the affairs of the Imperial family, I tell you, no. The surprise on his face made Xie Jinxi curl the corners of her mouth, revealing a coldness. If you want to be emperor, go ahead. I won't stop you. Granville's face was filled with a slight struggle. She didn't intend to support the nobles in their conflict with the military. If he chose the royal family, he would inevitably have to renounce the Eternal Day Legion, which would spell doom for the royal family. She quickly made up her mind. I will refuse St. Clairvaux. She nodded, stood up, and yawned. You guys continue your fun. Just have the manager send me the bill. I've already had a blast with these guys since returning today, and there are other things waiting for her. She left the hotel and reached the main entrance when the hover car, already waiting, glided over. Boss! You're finally back. Pratt got out of the car and came around to open the door for her, his wide, white teeth visible. Xie Jinxi smiled faintly and leaned in to get into the car. Why are you here? Your whereabouts were all over the news today. Mr. Morian saw it and sent his men to meet you at the hotel. Pratt looked at her in the rearview mirror, his excitement still surging, making his whole body warm. Great. Everyone's core member is back. Where's Morian? Mr. Morian is still working overtime. Pratt's expression darkened. During your absence, the company has experienced a lot of problems. Mr. Morian had to return from Dragon Scar Planet to take charge personally, and Assistant Tang is on a business trip to Nagano Planet. Mingxi Group has grown rapidly, thanks to Xie Jinxi's extensive network of contacts. Overtly, they have Baiquan's support from the military, and the Yi family's support from the Ministry of Finance. Secretly, they also have external sales channels on Border Planet number 2. The network is vast and fast, but its drawbacks are also obvious. Without Xie Jinxi's presence, the weak network will quickly break down. Arriving at the familiar company headquarters, Xie Jinxi showed no emotion. It was as if she had never left in the past 3 years. Pratt knew it all stemmed from his boss's calm, always commanding presence. When they arrived at the president's office, Morian was buried in documents. When he heard footsteps, he looked up, equally calm. Boss, welcome back. She glanced around and nodded. Good work. A gloom crossed Morian's face. The men have been withdrawn from Longhin Star, and the Wanqing family has completely taken control of Central City, but the final payment on the contract hasn't arrived yet. Send a message and have them send me the funds tomorrow, or I come and settle the bill myself. Pratt poured water, listening intently. He realized his boss knew everything. As expected of Mr. Morian, he had probably already informed him of the situation when he returned. They both discussed the more serious issues at hand, mostly concerning those who had assumed Xie Jinxi had died in the black hole, and were taking advantage of the situation. As mentioned earlier, the Wanqing family, relying on a Qing-class member, suppressed their business on Dragon Scar Star. Especially after Baiquan was transferred, they not only secretly intercepted their shipments, but also attempted to kill the Queen Bee, causing panic within Central City and within their own ranks. But because it was a Qing-class member who took action, the military couldn't find the entire unit, and was unwilling to openly confront them, so they resorted to playing the game with the Mingxi Group. They even used both soft and hard tactics to try to buy the properties on Dragon Scar Star. Morian, determined, openly sold the properties there. You have a Qing class, and so do others, so he could pool some funds. However, he hadn't expected the other party to be so shameless. After purchasing most of the properties, they dragged their feet on the final payment. This delay lasted 2 years. There were also other individuals who tried to steal business, or regretted their decision, which gave Morian a headache. But fortunately, their confidence had returned. Chapter 335. The Wanqing family is one of the oldest families in the Federation. They have extensive connections within both the military and government, and a Qin-level ancestor reigns supreme. Compared to those families who seek to assert themselves, they are quite low-key. They themselves own several private mining planets under development, making them quite wealthy. The matter of Dragon Scar Planet, because it involved confidential information, was stolen by Xie, a young and inexperienced woman. They initially didn't care much. But who knew that a level 8 energy mine had been discovered there? This made them quite uneasy. Unfortunately, Bai Qian had already taken the position of head, and they couldn't intervene. Finally, the chance to seize the Mingxi Group's achievements has finally arrived. Xie has transformed into a Qin-class master, and she's back. Grandfather, what should we do now? The gray-haired old man, slowly practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, glanced at his snow-white-haired nephew and said calmly, "Since it's the final payment stated in the contract, just fulfill it." But the head of the Wanqing family was somewhat reluctant. 2 years had passed, and the money was even less likely to be forthcoming, especially since Longyan Star had been repeatedly invaded in the past 2 years. While they made money, they also faced numerous dangers, making it even more difficult to part with the money. Besides, they were used to being overbearing thanks to a Qin-class master in their family, and they weren't used to bowing down to others. Just as he was getting anxious, the old ancestor, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, threw a punch towards the sky. The air seemed to transform into a surging sea, trembling endlessly. But as it reached a certain point in the air, all the turbulence vanished. Before the white-haired nephew could be surprised, a graceful figure appeared behind them. The old ancestor retreated with a sigh. "You're truly the darling of the rules." Now that the rules were fully formed, even those at the Qin level could vaguely sense something special about her. Are you Xie?" The white-haired old man cowered behind the old ancestor. "What do you want? Our ancestors aren't afraid of you." The old ancestor glared at him. "Don't use my name to scare me. I lost just now." The old man's eyes widened in fear, but he forced a smile. "Miss Xie, this is all a misunderstanding. I exchanged the balance for the corresponding exotic plants and energy minerals tomorrow. Please be magnanimous, and don't make a fuss with our Wanqing family. After all, they're an ancient family. They've lived long enough to be thick-skinned. Before they even started collecting the debt, they already gotten their act together." Xie didn't waste any more words, simply adding, "Remember the cost of the Queen Bee's treatment?" "Of course." "You're kidding." Among the current Qin-level masters in the Federation, his ancestor was only slightly inferior to Elder Lin. But he surrendered to Xie in a single encounter. What's the point of denying it? Xie nodded, and departed as quietly as he had arrived. The old man wiped his sweat from his forehead, only to hear his ancestor mutter, "Who knows how this world will turn out?" Even though they were both Qin level, this young woman gave him a strong sense of oppression. She said she'd fight, but in reality, she stood there motionless. Whatever, a loss is a loss. Why bother? The next day, the Wanqing family obediently loaded down their belongings, one truck at a time, to the Mingxi Group warehouse. This signal immediately sobered the wait-and-see group. Compensation was due, apologies were due. Whatever they had robbed from the Mingxi Group, they not only had to pay it back, but double it, even if they were dissatisfied. A glance from Xie's emotionless, cold eyes immediately silenced their words, and obediently paid. Malian was working on her computer, calculating accounts, and watching the money being collected, her hands constantly busy. She sighed to herself. As expected of a boss, no one can let her lose money. After finishing her busy work, looking at the money in her account, Morian felt extremely happy. "Are you not going to take care of Long Hengxing?" "No need to worry." Tang Beibei, who had just returned, heard this and her hair stood on end. "Boss, are you just going to let those bastards get away with it?" She had watched over the construction of Long Hengxing Central City, piece by piece. A few years later, Assistant Tang had become more stable and mature, becoming another capable assistant after Morian. Of course, that's how she is in public, but behind the scenes. "Wow. Boss, you're finally back." She began an exaggerated performance. "It's been tough working for Mr. Morian all these years. He's probably jealous of my talent, so he's made me run around so much. Look, I'm so young, but my hairline is already reaching the top of my head." Morian twitched his lips. "This damn woman is under so much pressure. She's becoming more and more unruly in private. Lo Eva has prepared dinner, boss. I'm leaving now." Tang Beibei curled her lips and hurried off. She still had to impress the boss. Wow! If she weren't wearing all those luxury items, I have thought she'd been living on meager living all these years. Xie didn't interrupt her subordinate's little hobbies. After she finished rambling for a while, she asked, "How's things going on Nagano?" When it came to business, she immediately turned serious. Davis and Vivian are managing their business well. However, Nagano is too close to Faishua, and many businesses and residents are fearing an imperial invasion, so they've relocated to other planets. Have Davis and Vivian prepare to evacuate. Huh? Tang Bebe almost thought she misheard. Evacuate. Yes. Without asking why, Tang Bebe immediately made the arrangements. Xie nodded at the table. The intelligence Huang Shi of the White Sun Legion had brought back indicated that the Star Devourers were conducting experiments on large numbers of children within the Empire, a practice that had become almost public knowledge. The Empire was helpless against them, and with the return of Hilfus, the Star Devourers were about to begin to truly unleash their power. Tang Bebe was about to leave when she turned back. "Boss, there's one more thing." She pursed her lips. "The person you had your subordinates looking for has been found." Xie long eyelashes trembled, and her hands clenched slightly. "Who survived?" "Miss Renchinka and her brother Renqingjue." She stood up immediately. "Where are they?" "The hotel." "Do you need me to take her to your residence?" "I go with you." Back then, Connors was acting as an insider, and the Imperial Army launched a massive invasion, catching all the generals off guard. Back on Faishua Star, the Glorious Legion, before deploying, rushed to meet the enemy, fighting to the bitter end. In the end, only 2 men remained. Xie first saw by Zaylanoff, then received the tragic news, and then fought a fierce battle with Connors, leading to these 3 years of separation. Now that she had returned, her heart was heavy, and she immediately sent people to search for any survivors of the Glorious Legion. Thankfully, her wish had come true. Chapter 336. When they arrived at the hotel, the people who would have jumped at her the moment they saw her now stared blankly from afar. In the night breeze, Renchinka, a backpack slung across her back, her daughter in her arms, her hair long down her back. The muscular lines that had once been toned and smooth were gone, leaving her so slender that she threatened to topple over at the slightest breeze. Clad in a simple denim skirt, she no longer possessed her former spirited energy. Instead, she was filled with a dejected, lifeless air, wrought by life and pain. She looked like a wooden figure. Xie got out of the car and glanced behind her. "Where's your brother?" "At the Veterans Sanatorium on Nagano Star." Xie directly instructed Tang Bebe, "Take Mr. Run to my villa." Then he looked at Renchinka and said, "Get in the car." Strong and calm. This also gave Renchinka a sense of peace, as if even if the sky fell, she would hold it up. Okay. After the Eternal Day Legion was established, Xie bought a villa near the company, considering the need for periodic stops in Central City. It was perfect for accommodating Renchinka and the other 2. Before leaving to pick them up, Xie had the housekeeping staff tidy up the room. "We live here from now on." She pushed open the door to the guest bedroom, revealing everything inside. "Put Anshin down first." Oddly enough, Qin Anshin had slept peacefully in her arms the entire time they were walking, not moving. Clearly, something was not right. Renchinka treated her like fragile glass, gently placing her on the bed, the doting and tenderness in her eyes purer than moonlight. Cece, a week after Anshin was rescued, she suddenly fell into a coma and hasn't woken up yet. The doctors don't know the cause. She walked to the bedside. "Let me see." Compared to her rosy, plump figure 4 years ago, the 7-year-old was now emaciated, looking like a skeleton. Her limbs and neck were so thin, they threatened to break with a single movement. Her cheeks were sunken, and veins were visible beneath her eyelids, enveloping her protruding eyeballs. Her breathing was very shallow. A green light swept over the girl, and Xie eyes flashed. "I tell you outside." Renchinka clenched her hands tightly, her heart in her throat. As soon as she sat down in the living room, she asked with red eyes, "How is it? Isn't Chen still unable to wake up?" "For now." Xie glanced upstairs. What exactly happened back then? The tall woman's body sank, and she forced herself to shake her head. "I don't want to talk about it." She didn't want to recall the tragedy of that year. Even after 3 years of psychological treatment, with her loyal and righteous nature, she couldn't accept it without brainwashing. "Speak." Xie firmness was like a knife, piercing her deepest heart. Renchinka moved her lips, then suddenly opened her mouth wide and burst into tears. "Why did you come back so late?" She used to love hugging Xie, but now she threw herself into her arms, bursting into tears. "I watched Grandpa, Dad, and the others die before my eyes, unable to save them, unable to escape. I put in Chen and Qin Luo in the escape pod, but the black hole appeared. Luo Luo threw Inchin out, but he was sucked in. I was just a little bit away from being able to hold him. Just a little bit. Whoa. And she and Inchin were saved thanks to the transforming metal Xie Jinxi had given them. Cici, how could it have become like this? She once had a happy family, the love of her elders, her brother, and her husband. But all of this vanished before her eyes. For the past 3 years, she'd been caring for her brother and worrying about her children, afraid to shed a single tear, fearing the pain would overwhelm her. Now, seeing Xie Jinxi, her taut nerves finally relaxed for a moment. Tang Beibei, standing beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. Just crying was enough. Renchika's therapist had said that if this continued, she might go insane. The empty living room was filled with heartbreaking sobs. Tears streamed down her neck, burning. They were clearly Renchika's own tears, yet they soaked her clothes. It was unknown how long it took before she finally stopped crying. Stay here for now. Xie Jinxi took the clothes from the housekeeper and stuffed them into her arms. Go take a shower. Oh! Renchika slowly made her way upstairs, her foggy mind cleared by the rush of hot water. Oh, I haven't asked Cici what happened to Inchin yet. Xie Jinxi waited for her to enter the bathroom, then had the housekeeper bring a bowl of warm meat porridge. Then he went to Qin Anchin's room. After standing by the bed for a moment, he called out, Anchin, Mommy's not here right now. The unconscious little girl's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Seeing her, she pouted in grievance. Godmother. I'm hungry. For the past 3 years, she's been relying on nutrient solution for support, and being in her growth spurt, she barely even had the strength to move a finger. Xie Jinxi lifted her up, propped her up against the pillow, and fed her spoonful by spoonful. After about half a bowl, worried her body couldn't handle it, he stopped her. Why are you pretending to be sick? Qin Anchin leaned against her, breathing weakly. If I were better, Mommy would leave me and go find Daddy. At that time, her mother's injuries hadn't healed yet. She sneaked out of the hospital room to visit and heard her mother say to Daddy's photo, I come find you when Anchin gets better. At that moment, little Qin Anchin was terrified. After a long thought, she decided to pretend to be sick. As long as she wasn't better, Mommy would worry about her and stay with her. Xie Jinxi reached out and stroked her dry hair. So, a little kid had pretended to be sick for 3 whole years without anyone noticing. During that time, she hadn't had a single drop of water. Godmother. Don't tell Mommy, okay? Yes. Xie Jinxi's eyes flashed. I used the excuse of treatment to send you somewhere else, so you don't have to pretend to be sick. Qin Anchin's reaction was a little slow, and she shook her head. No, I have to stay with Mommy. I'm scared. She had the same experience as Renchika, and she was only 7 years old. Xie Jinxi had no choice but to agree. Then I infuse you with supernatural powers to keep you from starving and maintain your life. Thank you, Godmother. After letting her go back to sleep, Xie Jinxi went downstairs. Renchika, who was sipping her porridge, stood up and asked, Cici, how's Anchin? Facing the hope in her eyes, Xie Jinxi remembered what Qin Anchin had just said and shook his head. The light in Renchika's eyes dimmed immediately. She sat back down dejectedly, her eyes reddened as she muttered, Even you can't do anything? Xie Jinxi's mouth tightened. It's most likely psychological. I can keep her alive, but you also need to cheer up and give her hope. Renchika, whose hopes had been dashed, raised her head again, a spark of hope in her eyes. I want to join the Eternal Day Legion. She was currently on leave recovering from her injuries, but if she wished, she could be reinstated soon. This answer made Xie Jinxi breathe a sigh of relief. I send Manny right away. Manny nearly fainted upon hearing the news, her breathing quickening with excitement. I'd be right there. She hadn't expected Jinxi to actually bring Chinka with him. She rushed to the villa without stopping. Without waiting for Chinka to feign strength, she embraced her and began to complain, Are you planning to hide forever until Jinxi comes looking for you? You idiot! Chapter 337. It was already late at night after the reunion. Manny arrived with her employment application. After she filled it out, she carefully tucked it away in a folder and said to her with a smile, Xiangyi and the others would be very happy if they knew you joined the Eternal Day Legion. Humph, there might even be a fight. Memories of campus were rekindled, bringing a slight smile to Renchika's face, but it was still a faint one. Manny sighed inwardly, stood up, and tucked the folder under her arm. It's late, I'd be leaving now. When she reached the outside, the night breeze blew her mind, and she sobbed twice. She forced herself to leave the gate, only to see a hovercar parked nearby, the smoke from a cigarette flickering in the dim streetlight. The woman leaning against the car door turned around. She was wearing a white dress and a black blazer, her long hair slightly curled, and her makeup delicate. When he recognized her, a look of surprise crossed Manny's face. "Why aren't you coming in now?" Jin-Yu stubbed out his cigarette on the car window and tossed it into a nearby trash can. "Same question to you. How is she?" "Not much energy." "Humph, I'd be surprised if she was." Thinking back to Renchinka's arrogant demeanor back then, Jin-Yu couldn't imagine what she looked like without energy. The 4 former roommates had taken completely different paths in life. She alone remained as carefree as ever, surprisingly the least changed. He raised his chin towards Manny. "Want a couple of drinks?" Manny declined. "No, I have a lot of work tomorrow." "Work?" A hint of sarcasm played in Jin-Yu's weary eyes. "With the everyday core in its current state, how can you still have work?" "Humph, if you want to refuse, just say so." In the past, having her secrets exposed would have undoubtedly left Manny feeling overwhelmed. Now, she simply smiled faintly. "If it weren't for our past friendship, I wouldn't even stop to talk to you." Jin-Yu, who once seemed unattainable to her, now seemed to her like a simple, easygoing young lady. Jin-Yu was startled by her words, then shrugged. "It's an honor to talk to Major Manny about our past friendship." She then waved her hand, got into the car, and drove away in the blink of an eye. To be honest, she didn't feel any sadness or regret. After all, life wasn't lacking these days. She just lamented that everyone had changed so much. The streets were lined with news of the Imperial invasion, and even those enjoying themselves at night were tinged with nervousness. Only that guy? She recalled Xie Jinxi's stern face, unchanged for 10 years, always moving towards her set goal. Obstacles were swept aside, difficulties were overcome, and sadness was embraced. Jin-Yu averted her gaze. "I hope this time, you two will be unstoppable." Renchinka joined the Eternal Daylight Corps. Xie Jinxi assigned her a position as a guard officer, saving her the trouble of networking. For 3 years, Renchinka hadn't trained. Although her abilities remained formidable, her training load could no longer keep up with Xiang Yi and the others. So Xie Jinxi lowered the standards for her, individually. This caused a stir within the Eternal Daylight Corps. They hadn't expected their own general to resort to backdoors. During lunch, Renchinka scratched her head sheepishly. "Did I make things difficult for you?" Xie Jinxi sipped his soup expressionlessly. "No." Manny smiled as she shoved the chicken leg into her bowl. Who can possibly give her a hard time now? No one can get Jinxi to dote on her. Renchinka chuckled at this, picked up the chicken leg and took a big bite. "I'd be honored." Xiang Yi, carrying his plate, pressed himself against the table. "Chinka, how about we switch? I want the general to favor me too." Mitty plopped down and snatched the chicken leg from him unhappily. "Go ahead and dream. Give me back my chicken leg." He didn't mind her taking a bite, stuffed it into his mouth, and pulled the bone off. Mitty rolled her eyes. "TSK, what a jerk." The relaxed atmosphere made Renchinka's smile more genuine. However, once her gaze shifted to the window, loneliness took over. She clapped her hands against her cheeks, perking up with a snap. She began to eat, picking up her plate and saying, "I'm going to the training ground." Looking at her back, Xiang Ye's face darkened. "This guy. He's still mentally unstable." Mitty sighed. Those who value loyalty and righteousness have a harder time getting over such a hardship. They also seen off many of their friends and classmates, and it was still hard to accept. Xie Jinxi finished her meal and put down her chopsticks. "Since you still have the energy to be sad, we have to add shooting training next." The melancholy atmosphere suddenly froze. "Major General Xie, you have no heart." Gong Yin stared at her resentfully. "Besides, no matter how well we train, we can't go to the battlefield." Granville raged. Xie Jinxi glanced at the cafeteria. Everyone was listening intently. "Your time will soon be upon you." As long as Lantis couldn't hold back, the military council would eventually ask her for help. Thinking of the fusion experiment that had already extended to the mining planet, Xie Jinxi's eyes darkened. That day would soon arrive. In the afternoon, several adjutants and corps commanders were summoned to the shooting training room. She pulled out several new weapons from the space hub. "Take a look, everyone. We distribute them. Make sure the fighter mecha and sniper battalions are proficient in their use." The men exchanged glances, then tried them out. When the green light simulated bullets were fired, everyone froze for a moment, then suddenly became excited. With this, what were they afraid of the Star Devourers? Elsewhere, deep within the black hole, Hilfus was still trapped by the black hole, staring at the gathering Star Devourer army ahead, struggling anxiously. "If you do this, you only be completely annihilated by her." Lance looked back at him. a ferocious expression hidden beneath her gentle smile. Since the outcome of destruction cannot be changed, then humanity has no reason to exist. Since the agency insisted on following the rules, they too must fulfill their own purpose. Destroy all civilizations that might threaten the balance of the universe. Let's begin. Thinking this, Lance entered a laboratory and flicked a switch on the wall. Clusters of lights flickered into the distance, revealing test subjects with numbers around their necks within each glass enclosure. Although we didn't get the rare Chen-grade specimen, this is enough. He yanked down the handrail, and all the glass enclosures opened one after another, revealing the naked test subjects. This scene unfolded in laboratories across the Empire. Jing, who was on the Imperial front, opened his eyes late at night, and declared in a tone of solemnity never before heard by the generals, "Pass my order. All airports must mobilize all operational spacecraft to evacuate the civilians." The busy men were startled and hurriedly asked, "Marshal, what happened?" "The Star Devourers are rioting." Chapter 338. That day, a massive black hole appeared above the gathering places of humanity on all the planets of the Empire. It was as if the gods had opened their cold, merciless eyes and begun to judge them. Cities, symbols of civilization, suddenly collapsed. Tall buildings, advanced robots, and vehicles were all swept away. Thankfully, a large number of spaceships were already docked at the airport, loaded with supplies, waiting for the refugees to board. The black hole summoned by the Star Devourer was naturally no match for the original one in the depths of space, but its destructive power was still astonishing. Outside the airport, a sea of people thronged, and chaos reigned. The destruction came unexpectedly, unleashing the dark side of human nature. The traffic jams, looting, fleeing, and the debris that swept toward the black hole from the sky intertwined into a scene of doom. Lander stood on the rooftop, gazing at the scene below, his lips curled with satisfaction. After the chaos broke out, Jing immediately sent a request for shelter to the Federation. When the news arrived, everyone thought it was a self-torture ploy by the Empire. But after viewing the messages and videos sent back by the undercover agent, an emergency Federation meeting was immediately convened. Nobles, military officials, and government officials all attended. This matter concerns humanity's survival, and no one can stay out of it. Let's not talk about whether to take them in or not. How are we going to deal with these Star Devourers? Rudolph spread his hands. While I enjoy fighting, it's a fact that we can't defeat the Star Devourers. In front of them, the videos sent back by the undercover agent were playing repeatedly. It showed scenes of a raging black hole, and the dimming of planets where Star Devourers passed. After losing gravitational balance, they unexpectedly broke free from their orbits, drifting through space at the mercy of the gravity of other celestial bodies. Even planets collided, causing massive turmoil across the star field. Faced with such destructive power, human civilization vanished like a mirage in an instant. Everyone's heart sank. Admiral Wunley, in charge of liaison with the Empire, projected the information on the big screen, his heart heavy. According to information leaked by the Empire, the Star Devourers have also created a large number of experimental subjects. They are not only highly psychic, but also possess the power of the Star Devourers. They are extremely formidable. In the hall filled with more than 1,000 people, you could almost hear a pin drop. Jing yawned, a sneer lingering on his face. What are we still discussing? The most important thing is to get Xie Agency out. Yi Ji, also at the front of the official seats, echoed, "That's right. At this point, we still have to rely on Major General Xie to deal with those Star Devourers." Yes, since she was born according to the laws of the universe, she naturally has ways to deal with the Star Devourers. Old Lin said in a deep voice, "With her intercepting the Star Devourers, we still have the strength to fight. In the current situation, our hope undoubtedly lies with that child." Countless eyes turned to Bai Yuanan. His expression was grave, as if he were worried. At this point, she's truly the only one capable of fighting, but he paused, she's quite ambitious. I'm afraid that after she destroys the Star Devourer. Oh, what's there to be afraid of after that? St. Clanth interrupted him directly. Even if she becomes humanity's dictator, it's better than waiting for humanity's extinction. The thought that Granville had actually refused his offer to make him heir made him panic, as if he were about to lose control. But if Xie Agency were allowed to rule humanity, the question of the royal family's survival could be discussed. With this in mind, he was perfectly willing to support Xie Agency's departure to the front lines. In fact, there was absolutely no debate about Xie Agency's return to the battlefield. If she wasn't allowed to go, would humanity be doomed? As for Bai Yuanan's concerns, the others shared St. Clanth's sentiments. As long as they survived, what difference did it make who led them? Xie Agency wouldn't replace all the top brass, would he? Knowing the situation was irreversible, Bai Yuanan had no choice but to issue the transfer order and, at the same time, allow the Imperial refugees to stay on Frail Star. The Imperial generals, upon hearing the news, were furious. That Frail Star was originally conquered by us, and it's at the outermost edge of the Federation star system. They must be using us as cannon fodder. That's right. Even at this point, the Federation is still trying to be xenophobic. Jing Xinai was standing by the window of the temporary base on Frail Star. He turned around upon hearing this. There are so many humans. It's good to have some of them die. The generals, clamoring in the office, were startled. How could their marshal say such a thing? Oh, the marshal seems to have the Star Devourer gene. A chill ran down everyone's back. Jing Xinai ignored their suspicious looks. Get ready. Follow me to the central city of the Federation's imperial capital Star. The Star Devourers are striking back, and they need to discuss with the Federation how to meet their challenge. Chapter 339. Who could have imagined that those who had just recently engaged in a fierce battle in space would now shake hands and make peace for the same goal? Xie Jinzi followed Jing'an and Rong Yi to the airport to greet the Imperial Marshal, surrounded by spotlights and cameras. Many entertainment-obsessed streamers even went to the scene to broadcast live, hoping to capitalize on the hype. Little did they know that to prevent Jing from attacking Central City late at night, Elder Lin was secretly on guard, and even Xie Jinzi was under orders to take action at any time. If the fighting began, few would survive. Welcome everyone to the central city of the Federal Imperial Star. Admiral Jing'an, who was not sleepy, had a graceful smile, and Admiral Rong Yi, with his stunning appearance, was simply a feast for the eyes. Xie Jinzi stood behind the two men with her eyes cast back, yet no one could ignore her. Seeing her, the Imperial generals were reminded of her hunting demeanor on the battlefield, and their eyes twitched. Only Jing Xinai maintained his impassive expression. He shook hands with Jing'an, Rong Yi, and Xie Jinzi in turn, saying, "Thank you all for hosting us." Jing'an smiled. After all, we're all on the same side of humanity. If the Empire hadn't discovered the true nature of the Star Devourer, we wouldn't have had time to react. While it might sound innocent enough on its own, considering the current situation, it clearly implies that the Empire had invited a wolf into their home, playing with fire and invading their Federation, only to have them clean up the mess. Jing'an had made his position clear. We agreed to cooperate, but that doesn't mean we've let go of our prejudices. The Empire needed the Federation's help. It's good they didn't drive them away. Be damn magnanimous. Xie Jinzi glanced at the other man's grim expression. The higher-ups had sent the venomous Jing'an to greet them. It must have been intentional. From the moment these people appeared, the air began to grow hot and distorted. The heat radiated, and the onlookers began to sweat profusely, fanning the air. Strange. Why is it so hot? Yeah, is the Star Shield's constant temperature system malfunctioning? No way, there would be a notification if it did. Xie Jinzi's gaze finally lingered on the golden red-haired elder standing behind Jing Xinai. Even standing there, waves of heat swirled around him. To be able to cause abnormal weather without even using his powers, he must be a star-level psychic. The same psychic who had dragged her into the black hole 3 years ago. Perhaps her gaze offended Fan In, and a cold snort echoed through the air. With a brief sound, the psychic energy of the entire Imperial Capital Star condensed for a moment, causing even Jing'an to feel dizzy. Elder Lin in the darkness froze for a moment. But Xie Jinzi simply averted his gaze. He was clearly just a human, yet he possessed such power. Fan's golden red eyes lit up. Oh, this little girl was completely unaffected? Since this wasn't a normal interstellar exchange, they didn't bother going to the foreign guest hotel, and headed straight to the military council building. Bai Yuanan and the others were already waiting here. Enemies often see eye to eye, but now, with everyone being persecuted by the Star Devourers, they were able to sit down peacefully. The atmosphere was a little strange, though. Two people who had been fighting to the death not long ago were now sitting at the same table, drinking from the same cups. We have a device that can warn of black holes, but it won't be effective if they launch a large-scale invasion. I wonder if the Empire has any other means. If we had it, we wouldn't have to ask the Federation for shelter. In this situation, Jing Xinai had to elaborate. The most urgent task is, on the one hand, fighting the enemy, but on the other hand, we also need to prepare supplies and transportation, and be ready to move at any time. At this point, there was no need to beat around the bush. Bai Yuanan asked directly, the Empire has already prepared supplies and spaceships for escape. Has it already discovered the Star Devourer's plan? Yes. The Imperial generals all looked at their marshal. Unlike the Federation, the Imperial Marshal had almost the sole say. Jing Xinya's one order, and they were to execute it immediately. The supplies and spaceships for the airport must have been prepared by the marshal long ago. Jing Shenya's expression remained calm, and he said calmly, "When you seek the skin of a tiger, you must be prepared to be bitten back." It sounded reasonable, except that he seemed overly prepared. Bai Yuanan and the others speculated about the probability that he was an undercover agent for the Star Devourer, and the probability that the Empire and the Star Devourer were colluding in this scheme. But thinking of the Empire's destroyed planets, he quickly came to the conclusion: the Empire's planetary environment was far superior to the Federation's. He couldn't afford to lose the big picture for the small. The only effective means we can think of is Major General Xie. Do you think only the Marshal can fight the Star Devourer? Neither can I. Jing Shenai looked at Bai Yuanan. While I can mobilize the black hole, I'm only a test subject after all. Lantis can sever the connection between the black hole and me at any time, and I could even be devoured by it at any time. He made no secret of his identity, causing the Empire's eyes to flicker, as if they were embarrassed, and also causing the Federation's faces to look strange. Then everyone's eyes fell on Xie Jinxi. She sat calmly, and the moment she raised her eyes, they couldn't help but look away. Since you can't come up with a plan, let's fight and flee at the same time. She leaned back gently. When the Star Devourer appears, I lead the Eternal Day Legion to fight. Does Major General Xie have a plan to deal with it? Bai Yuanan asked. This question puzzled many people. Wasn't Xie Jinxi's response the same? Just kill him. In short, the discussion of countermeasures was in vain. In any case, she was the one who was supposed to take the lead. Chapter 340. From the outbreak of the Star Devourer to the reunion of the Federation and the Empire, less than 20 Federation days had passed. By then, the Star Devourer had completely decimated the Empire's star field, leaving a black hole at the Federation's border. The Star Devourer clearly no longer cared about tactics. Like a lawnmower, it advanced directly from Faciu Star on the border. Gazing at the dense mass of black holes yawning across the sky, no matter how many times I looked at them, they resembled densely packed eyes, like the mouth of a beast gaping open, swallowing the sea. Feeling the subtle suction, Xie Jinxi narrowed her eyes slightly, clasped her hands together, and a green light shone, instantly sealing all the black holes. She was like a skilled doctor, precisely mending the cracks in space. Then he said to the others, "Move immediately. Leave this to us." Just then, the star-level psychic venom emerged from the alternate dimension tunnel in Jing's deep night. Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his voice. "I've been meaning to say this for a long time. You little girl are so disrespectful to an old man. You haven't even brought all your men, and you still have the nerve to say you leave this to me. Although you can restrain the Star Devourer, we can't just run away with a clear conscience." Xiang Yi, piloting the mech, was extremely surprised. "Hey, old man, why don't you talk like a star-level expert at all?" He had a heavy accent and was chattering. "Look at that old prisoner from the Federation. How unfathomable. Why don't I look like one?" The old man, hands on his hips, took 2 steps toward him, shaking his head like a volcano, and asked, "Is it hot? Is it hot?" Hey, ever since entering the star-level realm, he'd forgotten what it meant to be cool. He wanted to make everything hot wherever he went. Xiang Yi hurriedly piloted his mech away. "It's scorching hot. Please stay away." Van snorted again, his nose smoldering. "When our two families merge, I stay with old man Chio and enjoy the air conditioning." The two chatted intermittently, their minds focused on the sky. As the Star Devourers descended from the sky in their mechs, both of them wore serious expressions. The other soldiers had already retreated, organizing and protecting the evacuation of the residents. A large number of Star Devourers and their controlled experimental subjects passed through the clouds, like an impenetrable curtain, like night, obscuring the entire planet. Amid the gloom, a flash of green light shot up into the sky. Around her, a metal sphere emitting green light swirled, shifting shape at her will, shattering the sky into a gap spanning 100 miles. Xie Jinxi paused in midair, her fingers clasped together, a green, emerald light condensing. Her arm suddenly transformed into a dense mass of light, illuminating half the sky, and shot towards the invaders. These light points penetrated their bodies, instantly sapping their vitality and blocking the black hole's power. Body after body fell from the air, shattered into pulp. She alone, yet she held the power of a single man standing against 1,000. Lanners was clad in solid black armor, seemingly entwined with cosmic stars. Xie Jinxi swung a green blade at him, but was shattered. In the blink of an eye, he flashed before her, wielding a ferocious broadsword. "Humph, the black hole symbolizes return. You can't hold it down now." The moment Xiaojinzi was touched by the blade, she was covered in a layer of green armor and sent flying. Before she could move any further, Lance swooped in and slashed down with his blade. She crossed her hands to block the impact, then plummeted to the ground with a thud, 100-meter wide crater opening beneath her. She rolled on the ground, dodging the incoming blade. Xiaojinzi, bracing himself with one hand, kicked him away, then formed two long swords in his horizontal hand. "We know if we can defeat him, just try." The foot soldier touched the ground, and the figure appeared before him like a sharp sword, slashing left and right. The two forces collided, creating a piercing clash, and black and green light burst forth, swiftly advancing. Under Fan's feet, lava flowed for thousands of miles, instantly reducing any enemy who fell upon them to ash. He glanced around and exclaimed, "I've been so aggressive, and this planet hasn't been affected yet?" The unusual weather patterns he created wherever he passed were enough to tell. Normally, Qin-class warriors weren't allowed to clash, and those at their star levels weren't allowed to use their superpowers at will. The battle had been going on for half an hour, and aside from the areas damaged by superpowers, everything else remained vibrant. Xiaojinzi's ability represents the radiance of life. Not only does she not harm the environment, she even possesses infinite vitality, explained the Imperial General accompanying him. Fan nodded in understanding, then, sensing something was amiss, muttered, "But my ability surpasses hers. No matter how full of vitality she possesses, there's no way she could suppress his power." He stared at the woman chasing Lance. Her figure was slender, her long braids slicing neatly, a true Qin-level cultivator. "Perhaps she has a special ability," Fan muttered, then with a flick of his finger, incinerated the falling experiment to ash. Lance, pinned down by Xiaojinzi's two consecutive slashes, looked grim. "Xiaojinzi, can you stop me? Can you stop all the Star Devourers? Can you protect Facius Star? Can you protect Imperial Capital Star?" He just couldn't believe it. Could this person even have the ability to clone themselves? Xiaojinzi snorted coldly, then laughed. "You don't think I'm completely unprepared, do you?" "What do you mean?" Lance had a bad feeling. She glanced out of the corner of her eyes suddenly widening. She saw two cannons mounted on the shoulders of Xiang Yi, and the others mechas, emitting green lasers. Every Star Eater struck screamed in agony, their wounds resisting healing, and high-energy lasers, fired from afar, swept past. Star Eaters and test subjects convulsed upon contact. Losing contact with the black hole, Lance could no longer maintain her false smile. "When did you develop this weapon?" 5 years ago. She had Sujio begin research and development when the war first broke out. With the success of the newborn, Sujio had a clue and focused on improving its attack power. As soon as she returned, she immediately brought the finished product over. "I truly regret not eliminating your men as well." Lantes forcefully deflected her broadsword. Just as Xiaojinzi was about to attack, a strange wind rose from below, carrying a heart-pounding tremor. "Look over there." A dark curtain rose from the horizon. At the junction of the blackness and the earth, the mountains, clouds, vegetation, and air all twisted and sank into it, vanishing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The entire planet seemed to have been swallowed by a giant beast. Fan's expression changed drastically. "Go!" Chapter 341. The entire Facius Star was being devoured by the black hole. The sheer mass was enough to make even Fan's scalp tingle. "Major General Xia, we're relying on you. There are still 3 ships at the airport that haven't evacuated." With his life at stake, he didn't bother to pretend to be a senior or a star-level psychic. He simply pleaded for help. Xiaojinzi kicked Lance away and clamped down on his earpiece. "Meet up at the airport and prepare to evacuate." With that, he immediately withdrew. Lance naturally wouldn't let her rescue anyone, but before he could catch up, his armor dissipated. The young man's anguished voice echoed in his mind, "I won't let you hurt her." The other Star Devourer's connection to the black hole also weakened. No one, including Lance, dared to pursue. His expression turned cold. "Humph, what's the point of struggling at this point?" All the ships preparing to evacuate the airport were forced to remain suspended in midair. The planet beneath their feet had begun to crumble, shredded by the black hole. Newly sprouted leaves and tender grass lost their color and shape in the blink of an eye. Mountains collapsed and rivers scattered, silently engulfing creatures like low-level exotic beasts and wild beasts. The crust crumbled, then the mantle. The vast planet, like an egg, was being devoured layer by layer by the abyssal maw of a black hole. Even the light was fading. Spaceships, fighters, and mechas were all moving toward the black hole, and the humans crammed aboard held their nerves. The exotic beasts that had managed to escape were nearby, roaring anxiously. From afar, only a ray of light remained in the sky. Just as the shadow of destruction enveloped them, a single green light shot up from the endless void, stubbornly holding the last crack open. A green halo coated the spacecraft and the alien beasts. Jing'an, who was in the command room, shouted hurriedly, "Follow her." She stood at the edge of the gap, clad in a light armor, like a morning star, illuminating the path for all living creatures. Seeing this scene, everyone deeply understood the significance of her appearance in accordance with the rules. Aya, crouching by the window, saw her from afar. Though faint, she held everyone's hope. If only she had such power. The spacecraft opened its entrance, allowing alien beasts and wild beasts, unable to cross outer space, to enter. The creatures, driven to extinction by the Star Devourer, stared at each other in bewilderment in the crowded hall. Amid the cold universe and the terrifying black hole, humanity's sense of responsibility for order and balance, at that moment in the history of civilization, began to shine. Agency remained behind, looking down at Facius Star's transformation from a planet to a speck of dust, feeling a sense of something within him. Hilfus's frantic face emerged from the black hole, extending his left hand across the universe toward her. His right hand was superior, but his left was closer to his heart. But the Star Devourer's heart was a false one. She turned, and the slit behind her closed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the Imperial capital, upon learning that the Star Devourer had begun its movement, everyone retreated to the air raid shelters, under the unified protection of the military. If they were defeated, they would board the nearest escaped ship. Now, whether superior or subordinate, office worker or cleaning robot administrator, everyone faced the same crisis of destruction. Order and pressure vanished here. Everyone's face was filled with fear and tears, praying and wailing. As far as the eye could see, the bustling central city was empty and uneasy. Renchinka, Robert, and the others were stationed on the rooftops of the major cities on Imperial Star, while the other soldiers dispersed around them. It won't be long before this place is affected by the war. Renchinka stroked the intercontinental light cannon beside her. Lolo, pray for me, my daughter, Agency. When the black hole appeared, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately flipped open her electronic goggles. Oasis City, coordinates E29.9451, N31.7431, black hole detected, begin firing, fighter battalion, sniper battalion, prepare. As she spoke, the muzzle of the cannon was already adjusted. As she pressed the fire button, a green beam suddenly shot into the black hole. Screams were heard. Followed by this, more black holes opened, and countless Star Eaters and experimental subjects emerged from them. Renchinka immediately called up the control panel, adjust to isolation mode. Several others issued the command simultaneously. Soon, a green defensive net enveloped the entire Imperial capital star. The gun barrels turned upward, and balls of green light rose, like fireworks, forming a vast net that enveloped Oasis City. The Star Devourers suddenly realized their connection to the black hole had been severed. At this moment, the high-level psychics and Qin-level masters stationed in the city took action. The enemy's strength lay in their advanced psychics and the power of the black hole, but the Eternal Day Legion's weapons had plucked out their most powerful minions. They lacked Qin-level masters, but they had the Eternal Day Legion snipers and fighter jets to support them. Overall, the advantage was theirs. This scene was also played out in other cities on Imperial Capital Star. Bai Yuanan sat in the Military Council building, before him a live video feed of the battle situation from various locations ahead. The old men couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Eternal Day Legion has a countermeasure. But Bai Yuanan's brow furrowed ever deeper. She has a countermeasure, but she didn't submit it to the military sooner. What on earth is she trying to do? Wanli stubbed out her cigarette and scoffed. Of course she's afraid we just abandon her. She's suffered enough, so we have to be more careful with her. Because of Agency, her disagreement with Bai Yuanan had become so deep that they couldn't talk calmly. Bai Yuanan glanced at her and said gravely, "You think too little of her." "Who knows?" Bai Yuanan fell silent. The war continued. From heaven to earth, a dazzling array of supernatural powers erupted, and rivers of blood flowed. The city's buildings were destroyed, and prosperity turned to ruin in the blink of an eye. Soon, a Star Devourer discovered the weapon's unique features and attempted to attack Renchinka. But before they could get close, a burst of green light from the cannon pierced their bodies, causing them to burst painfully. Lance emerged from the black hole. Witnessing this scene, his face contorted with anger. "We need to find a way before she fully awakens." He inquired about the current location of the other Star Devourers, Hilfus. A frantic reply came through the headset. That damned Hilfus refuses to cross the alien dimension tunnel. He still retains a last vestige of sanity. Lance frowned. Let's get rid of Jing Shinai first. Using their power to help humans deal with them. How could that be possible? Jing Shinai, who was discussing matters with Sea Agency and the others, suddenly paused. Marshal Jing? Jing'an, who was right beside him, was about to lean in to ask, but was pulled away by Sea Agency. The next second, Jing Shinye's chest caved in, suddenly transforming into a black vortex. Chapter 342. The incident came unexpectedly. The table in front of Jing Shinai, the documents, and even the guards beside him were all swept up. In panic, a flash of green light enveloped him, temporarily saving his life. Puff. Jing Shinai vomited a mouthful of thick blood, staining his silver hair red, and adding a touch of vulnerability to his cold face. His icy blue eyes fixed on Sea Agency, and he said weakly, I take you back to the Imperial Capital Star first. He then pointed to the alien space passage, quick. Sea Agency stepped into it without further ado. 3 seconds later, Jing Shinai knelt on one knee. The pillar of the Empire had collapsed. Everyone was in chaos. When Sea Agency returned to the central city of the Imperial Capital Star, she happened to catch the chaotic battle. With the help of weapons, it was clear that the humans had the upper hand, so she went directly to the Military Council building. Long legs made a powerful clattering sound as they stepped across the polished floor. The hurried staff in the corridor quickly made way for her, and the soldier saluted, though none dared to spare a glance. A bloody scent lingered around her, as if a blade had pierced her eyes, stinging them. When they entered the command meeting room, the already heavy atmosphere suddenly became more solemn. Everyone was surprised at first, then anxious. Why are you back so early? Wanli hurriedly asked, did something happen to the evacuation troops? Jing was attacked by the black hole late at night, and fought to get me back. Sea Agency ignored the rules, and went to the water dispenser to fill it. He gulped it down, then continued, the black hole's incarnation, Silphus, is on a rampage and unstoppable. Feishua Star has been reduced to dust. Please organize the evacuation of the inhabitants of other planets immediately. Because the satellites in outer space were the first to perish when Feishua Star began to be devoured, they were unable to learn of the events. When they heard that Feishua Star had vanished, they couldn't accept it for a moment. Then they immediately pulled up the star map and checked. Sure enough, Feishua Star no longer existed. Even you can't stop it? A retired general stared at her anxiously. Others glanced over at her. Sea Agency admitted the reality with a deadpan expression. I can't stop it. Everyone panicked. Sea Agency is their last resort. If she can't handle it, what will they do? Are we really going to embark on an interstellar journey? But you said we fight. Why aren't you able to now? That's right, Major General Xie, you better think of a solution. Sea Agency frowned. There's no such thing as a sure-win battle. I only said we fight, but I didn't guarantee victory. After all, I'm only a Qin-level warrior now. Even if her superpowers could defeat the Star Devourer, she's only one person, and her strength hasn't reached its peak yet. How could she possibly win? Besides, I said we fight while fleeing. Her brows furrowed. Aren't you all prepared yet? Luo Yin retorted. That's easy to say. Do you know how much preparation is required for interstellar travel? Who knows how long it will take to find a planet to settle? More importantly, we've worked so hard to establish the Federation. How can you just abandon it? You're just... The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Sea Agency's sharp gaze pierced his heart. It's called a Federation, but in reality, you can't give up your current wealth and power. Sea Agency pierced their greed with one word. Of course, no one wanted to admit it. Don't spit blood. We're fighting for the future of the Federation. Faced with their objections, Sea Agency had only one sentence, then leave quickly. You can stay if you want, but I won't die with you, and I doubt anyone else will either. At these words, the old men were about to jump up as if they had been tampered with. Major General Xie, what do you mean? Are you thinking of quitting? Don't forget, as a soldier, and as the only one who can fight the Star Devourer, you can't shirk your responsibilities. How can you let down the people of the Federation and our expectations of you? Sea Agency had no sense of responsibility for the responsibilities and missions thrust upon her. She had neither the ability to save the world nor the courage to sacrifice, and she had no desire to be a hero admired by everyone. Amid the clamor, Bai Yuan shouted, quiet. The old veterans glanced at him, but, due to their status as marshal, they suppressed their anger. Major General Xie. Bai Yuan stared at her dimly. If the special weapons used by the Eternal Day Legion were mass-produced, they should also enable other legions to fight against the Star Devourers. Yes, the members of the military council perked up at this thought. The marshal is right. With a full complement of such weapons, there's no need to worry about defeating the Star Devourers. Major General Xie, hand over the blueprints. Compared to their excitement, Xie remained remarkably calm. I don't have the blueprints. The conference hall fell silent for a moment, and then a barrage of persuasion, threats, and inducements followed. Major General Xie, please don't be so calculating at this moment. This concerns all of humanity. Hiding something is outrageous. Indeed, as long as you hand over the blueprints, the military will recognize your contribution. Since you have the weapons, you should have brought them out sooner rather than later. Humanity will also remember your contribution. Face the chatter? Xie made no sign of nodding. Excuse me, but even if the weapons were mass-produced, the other legions wouldn't be able to use them. However, the others took her words as an excuse and launched into even harsher accusations. But she remained unmoved. Seeing they had no intention of fleeing, she turned and left. At this point, what was the point of caring about rules and orders? When they reached the door, Bai Yuanan stopped her. Major General Xie, do you really want to go your own way and fight us to the end? The implicit warning in her tone silenced everyone in the military council, who looked at her with disgust and mixed expressions. She turned around, her slender figure a silhouette against the doorway, her long braids swaying in the wind. Haven't you been pressing us from the beginning? Otherwise, why would it have come to this? If she hadn't been certain the Federation would destroy her, why would she have hidden her new weapons? With that, she turned and left, ignoring the men's grim expressions. With the Eternal Day Legion's new weapons, and Xie in command, Imperial Capital Star was safe for the time being. However, satellite images showed that Hilfus, driven by instinct, was rapidly approaching Imperial Capital Star with the largest black hole. While he said approaching, he was actually devouring all obstacles between him and Imperial Capital Star, including the distance. Following Feishua's star, Nagano's star was not spared. A large number of spaceships carrying survivors headed towards Imperial Capital Star. Chapter 343. Manny had never imagined this day would come. That a young man like Muai would beg her. Manny, please help our Jean family. In her apartment in Central City, she finally managed to find time to rest for half a day, only to be stopped by a young man guarding the door. Seeing his persistent insistence, Manny had to let him in first. Thankfully, she had arranged for her family to stay elsewhere, avoiding an awkward encounter. Although Jean Jing had dressed himself neatly and elegantly in a suit and tie, looking his best, his red eyes and dark circles betrayed his fatigue. The Jean family's roots were on Nagano Star, but now it had been devoured by a black hole, leaving not even a speck of dust. Order collapsed, and with it, a vast amount of wealth, status, and privilege vanished. The money they had stored in the bank on Nagano Star was once a long string of numbers, but now that the bank was gone, that string of numbers became meaningless. Furthermore, with the planet's destruction, the Federation's reserves had shrunk drastically, causing extreme inflation. 100 yuan in the bank used to last 2 days, but now it can't even buy a loaf of bread. The Jean family isn't currently short of money, but they want more. So they want Manny to petition the authorities to return their property. It wasn't just them. All the merchants on other planets shared this idea, but they received no response. Jean Jing had a good idea. With the Eternal Day Corps now at the top of their game, and Manny as its general secretary, the authorities would surely give her a favor. As he expected, Manny could handle the matter, but she refused flatly. The authorities won't approve your appeal. Imperial Capital Star's resource reserves are limited. If the economy expands, even more ordinary people won't be able to afford food. Those with tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth can afford a loaf of bread for 1,000 yuan, but many moonlighters don't even have 1,000 yuan. Hunger will cause them to disobey such rules, and eventually even unite to riot. The government and the military would never want to see such an outcome. Anyone who cares about the greater good would not trouble the authorities at this time. Jean Jing panicked and said, "It's just our family. The consequences won't be that serious. If one family can't open a precedent, I can't open one either." Manny crossed her arms, her golden ponytail gleaming alone in the sunlight. The Eternal Day Legion was now under fire by the military council. She couldn't afford to give others the opportunity to criticize her. Jean Jing's words became even more rapid. "Everyone else can, so why aren't you willing? If you're worried about Major General Xie, I can promise that once our assets recover, I give her half. Money is just a number these days. Jean, she doesn't care about it." The first thing she did when she returned was to exchange the money for resources when collecting debts, clearly anticipating this day. "Manny, are you really so heartless? Are you still holding a grudge against what happened back then? Manny frowned at the accusatory tone in his voice, wanting to say she no longer cared. The bitterness of secret love and the bitterness of heartbreak were the natural fruits of her life, originally sweet when savored. Why bother telling her that they were actually bitter, sweetened by her memories? So, with a cold snort, she looked at him. Shouldn't I blame you for insulting and exploiting me? Jing regretted saying this the moment he said it. Manny was now someone he couldn't afford to offend. To put it bluntly, her frown sent a chill down his spine. Being scrutinized by her, he felt even more insecure. He wiped his face, a mournful expression on his face. What do you want me to do to make you forgive me? You know, Grandpa needs to be treated regularly. If I don't have the money, do you expect me to watch him die? Manny appealed to her sentiments, but she showed no sign of relenting. Since the Jean family lent you money when Grandma was in trouble, I can provide food and even apply for a newborn unit for Mr. Jin's treatment. But I can't agree to your request. Unexpectedly, Jing stood up immediately. I know you still like me. As long as you agree to help, I'd do anything. Manny smiled, her expression suggestive. Anything? She dropped her formal demeanor, leaned back on the sofa, and raised her chin slightly. Then show me. Awkwardness flashed across Jing's face. His slender fingers began to unbutton his suit, taking it off and undoing the diamond cufflinks. Manny was slightly taken aback. She had originally just wanted him to back off. She hadn't expected the man who had once insulted her to actually swallow his pride and now act as if he were at her mercy. Recalling how she once cried to him, she said, once you have everything, there will be a million golden mirrors for you to choose from. Wealth and power truly can lead to decadence. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Jing's shirt had already been unbuttoned, revealing his fair skin. But his pampered physique was no match for the soldiers of the Eternal Day Legion. He no longer held any allure. Just as she was about to tell him to get lost, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Although this may be inopportune, I believe my priorities are more important than seducing men. Looking at her boss leaning against the doorframe, Manny almost wanted to kill Jing. Jing also wanted to jump from the 20th floor, but he tried his best to remain calm. Major General Xie, long time no see. She nodded coldly. Goodbye. Jing picked up his suit jacket and practically fled. Having once faced Xie Agency face to face, he was now overwhelmed by his icy presence. He felt a chill run down his spine as he passed by her. She didn't dare to even bring up her previous request. After he left, Xie Agency looked at the embarrassed Manny. It doesn't matter if I agree to it. She shook her head. The authorities have already returned over 100 bank accounts. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. There was no telling how many people in the military and government had interests in these businessmen. They would definitely try to convert the money into supplies, squeezing out the livelihoods of ordinary people. She had also risen from ordinary people to where she was now, and she didn't want to become the person she once hated. Xie Agency didn't judge others' values, simply saying, the time is ripe. Arrange your family and join Morian. Manny was stunned for a moment, then a hint of melancholy crossed her eyes. It's finally come to this. Jincy? Meeting her emotionless gaze, Manny shook her head. Nothing. Fate holds strings for everyone. From the moment they utter their first syllable, everything unfolds according to a predetermined trajectory. All they can do is find a way out amidst this chaotic web of intertwined threads. Chapter 344. As people from other planets fled to the imperial capital, the population exploded, and resources became increasingly scarce. The officials were overwhelmed. Yi had been toiling day and night since the chaos began, feeling like she was about to die. After finally signing the document, she was holding her forehead to try to clear her mind when her secretary knocked on the door again. Her voice was hoarse, her vocal cords like sandpaper. What's going on? Nagano's finance minister is demanding the restoration of Nagano's banking system. The secretary, with dark circles under her eyes, spoke with urgency, not caring that she was facing her superior. She was truly fed up with the questions these days. Everyone wanted to see her boss, and even the bathroom was blocked. No way. Yiji's head was so dizzy, but she kept thinking. Nagano is the second largest economy. If it's fully restored, the imperial capital will be in chaos. She was almost unable to contain the chaos. The secretary answered a phone call and visibly panicked. Minister, Nagano's finance minister has secretly restored the banking system, and residents are panicking at supermarkets buying food and water. Yiji abruptly stood up, his vision swirling. How outrageous. Following Nagano's precedent, other planets followed suit. Yiji sat down dejectedly and waved her hand. Let them be. She was no longer able to control the situation. The rulers of the various planets had gathered in the imperial capital, and amidst the conflict of interests, they refused to obey the orders of the imperial capital officials. Human selfishness and greed were fully exposed. The secretary was anxious. What will happen to the other residents? She had just received word from her mother that their food supplies were running low, and the supermarkets nearby had been emptied. Due to wartime regulations, they couldn't go anywhere else. Bang! Yiji slammed her hands on the table, her face darkening. What can I do? But thinking of the consequences, she took a deep breath and said, contact Marshal Bai. Upon learning of this, Bai Yuan's brow furrowed, and he glanced at the other generals in the conference hall. Many of them averted their gazes, apparently most of them having been involved in this incident. Lieutenant General Bai Yuan immediately dispatched troops to suppress those hoarding supplies. Also, assist the Procuratorate in apprehending any officials acting on their own initiative and any military personnel who disobeyed orders. Even in a life-or-death situation, they were all concerned with their own interests. This made Bai Yuan wonder, is the Federation truly beyond salvation? At this moment, apart from his own son, he didn't even have anyone he trusted. Xie Jinsi was leading soldiers from the Eternal Day Corps to the airport when he ran into Bai Yuan on the street. He had apprehended a large number of prisoners responsible for the civil unrest, including members of the Bai family. One side was desperately trying to hold onto its last remaining position, while the other was filled with prisoners fanning the flames from behind. Bai Yuan signaled his men to put the men into the escort vehicle and then approached Xie Jinsi. I expected her to say something, but her expression remained expressionless. Renchinka, standing nearby, sneered, looking at these people, I know the death of the squad leader and the members of the glorious corps was meaningless. Why couldn't they be used to exchange for the dead? Bai Yuan glanced at the chaotic street and said firmly, protecting people like these is pointless, but there are many more lives waiting to be saved. They needed to survive, they needed a home, and someone to lead them out of their predicament. Renchinka smiled. She couldn't even save herself. The prisoners over there had been taken into custody, and Bai Yuan was leaving too. As they passed each other, a calm voice reached his ears. I said back then that the Federation was rotten from the root. He turned his back to Xie Jinsi. It is rotten, but I will carry on Zai Lan's wishes, watering it and bringing it back to life. Then do your best. Bai Yuan turned and watched her go, a flash of sadness in his eyes, before he resumed his steps. The street stretched endlessly, one leading to the airport and outer space, the other to the military council building. By this time, he had a vague premonition. When he returned to the military council building, he was about to run into Bai Yuan, who had hurried back. Got any water? Take a sip. Bai Yuan pulled a water bottle from the space button. Bai Yuan snatched it away, guzzled several mouthfuls, and then exhaled. Where did you go? He asked calmly. Bai Yuan glanced at him. I went to look for that mechanic under Xie Jinsi. I searched everywhere I could, but couldn't find him. After a pause, he asked, knowing her, where would she have assigned him? Bai Yuan said to his irritated face, knowing what I know, she wouldn't let you find him, let alone the blueprints. Bai Yuan tossed the water bottle to him. I give your father this reply. It was obvious that if Xie Jinsi had those weapons, the higher-ups would have turned their backs on him. Why would she have handed the knife to the Federation? It was surprising she hadn't run away yet. When he arrived in front of Bai Yuan, he simply said, can't find it. Should he finally give up now? But Bai Yuan looked as if he had expected it. I've already made backup plans. Huh? Bai Yuan wanted to ask what those plans were, but seeing the fatigue etched across his face, he swallowed his words and asked, I heard that Yong Xie Jinsi has led his men into outer space to meet the enemy. Do you want to send reinforcements? Support won't help. We just cooperate with the ground forces to meet the enemy. Bai Yuan didn't understand. If the other legions couldn't kill the enemy, they could at least provide healing and support. Why prevent Xie Jinsi from contacting the other legions? At this time, Xie Jinsi had already led the Eternal Day Legion through the atmosphere. Due to the activity of the Star Devourers, solar storms frequently blew near the Imperial capital star. The intense energy vibrations made the signal extremely unstable. Xie Jinsi sat in the command seat in the cockpit, leaning slightly to his side, resting his forehead on his hand. Looks like we have to fight this alone, Manny whispered beside her. Her gaze remained fixed on the dim universe ahead. It's always been this way, isn't it? Manny smiled. Yes. Hopefully Marshal Bai and those people won't let me down. Xie Jinsi snorted coldly. Soon, the satellite discovered the location of the Star Devourers. These creatures were like a swarm of locusts, plundering the energy of celestial bodies. Farther away, the Hilfus, engulfed by the black hole, was heading this way. Everywhere they passed, they left only an empty universe. Siegency picked up the intercom and walked towards the launch bay, giving orders. Prepare for battle. The mech battalion will follow me, and the fighter battalion will support from both sides. Also, the spacecraft will maintain a distance to protect the sniper. With that, he had already arrived at the launch bay and began to don his light mech. Chapter 345. As the Star Devourers devoured more and more planetary energy, their power grew stronger. Lantis, who had come from the Empire, was still being chased and attacked by Siegency. After devouring most of the Federation starfield, he actually possessed the strength to resist. When Siegency's sword cleaved his armor, he was incredulous. How is this possible? The meteorites sent flying by the black hole struck him, their mass, tens of thousands of tons, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This scene told him that his power had indeed increased, but why couldn't he restrain Siegency? Is it only Hilfus who could do this? At this thought, his mood darkened. The armor on his body gradually expanded, eventually transforming into a black hole that enveloped the battlefield. The light shield originally cast on the battlefield to suppress the Star Devourer's power instantly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fighter planes and mechas were sucked in. Siegency used his supernatural power to seal the area above. Retreat! The black hole continued to expand. All the soldiers activated their new weapons to maximum power and moved rapidly towards the spacecraft. At the same time, to prevent the spacecraft from being trapped, they were constantly retreating. Siegency continuously used green light screens to block the black hole while protecting his men. But even so, the soldiers left behind cried out in agony. Though they hadn't touched the black hole, a variety of lights emanated from their bodies, eventually condensing into supernatural crystals. Siegency's pupils shrank sharply. Supernatural plants. Lanners observed the scene with satisfaction. Haha, I just built this a while ago. Small machines couldn't control such a large area. To deal with the Federation, with Siegency in charge, he had his men working overtime to create it. As he used his power to activate the machine, more and more soldiers' superpowers were drawn out. Compared to the smaller machines of the past, this one could extract the superpower crystals almost instantly. After all, it was designed for killing, so the most brutal of methods was acceptable. Glancing at the massive, nearly 10-meter-tall machine hovering beside Lance, Siegency turned decisively. Lanners hid the machine directly within the black hole and stepped inside himself. Siegency, I can't do anything to you, but I can always deal with your men. Her face was as gloomy as water, and she raised her hand to coat each soldier with emerald green armor. Retreat! However, nearly 3,000 soldiers, unable to withstand the pain of the superpower crystal extraction, experienced brain explosions. Looking at the clouds of blood, Siegency pursed her lips. A black hole was chasing her from behind. As vast as the universe, black holes could spread as far as they could, and countless black holes could appear. But she was alone. The enemy also had machines that drained superpowers, and with Hilfus in the black hole, even she didn't dare pursue them rashly. Protecting these tens of thousands of soldiers would weaken her strength, making it impossible for her to risk continuing the fight. Manny looked at Siegency, who had been sitting for a long time, and said, "Everyone's in the medical hall, clamoring to see you." Even though she had formed the Eternal Day Legion, she was still alone. Everyone looked to her for protection and blessings. A single moment of carelessness on her part could lead to devastating harm to those under her. Xiangyi too. Siegency's eyes flickered, and she stood up. "Let's go!" When they reached the noisy medical hall, the once bustling place fell silent for a moment, and then everyone cast hopeful, excited glances at her. "General, can our powers be restored?" "The General is here. Our powers can be restored." Amid the clamor, Xiangyi slammed the medical kit beside him to the ground. "Quiet!" After receiving treatment, his external injuries had healed. But his usual nonchalant expression was replaced by a sinister one, and he stared intently at Siegency. "General, tell me the truth, can our powers be restored?" Without a power crystal in his brain, he felt deeply insecure. Siegency didn't answer directly. "Once, my ice powers were drained away." Many people, unaware of this fact, widened their eyes before realizing it. Now her ice powers are intact, so surely they can recover too. But Xiangyi asked word by word, "How long did it take?" 15 years. The moment those 3 words came out, everyone was stunned. 15 years. Xiangyi's face paled even further. "You have special healing powers, but we don't." One had to admit, he grasped the point. Even Jianxi himself couldn't tell whether it was a natural recovery or the radiance of life. My powers are gone. The once proud 7th level Esper now staggered to a chair. As if on cue, the expressions of the others in the hall suddenly changed. There was anger, sadness, and blame. Why should we go fight the Star Devourers? Even the Marshal is hiding on Imperial Star. If they want new weapons, just give them that. Why should we sacrifice them? They blamed Jianxi for bringing them to the battlefield, and expressed dissatisfaction with the other legions who remained safe and sound in the rear. Renchinka stopped the soldiers who were trying to charge. We're soldiers, we're supposed to be prepared for sacrifice. And you all survived? Surviving was already a blessing. Xiang Yi looked at Jianxi. He vaguely knew she had a grand plan, but it clearly didn't include him. But he was willing to give up the Rose Legion's promising future for her, convincing himself that he was tired of the corrupt, outdated system. He was also willing to be at the forefront for her at any time. But now, all that was a thing of the past. Without their powers, they would inevitably face discharge. Feeling the emptiness in his brain, Xiang Yi's face grew increasingly grim. You? Just as he spoke, a green light began to pour down. It was more intense than ever, like a shower of crystal. Jianxi squeezed out the last of his supernatural power, his face pale. This is all I can do. Then, with his hands behind his back, he said solemnly, from today onwards, each of you will apply for medical retirement. In addition to the official pension, you can also apply to the Eternal Day Relief Fund, where you will receive sufficient annual relief and reimbursement for your injuries and illnesses. This relief fund also provides assistance to the families of the deceased soldiers. This was the best treatment Jianxi could think of. Gazing at the suppressed emotion in her dark eyes, Xiang Yi lowered his gaze dejectedly. Who could have imagined that Jianxi, the natural nemesis of the Star Devourer, would one day return home defeated? Some in the military council mocked this, even appearing somewhat elated. Haha, you always have your eyes on the sky, thinking you could destroy the Star Devourer with just one move, but you ended up coming back in disgrace. Luo Yan said calmly, young man, you always have to suffer a little to learn your lesson. Chapter 346. Wanli glanced at everyone and grimly warned, now is not the time to kick someone when they're down. We need to think about it. Even Jianxi can't deal with the Star Devourer, so what can we do? What a fool, Rongyi followed up, indeed, but Major General Xie was only ambushed this time. Ultimately, she's the one who's relying on him. Don't be ridiculous. Isn't it true that she lost? Luo Yan snorted. It's just a pity Jianxi didn't die outside. Of course, many others, like Wanli, were worried about what to do next. At this time, Bai Yuanan said, I've prepared a response. Now, please. After hearing Bai Yuanan's words, Wanli, Rongyi, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected him to go this far. Keep this matter secret for now. Once the Imperial Marshal returns, we officially declare war on the Star Devourer. The military council was busy preparing, but Jianxi remained at the base for the time being. The Eternal Day Core is still needed on the ground, but ever since the Star Devourers acquired a machine capable of extracting superpowers, the soldiers have become noticeably timid. They complained a bit, but continued to follow orders. Jianxi and Manny were counting the losses of new weapons. In outer space, a total of 278 fighters were scrapped, 1,129 damaged. On the ground, 2 intercontinental high-energy cannons were lost. 2? Renchinka was a little surprised. How were they damaged? The intercontinental high-energy cannons are complex and difficult to manufacture. They also have high attack and defense capabilities, making them impossible for ordinary Star Devourers to approach. It was Granville's Legion. The Star Devourers besieged the Imperial capital Star, creating a black hole from underground. Not only were their cannons lost, but they also lost a considerable number of fighters and sniper rifles. Jianxi's gaze deepened. Where's the wreckage? This thing can't be made public yet. The wreckage must be recovered. Manny, fully aware of its importance, nodded. It's already been recovered. Looking at the pile of charred weapons, she asked again, should we send it for repair? Yes. Jianxi walked to another warehouse. I go recharge. The warehouse soon lit up with a rich green glow. Renchinka frowned worriedly. Jinxi's health isn't good to begin with. Will overdrawing her powers like this cause problems? She knows. Manny used the space link to pack up the damaged weapons, told her to get some rest, and hurried to Jianxi's lounge. Renchinka had no idea where the weapons repair factory was. Given Jinxi's style, it must be extremely secretive. It was indeed secretive. Bai Yuan searched every inch of the Imperial capital planet, but couldn't find it. Amid the growing fear and anxiety, time slowly slipped by. The black hole, engulfed by Hilfus, was steadily approaching the imperial capital Star. Some factories were also working overtime day and night. Before the Star Devourer army officially arrived, Jing returned late at night. The young man, weakened by the backlash, was nearly unable to stand. His already pale face seemed almost transparent, making his icy blue eyes even more dazzling. At the same time, he also brought shocking news. This is a matter of human survival. I have contacted the leader of the Long Night Legion, and he has expressed his willingness to fight alongside us. The military conference hall suddenly fell silent. Siegency sat in a corner, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Countless complicated looks turned on him, and then a flurry of discussion erupted. The Long Night Legion? Shouldn't it be called the Long Night Interstellar Pirates? Why would such a ragtag bunch fight alongside us? What if they're trying to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits? In short, they were untrustworthy. Jing Xinai sat next to Bai Yuanan, frail but still commanding. The Long Night Legion has rapidly assembled a large number of troops over the years, yet has committed no harmful acts. They've already occupied a star region. Strictly speaking, they should be considered a new human regime. They have weapons, and a large number of high-level psychics. Even if the Federation and Empire are conquered by the Star Devourers, they still be standing. To put it bluntly, they might even welcome our capture. We might even have to ask them for shelter. Beyond the Federation and Empire star regions lies unexplored space. In essence, they can only seek shelter from the other side. Otherwise, what if we encounter interstellar pirates? With this statement, the opposition fell silent. At this point, they were too lazy to investigate how Jing Xinai had contacted the Long Night Legion. Wanli glanced at the hesitant crowd. I agree. At this point, what could be worse? The Empire and the Federation combined have far more men than the Long Night Legion. They're not afraid, and we're even less so. Rudolph snorted. Besides, we have Elder Chiu in charge. I agree. Admiral Rudolph has a point. I believe we should accept the Long Night Legion's goodwill. Bai Yuanan pondered for a moment. Invite their leader to Central City. Jing Xinai seemed to have anticipated this outcome. They're just outside the atmosphere, and will be here soon. Since they were treating the other party as the leader of the regime, they should have someone to greet them. This time, Wanli and Rongyi would be the ones to take charge. Bai Qian would represent the lieutenant general rank, and Siegency would accompany the major general rank. She stood outside the airport, her eyes lowered. Jing Xinai glanced at her as he passed by. Rongyi saw this and frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that Jing Xinai was actively promoting cooperation between the Federation and the Long Night Legion, and that he cared deeply about Siegency. But he soon stopped worrying about it. When the silver-armored figure appeared, a strong sense of oppression suddenly swept over everyone. Chapter 347. The leader of the Long Night Legion, not only to outsiders but even within the ranks, is a mysterious figure, almost elusive. Many interstellar pirates, seeing that Mariana is level 8, feel they can seize power. Many even band together, but none can last a single round against this leader. However, he has never engaged in public combat, and no one knows his exact ability level. The fact that he was able to gather such a large force in such a short period of time suggests he must be a formidable figure. Behind the armored figure, Rongyi spotted a familiar face, Pajun. After the fall of Border Star No. 1, it was unknown where this old witch had gone. It turned out she had joined the Long Night Legion. Compared to 3 years ago, Pajun has become much more restrained, and his unruly demeanor is no longer visible. He couldn't help but glance at Siegency, but quickly averted his eyes when she looked back. Rongyi scoffed coldly at this. 3 years ago, during the chaos on Border Planet No. 1, this guy had outrun everyone else. Seeing Siegency, of course, he felt guilty. Welcome to the Federation. As Wanli said this, 1,000 horses raced within her. She had never imagined she would find herself chatting and laughing with interstellar pirates one day. The Long Night leader appeared quite aloof, shaking hands briefly before releasing them. As he passed Siegency, he paused. Major General Sie. The woman, who had been keeping her eyes downcast, raised her head, her gaze questioning his intentions. Why do you keep rejecting invitations from my subordinate, Mariana? He seemed about to extend his hand, but then lowered it. You should know that my Long Night Legion always welcomes you. The voice was as cold and motionless as a machine. The people around him immediately cast surprised glances. So Major General Sie had been connected to the Long Night Legion all along. Bai Qian clenched his fists. Siegency stared at him intently. Even through the mask, she could sense the strangeness of his gaze. Finally, She uttered 2 words, boring. Wan Li's eyelids twitched, and she immediately stopped him. Major General Xie, don't be rude. The Long Night leader's personality was uncertain. What if he was a moody psychopath? I heard he's undefeated yet. Even Piju and Jiuming couldn't last a single round against him. He must be at least Chen level. The Long Night leader simply snorted, you're ungrateful. With that, he took the lead. Rongyi and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they led him to the council hall. Xie Jinzi lagged behind, his eyes narrowing slightly. After the meeting, the leader of the Long Night Legion expressed their willingness to join forces, but they would not stay on the Imperial Capital Star. Although we're all human, I'm an interstellar pirate after all, and I'm not comfortable with you. After they all left, the meeting disbanded. Xie Jinzi, now completely marginalized, remained calm and composed. After the meeting, she didn't return to base, but instead went to the nearby official Ministry of Finance building. Yiji was busy with work, and when the secretary ushered her in, she looked surprised. What a rare guest. Xie Jinzi, who never visited a place without a reason, went straight to the point, pulling out the approval documents. We recently lost a large number of weapons and need new materials. Please sign. Ever since the last civil unrest over looting, the Federation has implemented emergency wartime management, requiring official approval before any large quantities of supplies can be traded. Going through the military's approval channels was a sure thing, so she came in person to save face. Yiji's head hurt at the thought. Do you know how many applications the military has asked me to approve recently? Xie Jinzi's lips curled up in a hint of sarcasm and indifference. What's the point of counting on them? Any intelligent person would know that a single failure wouldn't shake Xie Jinzi's position as a pillar of support. Yiji was even more astute. She took the document and looked at it, feeling apprehensive. Lieutenant General Bai requested a lot of these metal materials last time, and now you're requesting more. I wonder how much inventory Imperial Capital Star still has. Her gaze deepened. The same materials? Realizing something, Yiji almost wanted to tear her lips apart. It had been a simple exchange, but, well, it was all her fault for being so busy. Thankfully, Xie Jinzi didn't take it seriously. She took the form back and exchanged it for another application. Then let's change a few. These were materials in abundant supply. While valuable, they were rarely used. Yiji signed without a word. Xie Jinzi then handed the documents to Manny, who was waiting outside the gate. Manny put the documents away. I get them right away. After a pause, she continued, I heard from the neighbors that someone went looking for my family yesterday, but when no one answered the door, they asked about their whereabouts. Before my parents left, they told the neighbors they were going to stay with relatives, and they said the same thing. It seems the same is happening in Morian. Thankfully, they had already evacuated their forces. Everything was unfolding just as Xie Jinzi had predicted. She showed no emotion as she looked around the empty, tense, and terrified central city. Let's go! Manny looked embarrassed. Xiangyi wants to see you. She had been busy almost day and night recently, and hadn't even had time to see off the wounded soldiers when they were discharged. But she and Xiangyi had some friendship after all. Though Manny didn't know if Jinzi had sensed it. Where is he now? In his residence on Imperial Capital Star. It was common knowledge that the Eternal Day Corps' treatment was enviable. In just a few years, Xiangyi had bought a townhouse on Gothic Street in the heart of Imperial Capital Star. But he lived alone, and the space was a bit empty. After losing his powers, he had been a recluse, even after his discharge, unable to see her one last time, a feeling of resignation. After Xie Jinzi rang the doorbell, she soon heard footsteps inside. Manny glanced over and found that Xiangyi wasn't as dejected as she expected. Even his beard was clean-shaven. He was wearing a vest and sweating profusely, as if he'd been exercising. You're here? Xiangyi stared at her intently, then stepped aside. Come in and sit down. Xie Jinzi stepped inside. Manny was about to follow, but Xiangyi held out his hand to stop her. Private time. The door slammed shut in front of her. Manny, Well, compared to a goddess, he wouldn't even offer his comrades a cup of tea. Xiangyi hurried back inside and looked at the woman sitting on the sofa. Even her hair shone with a hint of indifference. What do you want to say? His excited heart instantly cooled. He tried to keep a smile, but it collapsed. I thought you at least have some sympathy. However, all he got in response was a pair of cold eyes. The man's face twisted instantly. He took a few steps forward, leaning against the back of the sofa, looking down at her. Xie Jinzi, do you have any feelings at all? Why are you so cold? His eyes were red, and his lips trembled. Xie Jinzi pondered the question seriously, realizing that even she didn't have the answer. But at the same time, I also clearly understood that this question is meaningless. Whether it exists or not, it will not affect my actions and plans. Chapter 348. Xiang Yi suddenly lost his strength, his hand supporting her back drooping, as he sat down on the coffee table. He stared at that beautiful, delicate face for a moment, as if facing the sun, even if it blinded him. Finally, his voice hoarse, he pleaded, "Let me hold you, just for a moment. I don't have any special powers, and this may be our last." Xie didn't answer, but instead asked, "I prepared a 30 million yuan pension for you at the Mingxi Rescue Foundation. Do you want 30 million or a hug?" As Manny had said, Xiang Yi was special, after all, so she had contributed extra money. The young man froze, the sadness on his face instantly fading. "You're always so unromantic." "This is reality," she replied coolly. Xiang Yi stood up, strode towards the door, and opened it. "Get out of here." Since birth, he had relied on his special powers for a living. Without them, he would lose his ability to make a living, but he still had at least 100 years to live. Without money, how could he work? Xie left without looking back. Outside, Manny and Mitty were staring at each other. Seeing her emerge, Mitty stepped forward, confronting her, and asked, "You really don't want this stray dog?" "No need." Mitty smiled. As expected, in this woman's eyes, everyone was just a tool. That bastard should finally give up now. "If you don't want it, I take it back and tie it up." Xie curled his lips. "Go ahead." Manny, standing beside him, was shocked. How could she not have known that Mitty actually liked Xiang Yi? Mitty didn't care what others thought. She rushed to Xiang Yi's door and kicked it open. From inside, Xiang Yi roared, "Are you annoying me? Pay for my door." "Humph, you don't have any superpowers now, so just surrender." "How many times do I have to tell you, a forced melon isn't sweet?" "It's okay, a little sugar will quench your thirst." Then, there was the sound of fists banging, and soon, Xiang Yi's furious voice rang out, "Mitty Shelby, you can get my body, but you can't get my heart. I just want my body." The following content was too much to listen to, so Manny quickly drove the hovercraft to pick up Xie and left. Inside, Xiang Yi was tied to the sofa. Mitty opened the locker in front of him, and a mess of wine bottles and broken sandbags rolled out. "Oh, it's hard to keep yourself presentable until the Major General arrives." Xiang Yi stopped struggling, hunching his back. "If you want me to obey, fine. Give me something." After hearing his request, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Mighty's eyes. "Sure." Then she dragged him upstairs. Manny felt like she'd eaten too much melon. After returning to base, she talked about it with Rinchinka and the others, but they were surprisingly calm. Even with Xiang Yi's bad temper, Mighty still wants to be his friend. It's obvious they're only after him for sex. Rinchinka hugged Manny with amusement. Over the years, this roommate has improved in every way, but this one hasn't caught on. Manny wanted to ask how she knew that, but remembering her loss of Qin Luo, she kept her mouth shut. Fuxing had a moment of leisure, and everyone was clamoring about when to attend Mighty's wedding. Elsewhere, it was lunchtime when the leader of the Long Night Legion returned to the spaceship. The previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted upon seeing him, and they all came forward to greet him. "Hey, Chief, hello. You look so handsome today. Are we really going to join forces with the Federation and the Imperial Army, Chief?" "Captain, Chief, please speak." The silver figure glanced at the crowd and returned to the command room with a cold expression. The pilot turned around and couldn't help but smile. "Hey, Chief is back?" "Humph." Just as he was about to say something, a call came in from the console. It turned out to be Bai Yuanan's personal number. The pilot raised an eyebrow. "Answer it?" "Answer it." Bai Yuanan's figure immediately popped up on the screen. Judging from the background, he must be in his office. "Captain Chumya, I have something to discuss with you." That night, the third satellite, Minsong, the last line of defense outside the imperial capital, glowed a faint blue in the sky. The melodious chirping of insects echoed with a mother's whispers, soothing her to sleep. The night was as still as water, the moon as clear as jade. Suddenly, a black hole descended. People watched with their own eyes as the Minsong star, which had accompanied the imperial capital star for billions of years, was being eroded bit by bit. That beautiful jade seemed to be submerged in ink, and the people's hearts sank rapidly. In an instant, alarm bells rang out on the streets, and those who had come out for air retreated to their air raid shelters. Supplies were loaded onto spacecrafts one by one. If the outer space defenses collapsed, humanity would have to prepare for a mass exodus. All the main forces of the imperial capital star's legions were mobilized, leaving behind Wan Li's Sharpfang Legion and White Sun Legion to guard the rear. Bai Qian, unwilling to remain in the rear, was about to go find his father when Wan Li stopped him. Don't let your father down. After all, he only trusts you to protect his back. No one understood better than Bai Qian why he had to stay behind at this time. If the front line was breached, he would be the last hope. Bai Qian suppressed his impatience, took a deep breath, turned around and said to Annan, dispatch personnel to cooperate with the Sharpfang Legion to protect the residents and prepare for evacuation. At the base, large numbers of soldiers were gathering, and crates of weapons were distributed. Xie Jinxi was the last general to receive the transfer order. Looking at the soldiers before her, who were nearly half as few as they were 3 years ago, her long braid fluttered in the wind. I don't know if it was an illusion, but as the light of the Min Song star gradually dimmed, tiny specks of green light seemed to drift through her hair, like fireflies. This is the final order. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, her tone was remarkably calm. Everyone, cooperate with the White Sun Legion's operation. Raybert and the others' eyes flickered, while the other soldiers exchanged glances, then felt a sense of relief. They didn't have to face the Star Devourer, and at least had a chance to survive. Major General, what do you mean? Why aren't you letting us follow? Gong Yin asked anxiously. Xie Jinxi looked up at the fading satellite, then cast her gaze back at the crowd. This is the final battle, and I will decide it. And anyone who stands in her way, everyone shuddered. Yes, as the Star Devourer's nemesis, she would fight to the bitter end. It was a matter of life and death. In the silence, Raybert, the adjutant, spoke first. Then I wish Major General a triumphant return. I wish Major General Xie a triumphant return. The resounding voice echoed far into the darkness, deafening. Xie Jinxi paused, then, without further ado, donned his light mech and soared into the air, heading for the airport to rejoin the main force. Manny nodded and followed in her mech. Chapter 349. The fleet gradually receded from overwhelming force to a small line of dark shadows, disappearing into the horizon. As the current Supreme Commander, Raybert led the Corps commanders in a handover with Bai Qian. The latter looked bewildered. What do you mean by entrusting you to me? He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. Did she go to outer space alone? His expression darkened, vaguely guessing something. Lieutenant General Bai, the troops are here. I take my leave. Raybert glanced at the sergeants of the Eternal Day Corps, saluted, and prepared to leave. Stop! Bai Qian stopped him. Where are you going? Don't follow her around. Xie Jinxi had the resources to act recklessly, but these people didn't. But Raybert and Su Shuyan showed no sign of stopping. And Bai Qian was completely tied up. When the two returned to the base, Renchinka was waving at them with a smile. We've been waiting for you too. In outer space, a long black hole stretched between Min Song Star and Di-Du Star. Deep within, Hilthus quietly closed his eyes, unresponsive. Until now, he had been completely controlled by instinct. As space was being devoured, nearby stars were steadily approaching Di-Du Star, while Di-Du Star was also being continuously sucked in. Xie Jinxi didn't act immediately, but instead went to the command room of the main ship. He found it filled with familiar faces from the military council. With a formidable enemy at hand, the veterans could no longer remain at the rear. If they didn't fight now, they would never fight again. Seeing her, the old guard frowned. Major General Xie, why aren't you leading your legion in battle? What are you doing here? Bai Yuanan asked from his seat at the head. Xie Jinxi waved at the guard, who had been stealthily glancing at her. Bring me a chair. The guard saluted, and brought the chair next to the water dispenser over to her. Xie Jinxi dragged herself over to the horseshoe-shaped conference table, and sat down, looking at everyone. You already have a plan, so one more person won't make a difference. From her expression, it was clear she had already figured it out. Bai Yuanan glanced at the computer, his brow furrowed. You left the Eternal Day Legion on the ground? Xie Jinxi leaned back in her chair leisurely. Well, they're only here to die. There's no need to take more lives. At that moment, the looks the old men gave her were truly intriguing. Soon, the black hole stretching thousands of miles across could be observed. Bai Yuanan and the others brought up the satellite footage, showing countless brand new weapons on the front lines. It was identical to the ones used by the Eternal Day Legion, except that, to save time, it lacked the surface patterns and lines. When the first batch of weapons was manufactured, Bai Yuanan secretly assigned personnel from the legions to learn how to use them. Now, standing at the front of the team, these men appeared high-spirited. Rongyi glanced at Xie Jinxi, but didn't notice any unusual expression. He had clearly guessed it. What puzzled him was why, if Xie Jinxi already knew the military's intentions, hadn't left yet, The Star Devourers emerged from the black hole one after another, dense as an ant colony in the rainforest, terrifying in every inch of their presence. Yuanan had no time to worry about Xie at this moment, and calmly gave orders. Artillery ready. At his command, 6,000 cannons adjusted their angles in unison. Fire! A beam of light, nearly 10,000 meters long, shot towards the Star Devourers. Lantis's brow furrowed, but suddenly relaxed as the beam approached. The green beam slammed into the Star Devourer ranks, and a wave of jubilation spread across the Federation. Xie glanced at Marshal Bai and the other veterans, who were clutching their intercoms, and raised his lips sarcastically. What's going on? After the light energy dissipated, the intact Star Devourers dropped their defenses in bewilderment. What happened? Nothing. Huh? Are humans planning to celebrate their destruction with fireworks? The joy on everyone's faces turned to astonishment, and then to horror. Yuanan then had his men try using fighter planes, mechas, sniper rifles, and other weapons, but none worked. It clearly worked during the trial. It had such high attack power during the trial. How come it had no effect on the Star Devourer? Marshal, what's going on? He stared at Xie intently. Are the blueprints and weapons fake? They're all real, and there's nothing wrong with your manufacturing process. Xie snorted, not wanting to keep them in suspense. The only problem is, I'm the only one who can operate these weapons. Ignoring everyone's grim expressions, she donned her light mech, boarded the elevator, and stepped outside the cockpit. She opened her hands, her fingers dancing as if playing a thrilling piano piece. Energy radiated a blinding light, pouring from her body into the weapon's energy core. After such a massive charge, her supernatural powers were quickly drained of most of their power. At this moment, a heart-pounding wave of energy spread, and a pale purple arc of light surged from the depths of the universe. The ancient dragon roared, its sound unable to be heard, yet its sheer presence made it difficult to look directly at it. Defend? Wait, this is Xie pet. Rongyi immediately stopped him. He had seen this creature before, when the ancient dragon was still an ancient dragon snake. Yuanan glanced at him, halting the attackers. Xie gently landed on the ancient dragon's head, thrusting her hands forward. Countless new weapons, summoned through advanced transforming metal, flew off in unison. She patted the ancient dragon's horn, and it carried her towards the Star Devourer. The new weapons followed her closely, like loyal knights. At her fingertips, countless weapons unleashed. The Star Devourers, who had been mocking it just a moment ago, suddenly changed their expressions and erected defenses. However, at the first sight, they were engulfed by the light, transformed into a cloud of black smoke and a dried corpse, sinking into the depths of the black hole. Lantis dropped his defenses and waved his hand. Attack! 100,000 weapons around Xie seemed to possess a sense of their own, constantly shifting directions, gathering energy, and firing. She, standing on a level 9 alien beast, remained calm and composed, her tiny figure possessing a power that made the Star Devourer's scalps tingle. Xie was sincerely grateful to the Federation for preparing so many weapons. Otherwise, it would have taken who knows how long to finish the fight alone. Only then did Yuanan realize he had meticulously obtained the samples and blueprints, all to bolster her combat power. All of this was part of this young woman's calculations. She had even made a special trip to outer space, pretending to meet the enemy, but in reality, giving him an opportunity. But looking at the Star Devourers, completely unable to penetrate her defenses, he remained unmoved. More and more Star Devourers were dying, but the experimental subjects still had their powers available. Seeing these level 9 aliens about to break through the defenses, damaging many of their weapons, Yuanan made a decisive move. Prepare to cooperate with Xie in the attack. Chapter 350. No matter what happens next, the Star Devourers are the greatest enemy. This is the largest war in human history. They fought with all their might, even veterans like Xie, fighting to protect that tiny planet. As more and more Star Devourers died, the green light surrounding Xie grew more intense. Every time a weapon was charged, the energy it unleashed grew stronger and richer. As she slashed through Lantis's armor with one blow, the latter's pupils narrowed sharply. Yes, the more Star Devourers this woman killed, the stronger she would become. Where's Hilfus? He's completely unconscious. A desperate rage flashed in Lantis's eyes. Let him go. If we don't fight now, there's no chance. As the battle raged, the vast black hole trembled, like the calm before the storm, suddenly widening to its fullest extent. Many people were caught unawares and swept in. The black hole's suction multiplied, creating more and more spatial turbulence. Many attacks launched against the Star Devourer were sucked in by the black hole. Yuanan immediately ordered a retreat. But many were already caught in the turbulence, moving towards the black hole, even with their fighters and mechas at full power. Yuanan immediately unleashed his full supernatural power, reaching Chen level on the spot. Using the Imperial Capital Star as a guide, he led his soldiers out of the black hole's gravitational pull. Even so, as space was devoured, the Imperial Capital Star continued to move towards them. Time was running out for them. Just then, a beam of black light shot out from the black hole. A suffocating feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed everyone, as if trapped in a nightmare, their consciousness trembling, yet they could muster no strength. Their supernatural powers were all sucked away. Nearby celestial bodies, including the Imperial Capital Star, trembled. This was a chasm beyond human control. Even Xie froze for a moment, erecting 20 layers of 1-foot-thick light shields in front of him. Each shield was over 100 meters in diameter, but shattered at the mere touch of that figure. He darted from the black hole and arrived in front of Xie. At the moment of contact, his supernatural powers seemed to be drained away. Xie's blade, enveloped in a green halo, soared and thrust with force. It penetrated, yet felt like nothing. At this moment, Hilfus had completely assimilated into the black hole. With a single wave of his hand, he sent Xie flying, shattering meteorites 1,000 meters away. The ancient dragon hurried to meet her. He shook his body with all his might, and countless cracks opened in space centered on him, expanding by hundreds, then thousands, then 10,000 meters. From a distance, it looked like a mere crack, but up close, it was a yawning abyss, swallowing and gulping, and causing the disappearance of tens of thousands of Federation soldiers. Is that the incarnation of the black hole? The other veterans murmured, their bodies and emotions swelled with a sense of powerlessness. Even Xie couldn't withstand the initial blow. At this moment, all the new weapons simultaneously turned their fire, instantly annihilating Hilfus in a green glow. However, the green glow was soon diminished by the black hole. The Federation soldiers, who had already retreated further away, sped up their escape. By then, the order to flee had been received on the ground, and large numbers of residents were evacuating to the airport. Everyone was now mourning the impending loss of their homes, and terrified of the impending exile. Xie coughed twice, then once again controlled her weapons to fire at Hilfus, while she herself, knife raised, lunged at the other Star Devourers. Not enough. Her eyes gleamed, and as she was surrounded by the Star Devourers, she swung her sword a full 360 degrees. The light from the weapon grew brighter. Realizing her purpose, Lantis was horrified. Stop adding to the casualties. Go after the Federation. The Star Devourer hurriedly attempted to use the alien space portal to leave the battlefield, but just as it opened, Xie's supernatural power blocked its path. Too early. A heavy punch struck from behind, scattering much of the light emanating from her body. But as she flew away in pain, she unleashed countless light bands to harvest the Star Devourers. Blood splattered across her mecha visor, her face contorted. Just a little longer, she no longer cared how Hilfus attacked. As long as she could survive, she would continue to slash at the Star Devourers. Pain forgotten, only killing remained. The fluctuations of her supernatural power grew more and more intense. Lance gritted his teeth anxiously, watching Xie grow more courageous with each defeat. He rushed in front of Xie. The next second, he was pierced through by the Tang sword. But he clung to the light mech, his entire body cracking like a dried clay figurine. He was going to drag her into the black hole. Realizing this, Xie frantically mobilized her supernatural powers and stabbed Lance through. The man threw his head back and screamed silently, his body already shattered, gradually swallowing Xie. Since that was the case, Xie steeled her resolve, and the green supernatural crystal vibrated. At the critical moment, 8 beams of light blasted the black hole Lance had conjured, dispersing it, allowing Xie to escape. That was the mech she had personally supervised and designed with Sujio's help. She remembered it clearly. After a brief moment of surprise, she retaliated with even greater fervor, harvesting the Star Devourers, fighting and retreating. She didn't ask why they came, and she wouldn't let them go. She could trust her comrades, friends she'd known since their school days, with complete confidence. Rinchinka and the others provided cover from a distance, each shot accurately targeting anyone attempting a sneak attack. Slowly and gradually, she retreated beyond the Imperial capital's atmosphere. Finally, entering the atmosphere, the black hole finally revealed its true form to the Federation's residents. The atmosphere was breached, and the black hole gradually enveloped the entire Imperial capital. The light faded, and darkness and death descended. The vast imperial capital was like a piece of candy in its mouth. The air drained from the vast earth, and the surface shattered under the suction. Their blood, their corpses, will become the nourishment of the black hole. Lantis smiled joyfully. They had finally triumphed over the rules. Just as the flowers, trees, water, rocks, mountains, and seas crumbled toward the black hole, Xiagency sheathed her Tang sword. A heart-pounding supernatural power emanated from her. It's coming! She shed her light mech, the light radiating from her body growing increasingly dazzling, finally rising over the land like the first rays of the sun. Bury the darkness away completely. Feeling the overwhelming power that held the entire universe in her grasp, Xiagency opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing across them. No wonder strange beasts and star-eaters appeared to restrain humanity. They were made of carbon-based flesh and blood, mortal bodies that could break stone and injure weapons, yet they possessed power that could shake the planet and the universe. Gaze upon the horrified eyes of the star-eaters. She tapped her index finger. A green light swirled out rapidly, expanding in the air. That day, all of humanity witnessed this breathtaking light. It enveloped the black hole, then rapidly compressed it. Chapter 351. The fleeing humans paused when they saw the sky turn green. They gazed at the figure in a white shirt, black trousers, and half-boots. From shock and astonishment to delight, finally tears of joy. The battlefield was now above the imperial capital star. Other places could only see the green curtain of light in the sky, and the dawn-like light rising from the horizon. Xiagency raised his hand and grasped the air, and the black hole stretching for thousands of miles quickly shrank. Hilfus, as if sensing something, rushed forward, but was deterred by the green light emanating from her. Hilfus, Xiagency called out. The ferocious young man's ferocious face suddenly calmed. A flash of green light flashed in his black eyes, and then he turned back to the black hole. Lantis jumped with fear. Stop her! However, before they could make any move, their strength rapidly drained. A dense black power emanated from them, transferring into the black hole where Hilfus lay. His eyes widened in horror, clutching his head and roaring, "Damn Hilfus, you did this on purpose." There was no hope. Lantis's eyes were red, but they didn't shed tears of blood. Instead, they shed a thick, black liquid. Xiagency, you've been colluding with Hilfus for a long time, haven't you? Otherwise, how could Hilfus have cooperated so well just now? His voice was filled with hoarse anger. Xiagency squinted at him. Collusion or not doesn't matter. Now you're doomed. Lantis's face contorted for a moment. He glanced at all the terrified star devourers and roared, "Run!" After saying this, he summoned his last bit of strength, transforming into a black net and swooping down at Xiagency. But with a single thrust of her palms, he transformed back into human form, piercing her arm. A green glow erupted from his body, slicing him into pieces in the blink of an eye. At this point, Xiagency possessed a power that commanded submission with every gesture. Bai Yuanan stood with his hands behind his back, fists clenched tightly, and exchanged a glance with the people around him. The Star Devourers were using their last bit of strength to dive into the black hole, but even once they were inside, green chains pulled them out. Then, they were thrown into the realm where Silphus was. As for the experimental subjects, they were consumed by the backlash of the black hole, instantly killed. One body after another fell to the ground. These subjects were either abducted for experimentation in infancy or, like Xiagency, the product of genetic experiments. They were born in the laboratory, and when they died, they returned to dust. Under the gaze of the crowd, the black hole that obscured the sky and sun transformed into a black dot in Xiagency's palm. With a squeeze, it vanished. At that moment, the sky above Imperial Capital Star was filled with cheers of joy and excitement. They shouted Xiagency's name and offered her devout praises. It was during this exciting moment that a conspiracy was brewing. They slowly landed and reunited with Bai Yuanan and his men outside the central city. Major General Xie, welcome back, Bai Yuanan said expressionlessly. Renchinka, piloting the mech, was very close to Granville, so she clearly saw Granville's mech's cannon pointed at Xiagency. Be careful. It was too late to maneuver. She sacrificed herself to block the blast. The celebrations paused again. Manny's eyes widened in terror. Qing Ke. Xiagency was about to turn back when he sensed the rapidly approaching supernatural particles and soared into the air. The scorching lava beneath his feet dyed the air red, while overhead, a blanket of snow fell, carrying with it a global blizzard. I'm sorry, little girl. Vanon's face was a little troubled, but his attack was fierce. The three of them attacked in a fleeting moment, and everything on the Imperial Capital planet trembled in fear, withering vegetation in an instant. Marshal, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Yuan demanded, his face flushed. Bai Yuan had only one word. She can't be spared. Then, along with the Federation's Qin-class warriors and veterans, they pursued the battlefield. Furious, Bai Yuan tried to catch up, but Wanli held him back. You just need to hold this place. He turned back in disbelief. Does General Wan know about the Marshal's plan? Rudolph folded his arms, his face gloomy. We don't know? The four generals all supported Siegency. They were completely bewildered. At the same time, several colorful mechas followed suit. They fought the old men of the Federation with all their might, trying to hold off as many as possible. In the air, a figure ascended on an electric hoverboard, wearing electronic goggles and carrying a small rocket launcher. Bang! Blasting an old man down. Mitty fired a cannon at Marshal Bai, high in the sky. Damn it! Why the hell did you get here so late? I only have mental power now. Falling means death. Don't I need to adapt before I can take off? Xiang Yi put the rocket launcher into the space button and pulled out a sniper rifle, aiming, and calmly pulled the trigger. Thinking over it, he simply lost his superpowers. After all, his shooting skills were among the best, right? How could Uncle Xiang Yi not be present at such a historic moment? The sky was a chaotic battle. The ground was filled with bewilderment. What the hell was going on? Humanity had finally survived, and these old bastards were determined to fight Siegency to the death? Chinka, cheer up. Manny and the others carried Renchinka out of the shattered mecha. Therapeutic device. Bai Yuan hurriedly brought the device over. But Renchinka's injuries were too severe. The device could only delay her death. Manny looked up at the sky, where no one had appeared, and hysterically shouted Jinsi. Siegency, who was entangled with 2-star level masters, glanced slightly. Feeling the supernatural energy coming from both sides, she built a spherical light shield around her and plummeted downward. Having barely passed through the atmosphere, she sent a beam of light caressing down, landing precisely on Renchinka. This time she caught up, but at the same time, she was also entangled by chains made of lava and ice. Those chains, imbued with the power of the universe and planets, seemed no thicker than a child's arm, yet Siegency was completely unable to break free. She could only hold onto the green light ball as the two men dragged her down. As she descended, it felt like falling stars, as if the sky was collapsing. Bai Yuan and the others paled. Though they were only providing remote support, they were still dizzy from the aftermath of the three men's supernatural powers. One moment, Siegency was being praised by humans, the next, a prisoner. Hovering in the green light ball, Siegency looked at Bai Yuan and the others. Why don't you just let me go? This sentence brought a wave of sadness to everyone. For half her life, because she carried half the Star Devourer's genes, she was exploited by her parents and constantly tormented by the Federation, the nobility, and the Star Devourers. Possessing absolute power, she was merely a tool. To escape this situation, she toiled tooth and nail, but even if she saved humanity, they still couldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Chapter 352. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened slightly. Then tell me, have you ever considered letting us go? A baffling question. Those who had come from the central city to watch began to curse Bai Yuan and the military. In the sky, the fleet of the Long Night Legion slowly arrived. Amid the clamor, this human society is truly rotten to the core. Siegency lowered her eyes. Her long black braids moved without a breeze, and the silver-white rings at the end snapped loose. At that moment, the earth and the air began to tremble. Humanity felt a shudder deep within its soul. Beasts roared. Her long black hair, floating in a green ball of light, surrounded her. A rich green glow emanated from her hair, and strange patterns began to flow across the green ball of light. Even a fool could tell that Siegency's transformation was grave. Her power enveloped the entire planet, rising continuously from beneath her feet. Seen from outer space, the entire planet was emitting tiny specks of green light, rapidly spreading toward nearby planets. At this moment, Chief Chang Yi and his men approached. This is truly spectacular. Bai Yuan gritted his teeth, staring at the silver-armored figure. Chief Chang Yi, why are you here just now? Hurry and act. Act? Her voice changed from cold and mechanical to tender and enchanting. Why? The silver armor peeled off her body, transforming into a sphere. Mariana's enchanting form was revealed. My dear chief, I've been exhausted these past few days. Everyone was horrified. What did this mean? The silver metal sphere floated to Siegency's side, stretching and transforming, draping her in a light armor suit. The most powerful god of war in the universe has been born. The imperial capital star, where she was crowned, received the blessing of the rules. Instantly, all things revived. and a rich energy rose from beneath their feet. Mariana, with a serious expression, pressed a hand to her heart. Welcome to the triumphant leader. Behind her, Morian, Boss Shang, Caesar, Lilia, Wu Xian, Ian, Pajun, and others stepped out. Welcome to the triumphant leader. This scene stunned everyone. It turns out that Xie Agency is the true leader of the Long Night Interstellar Pirates, starting from Border Planet Number 2, leveraging her rising status and privileges within the military. She gradually and secretly gathered the various interstellar pirates, eventually becoming the largest force standing against the Federation and the Empire. Manny supported Rinchinka, looking at her reverently. Claude, squad leader Grimes. The immortal bones they left behind paved the road, and the blood they shed blossoms. Jinxie, we have lost so much. And you will become that immortal star, Jinxie. Light up our last hope. The two chains wrapped around the green ball of light disintegrated, forcing Fan and Chiao Lao back repeatedly, finally being flung away. Both men spat out blood, their eyes filled with shock. So it really is possible to break through above the star level. Fan was overcome with excitement. Even the always silent face of the prison master was filled with suppressed excitement. So that's how it is. You just hid all your energy in your hair. No wonder he'd been unable to break through in his entire life. So it's the rules. Fan En endured the pain and climbed to his feet, laughing heartily. The next moment, a flash of green passed before his eyes, and his head fell to the ground. The old prisoner looked at the young woman who had suddenly appeared before him, and sighed with relief. Thank you, Miss Xia, for clearing my doubts. However, while the rules are powerful, I'm afraid Miss Xia will also. Before he could finish his words, he met the same fate as Fan. Xie Agency descended like a god, gently landing in front of Bai Yuanan and the others, gazing at their grim expressions. Behind her stood the million-strong Long Night Legion. I never imagined that humanity's ultimate enemy would be you. Bai Yuanan tried to remain calm, but the twitching of his eyes gave it all away. You're right. Initially, I didn't intend to spare humans and the Star Devourers. Xie Agency, clad in armor, her long hair braided automatically. Her voice was vast and distant, brimming with energy. She glanced at Qin Anshan, her eyes narrowing slightly. But I've changed my mind now. Bai Yuanan closed his eyes and said gravely, that's why I said I couldn't keep you. But, his gaze hardened again, reform is bound to be bloody. I can't stop it. He was a military marshal, and he knew the Federation inside and out. Although Xie Agency's actions were secretive, leaving him no way of knowing the truth, he had anticipated the current situation when he saw her determined to seize power in the military and seize resources everywhere. In the end, he was wrong. He wanted to protect everyone and achieve a bloodless reform. He hesitated, and in the end, nothing was accomplished. With a wave of his finger, Xie Agency sent the powerful, rigid, and old-fashioned military men falling to the ground one after another, soon falling silent. A void surrounded Bai Yuanan. Facing him, Xie Agency drew his long sword. Marshal Bai, please take those old clichés with you. A hurried voice stopped him. Bai Qian's face paled, his eyes filled with pleading. I imprison my father for life. Please, spare his life. Bai Yuanan simply closed his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. Xie Agency's hand paused, then swiped across with force. The marshal who had transformed the military into the backbone of the Federation had declared a new beginning for humanity with his blood. Bai Qian, as if lost in thought, knelt helplessly beside his father's body and lifted him up. Until the last moment, neither father nor son spoke a word. At this moment, Jing Xinai emerged, appearing remarkably calm. Xie Agency looked at him, raised her hand, and pointed to a 3D image. This is a star map of 3 nearby galaxies. I want the one in the middle. This was discovered during the 3 years she was missing. Jing Xinai glanced at it, pointing to the spindle-shaped galaxy. This belongs to our empire. The remaining one belonged to Na Feng, which was self-evident. Jing Xinai quickly left with the bewildered Imperials. The Federation was left staring at each other in bewilderment. Xie Agency approached the weakened Rinchinka. Cici, I want to entrust my brother and Inchin to you. I can't hold on any longer. She buried her face in Manny's arms and cried, the world is at peace, but I can't find him. Everyone was celebrating, making her surroundings seem even more empty. Chinka. Xie Agency bent down and extended his hand to her. I want to build a paradise, without war, without power, and without betrayal. Do you want to come? Rinchinka was stunned. Could such a place really exist in the world? Looking at her friend's calm face, she extended her hand. The Long Night Legion boarded the spaceship one after another, about to bid farewell to the Federation. Lebert and the others followed one by one. Gong Yin was about to leave when a woman called out to her. Xiaoyan, are you really leaving? The families of Midi, Su Shuyan, and the others also looked at them reluctantly. Gong Yin turned around and smiled. Sister, I believe in Jinxi. It's going to be fun there. Once things settle down, I pick you up and play. Some members of the Eternal Day Legion followed. The spaceship slowly ascended. The fleet shrank in the sky, finally disappearing into a solitary flock. Xie Jinxi remained at the end. Bai Qian seemed to sense something and stood up. His face was devoid of hatred or pain, only determination. Are you leaving? She nodded. Lieutenant General Bai, the Federation is in your hands. Finally, the Federation and the evacuating Imperial residents watched the hero of humanity depart. All things vanished, and a new chapter of history was about to unfold. Chapter 353, Extra 1. After watching the Long Night Legion's fleet sail away, Bai Qian wiped his face, turned around, and met the gazes of the 4 military admirals. Since she's given you the star map, you naturally be our leader from now on, Rongyi said with a smile. Rudolph then threw his face back. Anyway, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Having him fight is fine, but leading such a large group to rebuild the Federation is a far cry. Among the Qin-level masters, only Elder Lin and another middle-aged man survived, and both shared the same attitude as Rudolph and the other admirals. As for the other high-ranking military officials, they were already corpses, unable to rise. Wanli looked around, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, from today on, we nominate Bai Qian as the new marshal. He will lead us to our new home and form a new federation. Officials, represented by Yiji, said, I agree. The nobles, with all the royal family members dead, no longer have a say. Xie Jinxi has already eviscerated the Federation and chosen a location. They only need to raise this giant and restore her to health and new life. Bai Qian quickly gathered his thoughts, his first order of business being to collect the body. As they were collecting the body, Granville's face, still etched with death's eyes, caught Annan's attention. I checked his computer and discovered his deal with the Marshal. He's been monitoring Xie Jinxi since the Eternal Day Legion was founded, and he provided the blueprints and samples for the new weapons. Consequently, after this crisis, he will establish a new royal family. This man must have lost his mind. Having been mistreated by the royal family since childhood, he wanted to become the person he hated the most. Little did he know that once they arrived in their new place, the Federation would absolutely not allow the existence of privileged aristocrats. Bai Qian simply glanced at him and said, I be buried in the cemetery with my father and the others. That day, the surviving humans once again embarked on their journey, but it wasn't a panicked escape, but a journey towards their new home. With over 5 billion Federation residents remaining, they had to evacuate in batches. First to go were a large number of technicians and construction workers. After everyone boarded the spacecraft, Bai Qian sat in the cockpit of the main ship, and everyone's hearts finally settled. Yi too followed Yi Ji to the command room to avoid squeezing with the others. I'm quite curious. Xie Jinxi is under the military's watchful eyes every day. How did he have the time to build such a large foundation? However, as he finished speaking, Bai Qian and the others stared intently. Unable to contain his frustration, Yiji slapped him on the head. Look at the spaceship her men are driving over here. Doesn't it look familiar? Mariana didn't fly the main ship when she arrived at the Federation, posing as the leader. But when she arrived to greet Xie Jinxi, she put on a show. She knew exactly which company the main ship came from. Yi too belatedly remembered, back then, she asked me to build a custom spaceship. It was for the Long Night Legion. He then coughed awkwardly. That? I don't know. Come to think of it, Xie Jinxi had ordered many custom spaceships from his factory. Luckily, the Federation's leadership has collapsed now, otherwise he'd be a Class A wanted criminal. Annan shook his head. Perhaps she has her own methods. And it seems that young Master Xie, Miss Xie also has a deal with Marshal Jing. He has a very capable mechanic under his command, named Sujio. Creating a teleportation array that would allow her to travel back and forth wouldn't be a problem. Bai Qian paused, thinking of the figure he's seen in the Long Night Legion. As for Marshal Jing, it was most likely orchestrated by that Imperial named Ian. Everyone assumed Xie Jinxi had worked tirelessly to climb the military ladder for the position of Marshal, but it turns out she simply wanted power, and, with the help of the Federation, to form the Long Night Legion. After reviewing the situation, everyone realized that they had all, to some degree, contributed to Xie Jinxi's plan. In silence, Rudolph scratched his head. The problem is, most of our Federation's military brass is gone, and there are only 2 Qin-level experts left. We have no weapons, no psychics, and no psychics. What if the Empire attacks again? The other generals also showed signs of worry, but Baikuan remained remarkably calm. With her at the center, the Empire dares not make a move. Whether she ruled the interstellar pirates, allied with the Empire, or nearly wiped out humanity, he still believed in her at this moment. Elsewhere, within the Long Night Legion's fleet, Xiang Yi and the others followed Manny, unable to conceal their surprise. Looking at the familiar blonde woman, a sudden realization dawned on him. Wait, Manny, did you know this all along? Mitty put her arm around her neck. Good, you kept it a secret. Manny smiled. This is a matter of great importance. Even within the Legion, very few know Jinsei is the leader. Hey, do you know when the Major General? Oh no, the leader began planning this? Manny pondered for a moment, then looked at Mariana beside her. If you want to know the beginning, Miss Mariana knows better than I do. Compared to the military personnel, the red-haired woman was incredibly enchanting and sinister. She said, ever since the leader was abducted to border planet number 2, she's been targeted by the evil dragon. To divert attention, she developed a transforming metal core and then secretly joined forces with me. At that time, the leader was a prized commodity on border planet number 2, targeted by all 3 factions. She feigned joining us, but her real goal was to rally everyone and seek revenge against the Xia family. Unfortunately, that bastard, the evil dragon, didn't follow her lead. Later, she advanced too quickly in the Federation and encountered the Xia family too early, so she took care of them herself. As for the Long Night Legion, of course, I personally built it after I dealt with the evil dragon. The pirates were captured by the leader alone. Wu Xian had the most say on this matter. The leader's methods were truly cruel. One moment, he captured him and sent him to the Long Night Legion, then flung him to Dragon Scar Star, where he was being trained under the guise of Xia Agency. He was deeply moved, only to discover it was the same person. Frail patted his shoulder, understanding him. He once been lusting after the leader's beauty, but now he saw how good it was to be alive. Mariana finished, tossing her hair, concluding with a touch of pride, although there were plans, everything just happened by chance. Just as Xia Agency had told Baiyuanan, she had originally planned to rally the people from Border Star number 2 and the Interstellar Pirates, using the Star Devourer's outbreak to destroy the Federation. But after Baizalan's death, she changed her mind. Perhaps the very things she deeply despised were the dreams of others, so she only targeted high-ranking military and government officials. So, after she finished dealing with the military, how did she find time to go to the Long Night Legion? Everyone was most curious. Just then, they arrived at the technical department's cabin, where a rather arrogant robot voice rang out, "Work, work! You haven't even met your KPI for this month yet, and you're constantly asking for funding. We're about to build a new world, and there's a lot of money to be made. You have to work hard to save it, or else, with more talent coming in, the leader will sell you out sooner or later." Compared to a few years ago, Assistant Number 1's mood had become much more refined. With a twist of her waist, a raised chin, and a thrust of her long arms, she acted like a landlord's wife, collecting debts. It annoyed Sujio Xiao'er and the others so much that they wanted to shut it down. When the robot saw Xiang Yi and the others, it clattered towards them. "Great, you're finally here." Xiang Yi smiled. "Very welcoming. Welcome, workers." Chapter 354, Extra 2. While Xiang Yi and the others were learning about the Long Night Legion, Xia Agency was in the lounge. The lounge was large, with a tatami mat covered with a white blanket near the window. In the middle of the tatami was a low table with a go board on it, Xia Agency holding the black pieces. Across from him, Jing Shinai held the white pieces, looked at them for a moment, then sighed and put them down. "I really don't like this game. I find it interesting." Xia Agency lowered his eyes to stare at the chessboard. Jing Shinai glanced at the young man sleeping in the corner, frowning in dissatisfaction. "When Ian brought you to see me, you clearly said you could deal with the Star Devourer. I told you his identity long ago. Why did you keep him here now? And you also left some of the Star Devourers in the black hole, didn't you?" Xia Agency paused in his twisting motion and looked up. "I only said I could free you from the Star Devourer threat. As for Hilfus's life or death, it has nothing to do with you." With just one glance, Jing Shinai felt the pressure mount. His eyes flashed. "The Federation is currently weak." The next second, a sharp impact sent his silver hair flying. A strand of silver hair fell from his cheek, carrying a hint of warning. "I thought you were smart. I also thought you joined the Empire." Jing twisted the strand of hair late at night, a touch of regret in his voice. From a noble lady to being kidnapped, don't you feel any resentment? He was certain that when Agency first contacted him, she truly wanted to destroy the Federation and rule over humanity, but who knew she changed her mind? Agency simply said, "You can leave now." Jing Shinai raised an eyebrow and tactfully exited the alternate dimension. A moment later, there was a gentle knock on the door. Her expression softened slightly, and she whispered, "Come in." The door opened, and Qin Anchen's thin figure slid in. "Godmother, are you busy right now?" She shook her head, and the little girl staggered over, took off her shoes, and climbed up with difficulty. Since boarding the spaceship, she had stopped feigning illness, leaving Renchinka both happy and angry, and she cried for a long time. Qin Anchen unknowingly sat down on her crossed legs. "We're going somewhere new, eh? Mommy said it's beautiful." "Yeah. Lots of birds, right?" "Yeah. The sky must be very blue." "I don't like light shields. Can I do without them?" "Sure." Qin Anchen paused, looking up at her. "There won't be any weapons to kill, will there?" "I don't like fighting." "No." Agency stroked her withered hair and murmured, "Actually, I hate killing and fighting too. Tired of hearing the cries for mercy and the cries of death. Occasionally, I want to hear laughter, the chirping of cicadas, and the singing of birds. In the morning, I just need to choose milk or scented tea, not the first thing I do when I put on my holster." The young man lying on the carpet shuddered slightly. Agency patted Qin Anchen's head. "Go find your mother." "Okay." Qin Anchen climbed up and kissed her on the cheek. "When Godmother is free, come play with me again. Don't be shy." She had long noticed that sometimes her godmother wanted to hug her, but put her hand down, probably because she was embarrassed. Just like when she saw a doll she liked, she was afraid to touch it but was afraid to get it dirty. Agency was startled for a moment, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay." After the child left, she sat down on the sofa in front of the young man. Hilfus climbed to his feet from the ground and came to her, smiling palely. "Sister, I've completed my mission." During those 3 years, Agency had explored all the nearby star regions and uncovered his true identity. Hilfus had been brought to the Federation by the Flame Serpent as part of the Empire's plan. They were just waiting for him to explode and join forces with the Star Devourers. After Agency learned the truth, she had him cooperate and return to the Star Devourers, accelerating their explosion and seizing the opportunity to purge the top brass of both the Federation and the Empire. "Well done, Hilfus." Just one word of praise filled Hilfus with joy, and he stepped forward and knelt on one knee before her. "Then can I ask for my reward?" He looked at her devoutly. "Let me follow you forever. Even if my body perishes, I will never be separated from you." Agency lowered her eyes and stared at him. "Hilfus, I can't give you the feeling of hope. It's unfair to you." She understood what love was, just like Qin Kun Qin Luo, just like Midi and Xiangyi. She could even fully interpret its meaning, but she couldn't put it into action. Fairness doesn't matter. I just want to be with my sister forever. In the early days of his muddled birth, when he had no idea what his existence meant, she appeared. She allowed him to pursue his progress through the endless darkness. Even if he only watched, he no longer felt the fear of moving forward. Agency sighed. "As you wish." When Hilfus reappeared before the crowd, they were stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. From Manny's account, they knew that Hilfus was merely cooperating with Agency's actions. As the youngest of the Eternal Day officers, he was incredibly popular. Except for one person, of course. Xiangyi glared at the damned idiot with gritted teeth. "Damn, why are you back?" Thinking of his lost powers, his face twisted even further. Smack, a slap to the head, and Mighty glared at him angrily. "Even if Hilfus hadn't come back, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Don't forget, you're already mine." Hilfus threw a provocative look at him, and Xiangyi leaped to his feet with a roar of rage. "I'm going back to the Federation. I can't live like this anymore." He hadn't taken 2 steps when Mighty grabbed him. "You guys play first. I have to go back to train the dog." He said goodbye to the others, used his powers to pick up the dog, and left. Renchinka tooted, "Sure enough, Mitty wants to eat me too. Mommy, is Aunt Mitty going to eat Uncle Xiangya?" Qin Anchen held her hand, his upturned face radiating innocence. For a moment, Renchinka felt almost slashed by the glares of Manny and the others. After getting to know Zhujiu, Boss Shang, and the others, they quickly became friends, chatting and laughing as they ran towards Agency's lounge. "I wonder what kind of kingdom we build in the future. Should it be called the Kingdom of Long Night?" Boss Shang sighed. This remark instantly struck a chord with Robert and the others, and their previously cheerful faces darkened. It should be called Eternal Day. Long night isn't auspicious. Caesar's glare pierced his eyes. Long night is cool. Eternal Day sounds better, Manny emphasized. The two sides, arguing, looked at Morian, Tang Bebe, and the others for their opinions. Morian crossed his arms, muscles bulging beneath his white shirt. I think he should be called Mingxi. Tang Bebe, Davis, and the others retreated silently. Mr. Morian was the only one capable of fighting on their side. Xie waited a long time for someone, and when he emerged, the hall was already ablaze with activity. Lieutenant Robert, electrocute them. Go! Sister Caesar, don't hold back, charge. Mr. Morian, keep going. Show your money-making spirit. The soldiers of the Eternal Day Corps, the white-collar workers of the Mingxi group, and the pirates of the Long Night Corps formed a three-way standoff, waving flags and cheering. Tang Bebe stood at the door, holding Qin Anshan. She wanted to stop them, but she didn't have the strength. Seeing Xie approach, she quickly stood at attention. The next second, a chill swept through the hall, freezing those who had fought and those who had instigated the fight. Xie didn't even glance at him, but walked away, leaving Qin Anshan, whose eyes were filled with tears. Tang Bebe patted his chest and said, "Fortunately, I'm timid." Chapter 355. Extra 3. Between the Federation and the Empire lies a star region called Eternity. 10 years ago, the hero Xie and her followers established this magical place. Is the Eternity Star region really that magical? A team of 10 boarded a spaceship, departing from the Imperial capital planet for the border planet. There, they would take a teleportation array to the legendary realm, the Eternity Star region. Yuli, the new member of the team, curiously asked his teammates who had been there. Ha ha, Yuli, if you like games, you'd definitely love it there. Those 7 planets have no government or military, and it's very safe for merchants to move goods around. Every household even opens its doors at night. Oh, and by the way, alien beasts can coexist peacefully with humans there. It sounded incredible, and Yuli clenched his fists in anticipation. Is that leader really that powerful? 10 years ago, when the Star Devourer uprising occurred, he was still a child, confined to an air raid shelter for protection, and didn't witness the entire event. The team leader, fortunate enough to witness the final scene, was still mesmerized. The leader is a near godlike being. No one dares to act recklessly there. She sees every inch of air and land in the Eternal Star region, even the hearts of people. Yuli marveled, then suddenly remembered the study video on his laptop. He remembered it vividly. If only the leader could see into people's hearts. Arriving at the teleportation array with mixed feelings, Yuli stared in amazement at the pale green array, which resembled a square. Some people walked straight up, while others obtained a crystal card from a nearby self-service machine before proceeding. Then, a few ripples spread beneath his feet, and he vanished. It really is like the resurrection array in the game. Yuli's eyes sparkled. The captain looked at him amusedly. Don't worry, there's something even more interesting. Then he had him scan an ID card with his face, and told him, this is the only card you can use with the Eternal Star Domain's assistance system. Money, social life, and work all depend on it. Yuli impatiently clicked on the card, and a screen popped up in front of him. It began with a star map of the Eternal Star Domain. He clicked through every page. The job section had recruitment pages, the town of Elia on the first planet, a certain school hiring teachers, a certain tavern hiring bartenders, even male escorts. The social section had various social groups and even general channels. And then, there's the banking system. Didn't they say there's no official authority? Who's in charge of the bank? Of course, the assistant number. It automatically adjusts the exchange rate based on actual conditions, issues, and withdraws currency, and also sets prices and trading rules. It also manages the exchange hall. I heard the assistant number's switchboard is the robot next to the leader. After that, he used a crystal card to bind their caravan's guild. Yuli was shocked again. There are actually guilds? Yes, there are many in the Eternal Star Domain, for doctors, nurses, merchants, and even hunters. One thing to note is that hunting exotic beasts is prohibited in the Eternal Star Domain, because those creatures also have crystal cards. Furthermore, most exotic beasts in the Eternal Star Domain are highly intelligent, and sometimes they're quite cunning when it comes to trading with humans. But what if an exotic beast attacks humans? The captain smiled mysteriously. Monsters with crystal cards won't attack humans, but if they're from outside, they won't have a chance to cause trouble. Yuli was confused, but he felt a surge of longing. Compared to his excitement, Qin Kuan was remarkably silent. Ever since arriving at the teleportation array, his brow had furrowed, and he seemed preoccupied. Brother Qin, This is your first time in the Eternal Star region too. Aren't you excited? Chinku shook his head, then nodded, stammering, No, I can't come. So, was he excited or just uninterested? Yuli quickly stopped caring. It was said that this brother had been picked up by the captain's mother during the Federation's migration. At the time, he'd been trapped in a failing escape pod and suffered severe brain damage, leaving him with only his own name. He was highly skilled at repairing various machines and had a deep understanding of intelligence. After his injuries healed, he'd been accompanying the captain, helping him repair tools like transport vehicles and flying discs. Because of his damaged speech, he rarely traveled. This time, to the Eternal Star region, he made the unprecedented request to come along. Chinku stared intently at the teleportation array. What a superb technique! The cold female voice resonated in his mind again. Come to the initial town in the Eternal Star region. Everyone entered their destination into their crystal cards, and then lined up to board the teleportation array. This time we're going to Planet 1. We're delivering medicinal herbs to Xia Hospital in initial town. As he spoke, he stepped onto the teleportation array. Space fragmented and shifted rapidly. In a flash, he was transported from the high rises of the teleportation array city to the blue sky and green grass of the wilderness. Yuli was a little confused. Is the teleportation array just sitting there like that? I told you, no one's stealing or robbing here, so put it wherever you want. Compared to the main teleportation array, this one was less than 2 meters in diameter, so 20 people standing on it seemed a bit crowded. Following the captain, who knew the route well, they arrived at the initial town. Yuli belatedly realized, the initial town is where the leader lives, right? The captain chuckled and pointed to a small white house on the hill behind the town. Look, that's the leader's house. A small, 3-story villa with a wooden yard and a fence covered in white roses. In the distance, a gigantic ancient dragon could be seen coiled around the house, a beautiful queen bee circling it. Compared to the mysterious and aloof image I imagined, they were truly down to earth. Sorry to have kept you waiting. A short-haired woman in a t-shirt trotted over, her smile bright and cheerful. I'm the director of Xia Hospital. My name is Aya. Thank you for coming all this way. Come with me. Aya led them to the warehouse behind the hospital. After counting the herbs, she readily paid. I've made an appointment with Director Xie to see the children at the orphanage today, so I won't entertain you. Bye. Coming like the wind, leaving like lightning. The captain seemed accustomed to this. He put away his crystal card, preparing to redeem it when he returned to the Federation. With a wave of his hand, he led the way. Let's go, have a drink at the tavern as usual. The town had nothing of the Federation's bustling, technological metropolitan style. Except for a few concentrated development areas, no one would go to the trouble of building such elaborate structures. Most of the buildings were built of plain stone, low in height, and adhered to basic construction principles, clean and orderly. Every so often, there were drinking fountains along the streets, flanked by small flower beds and benches for rest. Occasionally, you could see strange beasts descend from the sky, drink the water, trade their exotic plants for some human-made cakes, and then flutter away. It really looks like the town in the pet game. Yuli stared intently. The captain reminded him, don't worry, there are more similar ones. He kept it a secret, which made Yuli anxious. Chinku, standing by, reminded him, the arena. The captain gave him a resentful look. I knew I couldn't fool you. Chinku smiled and raised his crystal card, which clearly stated the rules. If a conflict arose, the arena was the only place to fight. Chapter 356, Extra 4. The group arrived at the tavern, chatting and laughing. A man at the bar was dozing with his legs crossed. This is the tavern owner, Xiang Yi, formerly the chief's aide-de-camp. The captain introduced them, and knocked on the table. Boss Xiang, 2 cases of dark beer, 3 pounds of sliced braised beef, a large portion of dry pot pork ribs and shrimp, and 2 pounds of boiled peanuts. He then asked the others, what do you want? Anything. The owner stood up unsteadily and, while swiftly moving the drinks, called out to the kitchen, Chef, get to work. Then came the calm voice of a young man. I hear you. Chinku was walking last, and the owner, not sure if it was an illusion, gave him a few extra glances. A moment later, Hilfus came out carrying a large dry pot, but was stopped by Xiang Yi. He nodded at the table. Does that weak, stuttering guy look familiar? Hilfus took the opportunity to take a quick look while the food was being served. He then took out his laptop, took a picture of Chinku, and sent it to Renchinka. Renchinka was butchering a pig at the time. The moment she saw the photo, she dropped her knife and rushed to the tavern. Yuli and the others watched helplessly as a tall woman rushed over, lifted Chinku up, and disappeared in a flash. They didn't even have time to react. Damn! Give her back. The captain was about to get chased when a bright young woman, with a face that bore a striking resemblance to Chinku, stepped in front of him. Thank you for bringing my father back. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Who could have imagined that the delicate Chinku had a teenage daughter? Excuse me, who are you? My name is Chinanshan, the chief's adopted daughter. Soon, Manny and the others also received the news and rushed over. After learning what had happened with Xiangya, they were all overjoyed. Great! Let's have a party at Jinxi's place tonight. Manny clapped her hands and suggested, Xiangya, bring up all your wine. Xiangya casually replied, looking behind them, scratching his head, hesitant to speak. Gong Yan disdained his dithering. If you want to ask Mitty, she told us to tell her she's tired of us and is done with us. These two have been at each other's throats for 10 years. Chinanshan is already facing premature love, and they still haven't gotten anywhere. What's the fuss? Xiangya exploded, looking at Manny. How could a visit to the orphanage change her mind? Did I sleep with her for all those years for nothing? Where's she? At Jinxi's place. Oh, she just threw me away like that, treating me like a pair of torn pants. Xiangya rushed towards the hill without looking back. Little did they know, Manny and the others suddenly flashed ambiguous smiles and followed suit. Exciting, exciting. I haven't seen anything like this in ages. Kaluang couldn't help but rub his hands. Gong Yan even used her supernatural powers. Xiang Yi, I take you there. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, Xie Jinxi, her hair cut to her waist, dressed in a mid-length sleeve dress and wide-leg pants, sat in the gazebo, leisurely sipping tea. Across from her, Mighty yawned listlessly. Are you sure you don't want to mess with him anymore? Xie Jinxi stared at her belly curiously. For the first time, she felt the rhythm of the embryo up close. Although only 5 weeks pregnant, she felt the surging vitality. If I were alone, it wouldn't matter how much I argue with him, but now that I have a child, a father who doesn't get along with mom is better off leaving. Mitty said, curling his lips sarcastically. Mitty Shelby. Before Xiang Yi arrived, an angry voice arrived. The woman snorted, stood up, and gently mobilized her supernatural powers. Just then, Xiang Yi caught up. Explain to me clearly what you mean by goodbye. Doesn't my youth cost money? He stormed forward. Mitty, enraged by what he heard, darted away, his supernatural powers surging. Xiang Yi felt the breeze brush past, his head spinning with rage, and without a second thought, he chased after him. The afterimage left behind carried a hint of supernatural power. Xie Jinxi paused, holding the teacup, put it down, and stood up. He strolled out leisurely. Is this behavior called eating melons? Manny and the others, halfway along the road, saw 2 afterimages flying by and were surprised. This is the first time I've seen Xiang Yi chasing Mitty. But then again, doesn't that bastard Xiang Yi have his powers? How could he catch up to Mitty? Su Shuyan's words sparked speculation among the crowd. Coincidentally, Xie Jinxi walked down and confirmed their suspicions. She must have recovered. Great news. Let's go and take a look. It's great that Qin Luo has returned, and with Mitty here, it's a triple blessing. Elsewhere, Mitty had already run out of town. Because of her pregnancy, she was panting and her face was pale. At that moment, several risque voices rang out. Look, there's a pretty girl over there. Looking at the spaceship behind them, Mighty's face remained calm. Space pirates? Since you know, just listen and give us a good time. The men surrounded her. Mighty rolled her eyes. How dare you, from outer space, commit crimes in the Eternal Star region? The men, stung by her contemptuous tone, grabbed them without a word. As soon as they moved, a giant green light-like hand rose from the ground beneath their feet, snatching them and their spaceship into outer space. The first rule of the Eternal Star region: no violence, no breaking the law. Violators will be sent back to where they came from, never to be set foot here again. There are no guards here, yet it's safer than anywhere else. Mighty was about to run again when she felt dizzy. She had been suffering from morning sickness and low blood sugar. Just as she was about to collapse, a green light beam supported her. Aya breathed a sigh of relief. She had made it in time. Wait. Her healing abilities shouldn't transform. Not only her, but everyone else who had arrived from afar was also stunned, turning to look at Xie Jinxi. This isn't her ability. Xie Jinxi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. The rules are starting to change. Today was another reunion, another new life, and everyone gathered around Siejinsi and the protagonists, drinking and chatting. They laughed and joked until the moon reached its zenith, and finally settled down at a table in the tavern. Siejinsi glanced back at the group and dove onto the rooftop of the villa. The ancient dragon leaned its head over, and she casually touched the tip of its horn. "Sister, a new special healing ability has been detected." Hilfus landed beside her. They all had aggressive abilities, but not as strong as hers, and they couldn't control the body's vitality. This meant she was transforming into a symbolic rule. Under the night sky, tiny specks of green light streamed from her fingertips. Similarly, Hilfus began to change. Siejinsi's expression was calm. "You can release them now." Hilfus nodded, opened the black hole, and released several star devourers. Their first reaction was to attack, but the next second, their arms were severed by the queen bee's wings. Mere alien beasts. They snorted coldly and tried to repair their wounds, only to find a pool of crimson blood on the ground. All the star devourers were horrified. How could they bleed like humans? At the same time, they could no longer open the alien dimension channel. From today on, star devourers will exist as humans. Your abilities will also become supernatural powers, possessing devouring abilities, but no longer black holes. And among humans, a special healing system will emerge that can counter you. After Siejinsi finished his words, almost in a declarative tone, the star devourers felt a distinct shift in their perception of themselves. They felt gravity, felt their own vulnerability. Then, they began to rejoice. One of them asked cautiously, "You mean, we won't be exterminated by the rules?" Hilfus nodded, "As long as you behave like human beings and accept birth, aging, sickness, and death." With this, the Star Eaters fell silent again. Finally, Hilfus arranged for them to live in a small town, where they began to lead ordinary lives. "Sister, you and I will eventually become the rules that symbolize the Star Eaters and the special healing system. Will you regret it?" In response to his question, Siejinsi simply extended her hand and caught the first ray of sunlight that pierced the clouds. Her fingers, becoming transparent, reflected the light, like crystal stripped of all glitz and grime. "I can't choose my birth, but at least I can control the end of my destiny and enjoy the present. I'm lucky."